Time to go to the event. Volume up. Secret base. Okay. Mailboxes shop. Let's see. Okay, Zerny's the free guy. Module blocks. The stuff. Oh, they are the big boys. Opens after 1-3 and event. List. Grande Valse Brillante. The dancers make their steps in grace. The performers play the opening notes. Okay. How long? 1 hour? Is it to be another hour intro? Birds chirping. Flowers blooming. Oh, I need to click. I'm not sure. The sky is blue and fine. The breeze lilts? Lilts finest. Okay. I mean, we can read that. The sky is blue is fine. The breeze. Oh, it's perfumer. Perfumer. Hibiscus. The purifier. It's my son. The river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope. The mist parts overnight. The earth welcomes dawn's light. Praise be Lithan, where free men find their home. Lead this clarin himmels. The map, I shouldn't be far from Rose Island branch office now. Oh, it's not auto. I am stupid. Held up a bit. Coming into Weissenheim, but if I just hurry up, I can hopefully make it there before I'm late. Yep, goat people. Oh, they're right there. Me? Yes, indeed, you beautiful dame. You're an unfamiliar face. Could we see your first time here in the Afterglow? Well, that's the second time dame has been used. Yes, I'm a Rhodes here to look into the serendipitous infected prognosis phenomenon. In song. Perform. Frickin' fictional Germany. Brought this concert flute as a staff. I can play you a single song. No matter, if you can just make it sing, I have faith I can spin your notes into a song to offer to you, dame. Let's commemorate this fine day. What is this? Flashbang then. I have an appointment with someone and I'm almost late this as it is. Don't worry, don't worry. Anyone would let a little delay go with the weather so fine. This won't take long. I mean, it's the opposite. If the weather is fine, they probably won't. Probably hate the delay. I just play some random notes then. Release. Random notes. Right, I can make it sound. Do, fa, la, so, fa, mi. A motive full of hope. Emma, I'll play. What if you and our visitor dance a tune together? Dear people now. Come, beautiful Fraulein, let us skip. I really don't have the time, and I'm not much of a dancer. Yoink! No worries, we all dance poorly at times, no one will laugh at you. I beg to differ. Very well, I'll play this in 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, ready, go. Is there a crowd? I'm sorry, I trod on you so many. That's fine, I'm delighted to dance with you. Thank you for joining us. Goodbye, have a beautiful day. Welcome to the Afterglow. Thank you, thanks. So we have Weisheim and Afterglow. Oh, it's freaking Medic Ops. Reserve Op. Good morning, Hibiscus. Woman and Operator. Andante. That's right, welcome to Weisheim's Afterglow. Okay, we're gonna call them Andante from now instead of Reserve Op. It's awkward, you're coming out here just to greet. I think I'm just to greet you. You're late. When you left for the Afterglow, you were piling pressure on yourself, staying up all night, all hours of every night. You were reading papers right up until you left the landship. So today, your job is entirely to relax. I'm actually fine. No, can't have that. Strings snap when you stretch them that thin. Besides, you came just at the right time. Her Her is Sir, I think. Her Zerny's Feral concerts in a week and just so happens today's application day. Apparently, he's performing at the plaza in front of the Afterglow Hall. It'll be over if we're a moment too late. But the mission. This chance goes, it's gone. We can talk missions tomorrow, let's run. See ya. We're here. Whoa. That does look like an instrument. Afterglow Hall. They say it's the very concert hall that Afterglow gets its name from. Is this even a building or is it a giant instrument? Exactly, just like the trailer. Enough, the hall's not going anywhere. We'll have time to admire it later. Our focus today is Herzerny. I think I read about Mr. Herzerny before. He was born in the Afterglow? He was. He's still the one and only musician ever to both be infected and renowned in Lithania. He's even held minor tours around the country. I see him. There he is. Wait, I haven't done polls. Ah, I'm an idiot. The musician stands on the steps outside the hall, a colossal instrument his height upright beside him. Yeah, we're looking at the piano, harp, xylophone thing. With like a rotating dial here. What? The handle dial. No one stands in the 5-meter semicircle around. Outside the semicircle, the crowd's team. Well, blow me down. Half of the Afterglow's here, at least. Half? Mr. Zerny used to constantly perform outdoors here, but he's been ill for half a year, and this is his first time back. You don't know how excited everyone is. It's starting. With the sound of a piano, the plaza quickly falls to a hush. Practically everyone stops talking. Even the peddler hawking incessantly until now lowers his voice. CG, go! I lied, there was no CG. The song is short. The moment Zerny's performance ends, a mountainous applause erupts. Aw, I don't even get to see it. It gradually abates. While Zerny prepares to play the next song, someone neatly dressed squeezes through the crowd and arrives at his side. Ibn? Nope. Another goat people. Ooh, moose people. I mean, they're all deer-ish. There's Zerny. Dame Gertrude. Gertrude. How much more German can you get? Sends her regards. Oh, you, I see. She asked me to remind you that be it an applicational affair or the concert day itself, you haven't been booked for an outdoor performance. And what does it matter? Other places may have their schedules, but you're hard-pressed to stop me performing for all in the Afterglow. Your health isn't the fairest. You best not tire yourself too much. I know my health best. If I didn't feel better today, I wouldn't be here. Go tell Gertrude, mind her own business. Don't come all persnickety at me. Persnickety. Very well. Look at this butler guy. What was his problem? Why did no one say anything? He's a retainer of Dame Gertrude Strollo. Gertrude Strollo, Countess Strollo, the ruler, the Lensfrau of Weisheim. Jeez, all this German, the very same. But her Zerny sent that man packing in just a few words. What a feel-good sight. I see. Let's head into the Afterglow Hall in a moment. Application's about to begin. Application for events? Seeing the noble's figure disappear into the crowd, Zerny clears his throat. Thank you all for your support. Today, I came not just to play you all a passage or two, long while that's been, but to warm up for the concert next week. Why was that so hard? I invite you all to be enthusiastic in this application. Prove your love for music on the stage. I'll be here supporting you all. Lingering Echoes and Monka. Nope. There you go. I'll be at the selections tomorrow too, casting my own discerning eye. And then apply. Now let me play a few more pieces for you all. I'll welcome you to bring out whatever instruments you're good with. Whether you accompany me or play by your own tune, I'll welcome it all. Thank you, Mina. Oh, good. Zerny bows. The heavy silence finally lifts, and the crowd erupts into even more fervorous applause. Yo, it's the big boy. Oh, I like his sprite. Actually so smooth. Hey, you set up shop here too? Freaking food stall boy. Damn near everyone's here at the hall. Where else am I gonna do business if not here? This guy is a perro? Dog? Sure, but I don't think anyone's willing to drink your coffee. Easy for you to say. Excuse me, I'll take a tub of sauerkraut. A big one. Who this? Okay, just a crowd. Crowd full of anticipation. A musician forcing his ailing body along. A noble given the cold shoulder. But just my heart. Ah, sure. Okay. Sweet. Hmm? Crede. You still insist on applying to that concert. Yes, I do want to go. He looks kinda like Ebenhold. Disgruntled old man. Fine, don't often see you turning a deaf ear like this. You want to go? Go. Thank you, Gramps. You sign up and come straight back. Don't linger outside. I'll try. Try. Apparently, entrants have to perform on stage for this application so they can prove their skill. But your cello's been wrecked forever. You only have the one string to play. What are you doing about that? It's alright. They'll provide a loaner instrument. Ah, very, very thoughtful of them. Why did no one tell me, Grandpa, are you mad? What? No, I'm just a little uneasy about it. I promise, I'll be back as soon as the application's over. I won't run off anywhere. Fine, fine, I hear you. I'll put the tea by the stove now. Remember to drink it soon. Don't let it get cold. It's gonna get cold. Application's beginning soon. It's about time you went. Mature noble, young. Okay, so it's not... I don't know if the time skip happened in between those. I still can't swallow this. He called me here, all the way from Urtisha, specifically to have me apply to this concert full of infected. Such a level of interaction with infected won't pose any risk. You don't have to tell me, I know. What I mean to say is, I don't understand why you invited me here just for some run-of-the-mill concert. You've always wanted to breathe the air of freedom, haven't you? I can't deny that, but... Don't let doubts overtake you now. Enjoy the commoner's festive atmosphere. Rug. The car is ready. There's a car? There's some way to travel from the cliffy pace show to the afterglow. I recommend you not go on foot, so as not to affect your performance at application. I appreciate your kindness. Farewell, Strollo. Okay, so that's Madame Strollo. Gertrude. You're forgetting. I prefer my given name, not my surname. Gertrude? Yep, name Gertrude. Okay, so that's Eben. What is Eben's name gonna be? Frank. That's the most German name you can think of. What a cue. That's a line for application. We're just going with the crowd, so come this way. Are they even performing? Hello? Can I... Okay, so it's not time. So it's not time skip. You need to apply, right? End of the line's there. Head over and queue up. So Crede is not Eben. It's so long. Plenty of folks started queuing before the sun came up. But I'm really in a rush to get my application over with. I'm still caring for my grandpa back home. No can do. Look, we're all after glowers. Who hasn't got someone to take care of for at home? Well, but get in line quick. It'll be even longer soon enough. Can you really not accommodate just this once? I said no. That's just... Wait. You're a noble, aren't you? You're here to apply for our concert. If you see as much, then could you oblige myself and my friend here? But we've got rules. Or do you plan to refuse a noble's sincerest request? Oh god, I wouldn't dare. Well, you just gave in. Frickin' thank you for your understanding. Line cutters. Come now. Didn't you hear me? They're letting us through. Alright, but... Boo. Line cutters. Next, please. Mannered infected. Can I have your name, please? People call me crazy. What instruments are you proficient in? The cello. Did you come without your own cello? I don't have one. That's fine. We provide common use instruments to musicians. You can access them at your leisure. They should probably, like, clean that if it's infected. Alright, you may begin. Be careful not to go over 1 minute. Is there a problem? I didn't get to ask just now, but how do you determine pay for participation? Pay? Eh? The person who told me about the concert said that as long as I was chosen, I'd get ample pay. My grandpa's gravely ill and I need money for his treatment. I sympathize with your plight, but there's no material reward for this concert. No pay at all? I believe the vast majority feel that the ultimate honorarium comes from performing with Her Zerny at his farewell concert. Farewell concert? How could this be? It's your decision to perform or not. However, if you do decide to leave, I hope for you to at least leave us with a fine melody before you do. Alright. I mean, already there, I guess. Radius somewhat dejectedly bows. Slowly takes a seat and steadies the cello between his knees. With a hand on his bow and the other on the strings, the dismay is all but swept from his face, leaving only concentration. From the cello strings flows an ornate melody, gradually filling the whole hall. After a number of bars, Krade's performance reaches its sweetest point when a concert flute joins from below the stage out of nowhere. Biscuit? Nope, it's Eben. The noble in black plays the flute, accompanying Krade's cello, and he paces his way onto the stage. Krade is briefly startled, but nevertheless concludes the passage with his own cadence, while the noble follows the cello's ending with his own briefest cadenza. Let me hear this. You better let me hear this. God damn it. And that's 1 minute. That was the most beautiful performance I've heard today. I can't hear it though. I fear we should pay our respects to both you, young men. Are you here to apply to this concert too? The very same. I was planning to do so alone, but professedly, her Krade's performance struck me deep, and I did happen to meet him earlier. I was loath to miss the chance to perform with such a superb instrumentalist. Understood. May I have your name? Yes? Reveal. God damn it. Ebenholz. Sure. That was someone like... Ebenholz? Are you certain? Your real name is Ebenholz. That's not an alias you just came up with after staring at the piano? You really are too mistrustful. Besides, a piano isn't the only thing with keys. Does a flute not have them too? Even so, your lineage and estate. I'll say again, my name is Ebenholz. Do you have any other questions? So I guess he's like the Witch King's great-grandson or something. As I kind of predicted that. That said, since you and her Krade brought no agreement on whether to apply as an ensemble, the decision lies with him. Her Krade, what do you feel? I was only applying to this concert for my grandpa's medical fees. Should Krade assent to an ensemble, I'd be very willing to provide him and his grandfather economic assistance. Really? That kind of aid doesn't come without strings attached. Make sure you're completely clear about this. We saw a musician swindled last year. He signed an extremely unfair contract. Please, I ask for some respect. I'll do it. Then I'll leave it at that. If the two of you are entering the selections as flute and cello, then the one choice you have is Morgen und Abend. It's a duet for flute and cello with piano accompaniment, and one for Zerny's signature works. Are you okay with that? That piece marked a turning point in my learning flute. I'm extraordinarily honored that I may perform it on her Zerny stage. I'll just say Zerny instead of Zerny. It seems so awkward. I'm fine with it too. Krade and Ebenholz. Morgen und Brent. Why is that noble helping Krade? A lot of musicians have nobles as backers. Nothing strange about it. Some do it because they're not good enough themselves, so they see a really skilled musician and leave for them. They like how it makes them look better all around. I can't figure out this Ebenholz either, though. Maybe he's just appreciating a fellow maestro. Something still doesn't sit too well with. Oh, we could treat Krade's grandpa. Hibiscus, you were here to investigate the serendipitous infected prognosis phenomenon, aren't you? Oh, that was a thing. And our branch is too small. We don't have what it takes to admit patients like a hospital. examinations, diagnoses, prescriptions for milder cases, getting patients in touch with other organizations what they need when they need hospitalization. That's our limit. I'm still a little worried. In that case, Creed's application is over anyhow. Let's go catch up and ask him. See if we can offer him any help, okay? Andante. To vinyl. Test results are in. Cell originum assimilation is 8%. That's kinda high. Blood originum crystal density is 0.23. Well, can say it's too severe, but it's not good by any stretch. I mean, it's not you. Typically, any patient should receive standard treatment with indicators at this level, no matter how they feel themselves. I suggest hospitalized recovery. Hey, it's Grandpa. Standard treatment, hospitalized recovery. I hear Rhodes Island is just as much a business. You might be pitying me, giving me the test with no charge, but there's no such thing as a free lunch for me, eh? We're partnered with some organizations in Weissheim. We can refer patients to them. They have collaborative protocols in place with Rhodes Islands. The prices will be cheaper compared to anywhere else. Given your present circumstances, I can try to talk down their fees further, or I could help offset expenses on both sides. No need. If I knew Kreide was only going for my sake, I wouldn't have let him go, no matter what. Kreide, I'll say it again. You return every last cent to that noble. We're going. What could possibly be happening behind you when an aristocrat gives you money for no good reason? But Ebenholz just wants me to perform with him. Even if he means no harm, he might mean no harm, and an old man like me totting about without any grandstanding or friend in power won't be worth much to exploit. The hospitals still wouldn't be angels to me, even if they do admit me. I don't want my life depending on their whimsy. If you see a heart of gold in that little lord, then use that money for your own sake. Do some business that lets you get on with your life. No, I already agreed with Ebenholz that the money he gives me is for treating your sickness. You're tired of me, throwing me into the hospital so you can never look back. Isn't that right? What? How could I? How about he convalescence here, instead of going to any partners? Hibiscus, I understand how you feel, but we don't have beds here, and our medication stores are for emergency response. If we can have him recovering here, we'll be able to monitor his health condition more tightly. I'm sure it'll be of help to our investigation too. I can clear my own guest bed for him to take. Medication-wise, we'll sell at our partner's prices. I'll write a report after the fact explaining the situation. That should all be watertight under procedure, right? I think that works out. Then we're all good to go on our end. Sir, how about you? Are you able to accept that? I guarantee your treatment will be highest priority for us. All research propositions will hinge on informed consent, and will never commit to anything harmful to your health. I agree. And I have to rehearse with Ebenholz soon too. I might not have too much time to look after you. Besides, conditions here are so much better than at home. If you're here, I can put my heart at ease too. Please, Gramps. Sigh. I'll go home this evening to pack some things. I'll be back tomorrow morning. You'll let me have that much, won't you? If you're still alive. Okay, that wasn't too long, I think. Okay, before that, let's do the 10 pulls. I mean, this works too. Campaign mission. Any? What did I do? Unlock any module. Oh, I haven't done that one. Oops. Oh, wait, there's a collect all. Oh my god, there's way more now. 4-star, 5-star, and a 6-star. Huh, I gotta check which 4 and 5-star. 6-star too. Head up. I do have 3. 17. You know what? I'll probably just do a 10. Who's the other 5-star? Blue Poison? That's not bad. I mean, if I'm gonna get this, I do want to get bows. So I guess I'll just go with a 10. Well, boys, here we go. And a 1, and a 2, and a 6-star. Ah, well, there goes my pull. Only at the end as well. I do want her though, kinda. At least that's new. Yep, that's new. Did not get Hibiscus or Ebon. Well, that's such. Well, that's the pull for now. Letter of 599. The Cleafy Patient. I like these like mini things. There's I don't know what to call this. Opera house? Concert house maybe? Why am I even looking? It's a training tutorial. The most important thing is to nail down the fundamentals. Waste energy interference. Natural SP recovery speed reduced. Realigned flux. Restores natural recovery speed of allies operators within. Okay. So there's plus minus. That's a go.
できる限りやります。
Oops. My bad. When attacking targets outside of realigned flux. Oh, this is the flux. Wait, what is this? Oh. Oh yeah, they fucking hurt outside. These enemies aren't just hard hitters, they're dealing extra arts damage too. And the excess energy here is seriously messing with me. It's slowing me down so bad I can't even heal myself. Oh yeah, that was... These energy restructuring devices in the battlefields, the tubas. You can use the excess energy to form realigned flux. Standing in realigned flux can keep you from being disturbed, and you can counter enemy special abilities. Huh? But the flux isn't passing through here at all. So long as an operator is deployed in realigned flux, they can direct its flow and extend it in the direction they were deployed. Ah, I see. So this is here, and this thing is like a bouncer, and then where your operator's face is where the flux goes. Huh. Hardy, just hold on a little longer, Cardi B. I'll find the realigned flux to your position as soon as I can. Yes, sir.
You better run away soon.
You better run away soon. Oh my god. The flight of the bumblebee is the music choice? That's funny. You've got reinforcements. As I powerful enemies approaching up ahead, everyone, you're best off standing in realigned flux. Yep, the Whisperer walls here can reflect realigned flux, so we can use them too to alter any flux's course. Make good use of the realigned flux. Let's wipe these enemies out. Okay.
Ready to heal.
Huh, interesting. Oh god. Mass-produced Colossus. Can only be blocked by operators with 2 or higher when in flux. Okay, so flux almost... So far, flux is always good. So far. I mean, their damage... They're pathetic. They're just a 2-block annoyance so far.
Mission accomplished.
They probably won't die if they're not in a flux. Wait, why are you Japanese there but English in game? Actually, hold up.
あなたはドクターだね。
Is it here? God, I'm stupid. Ah. Oh god, I didn't check the... Okay, I cannot check. Oh, maybe here. I'm not sure who got English. I mean, these are old ones. I really should have checked. I'll probably check later. Let's just do this. Actually use up sanity. LE1. Trich Trach Polka. A carefree atmosphere pervades the cities everywhere, every which way. Accompanied by omnipresent merry chatter. Cool. Shouldn't be too hard. What's the squad right now? Looks fine to me. That's one snazzy room. At least it's not eggshells, eggshell cases. I'm so sorry I'm late. This is the selections. If you were tardier by 20 minutes, we'd be hand in hand as we waltz home. Sorry. Would you mind quickly explaining yourself? My grandpa went missing this morning, actually. Missing? Nothing terribly serious. I found him in the afterglow in an alley. And he said he was just up too early out for a walk. Ah, that seems serious to me, buddy. For a walk, the whole time until you arrived here? No, I went to Rhodes Island this morning too, for the admission procedures. With your grandfather? At the Rhodes Island's office? I recall Rhodes Island's having only a minuscule branch in Bysheim. They couldn't be admitting patients. They couldn't. But Hibiscus gave up her own bed, and she promised she'd put my grandpa's health first. Charming tale, but that cost you a pretty penny, didn't it? They took the money this morning. It was less than half of what you gave me yesterday. Well, you'll have to check regularly on your grandpa then, so they don't trim corners where you're not looking. Trim corners? They're a business after all. Their profits have to come from the sick. They admit them on such low fees, say, a little from their meals, a little from their equipment and medication. I don't think that's what's happening. And how do you know? Yesterday afternoon, they gave him medicine to take before I'd pay anything. And Hibiscus spared some food for me this morning. I only turned her down because I was so short on time. Such a meticulous performance. Surely your grandpa was unwilling to go precisely because he could see that. I get it. I'll be checking in on him as soon as I can. Thank you? Thank me? I know you're taking pains to tell me all this because you're worried me or my grandfather will be hurt. Never mind, let's move on. What do you think of the scar after picking it up last night? Next entry, Ibenholz and Kreide. Come. Zerny is overseeing the selections today in person. We can't afford to embarrass ourselves. Does Zerny even know? Greetings, Sir Zerny. No need for pleasantries. Go on, begin. Selections are quite unlike the applications, where crowds throng the seats to watch. Save for a scant few staff, only Zerny and the entrants are present. If yesterday's audience was present, the majority would be applauding this brief ensemble piece until their heads were raw. But here and now, as the final lingering notes fall away, the look on Zerny's face is fearsome. Her Zerny? You haven't practiced much, have you? As you surmised, but it smacks too strongly for being scrabbled together. You on your flute and him on his cello. There's almost no sense of coordination. Especially from you. You were struck fast to your own tempo, completely ignoring what the cello emoted during his melodic passage. Conversely, you forced him to accommodate for you instead. If you hadn't realized in time, you would have ruined the entire passage. I would have ruined the entire passage. No, I feel you may not have heard quite clearly. I'm sat right here, and you tell me I don't hear clearly. You think something's wrong with my hearing? Here's Zerny. Ebenholz doesn't mean to offend you. He just what? All I see is someone too coddled by flattery. Coddled by flattery? You know nothing of my circumstances. I asked you to rescind? Well, that escalated? Hisses. Ebenholz. I will consider Kreide. You may leave. Next. What did you say? Do you imply even he? Here's Zerny. If Ebenholz isn't allowed to perform, then I can't be in this concert either. What's forcing you to speak for him? Ebenholz has been a huge help to me, so I'm sorry, but this concert won't sing for losing one potential cellist, and losing one pot stirrer of a lord will pay me even less. Next. What a check. Scoundrel. Who does he think he is? So flippant just because he's played the piano, written a piece or two? Calm down, come on. I'm meant to be calm. What kind of attitude was that? Coddled by flattery? I'm a fine upstanding man. Who's even coddled me? Give me a name. I think there was just a small misunderstanding between you. Surely Her Zerny didn't think we were that lousy. Of course you weren't lousy. That was me. Did you forget what he said? I will consider Creed. You may leave. I think the sooner you apologize to him, the better. You might just let us try again. There's always some way. It doesn't have to include humbling myself so badly before him. but I can't think of anything that'll help out other than an apology. You return home in any case. I'll be returning to my residence to contemplate what to do. If there really is no alternative, then we'll seek out Zerny. Well, alright then. Got kicked out. Sag. Coddled by flattery. This musician knows nothing, and he dares prattle. Oh. There's the headache again. Useless fake. Yep, that has to be the Witch King. Even the lowly blight rack commoner slows the vulgar sound of your flute. You shut up right now. Oh, eye bags. Instant eye bags. Unless I didn't see that. Good sir, mine her. We may not be acquainted, but you seem to be in need of some help. Not at all. I appreciate the trouble. He really is hers. Pardon my insolence. Oh, so it's you. Do you feel unwell? You, what did you say? No, not at all. Really? Your face looks somewhat sickly to me. Of course not. Ha. Pardon me, pardon me. That was weird. Surely has like a recollection of something like that. Your headaches are flaring up again. It's fine. It's more or less faded by now. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? I was so inconsiderate as to cause you embarrassment at the selections today and give you a headache at that. You were so inconsiderate. Wait, what? Did that just skip something? Nope. That was weird. How did you know? No, in fact, it's only natural for you to know. Indeed, for better or worse, I am one of the sponsors of this concert, and news about it reaches me fast. Her Ebenholz? You need not worry, this is nothing major. In fact, I hear Zerny didn't assess you too badly at all. He intentionally designated you as backups for Morgan und Aben. Really? We are more or less friends. I have him worked out to an extent. He's a famed artist after all. Come rain or shine, and infected too. His temper flared up, please excuse him. I do have my influence over this concert. You and Kraid can practice. I'll do Zerny's work. I'd rather redo the selections and have you exercise your sway, to be honest. This morning was merely an aberration in performance. Of course, of course. Still, you need not let this perturb you so badly. Tea? We have a citrus-flavored black tea today. They say it does good things for headaches. Thank you very much. Citrus-flavored black tea. Oh god, I don't like. How is it? Fragrant. I appreciate the hospitality. Well then, moving on. Listen closely, please. As you'd anticipated, my inviting you to Weisheim for a concert in the infected settlement does come with ulterior motives. You don't seem too bowled over. I'm used to being exploited by now. It would have surprised me more if you had no other motive. In that case, I'll be straightforward. I have a plan that's been a long time ready. If you act according to this plan, I have great certainty I can free you from the voice of the mundane. Oh, there goes the tea. What did you say? The voice of the mundane, Herr Hebenholz, the root of your many misfortunes, one of the legal grounds on which you possess Grafschaft of Urtica. I don't need you to explain what the voice of the mundane is. The thing has been inside my head all this time, tormenting me when it sees fit. What I need you to expound on is the details of this plan. It's very simple. Just perform at her Zerny's concert as an ensemble with your fresh acquaintance, her Kraid, and that will suffice. Out of sheerest kindness, I'll treat this as a poor joke, Dame Gertrude. This is in no way a joke. Just like you, Kraid harbors the voice of the mundane within him. There's two of them. Him, the voice of the mundane. The twin empresses made it explicit that I was the only one left who carried it. That merely shows there are things even they don't know. To boot, it isn't even that rare. Two voices of the mundane need only come close enough in space in order for resonance to occur, and this sonority will amplify both your hours as it occurs. This is the basis of my plan. Beyond amplifying your arts, resonance is its own kind of powerful energy, and this energy will be massively intensified when you two perform in ensemble. It just needs the appropriate induction, and I'll be able to make use of this energy to transfer your voice from the mundane into him. Ah. A sacrifice. Yep, what will happen to Creed? Fear not, I'll handle that as deemed fit. Yep, a sacrifice, basically. I still don't understand, though. Why does it have to be Zerny's concert? I'll do it with Creed at his home. You come induce this resonance, and you transfer my voice from the mundane to him. Won't that work? True. The induction of resonance is a delicate art. Alone without the afterglow hall, I wouldn't be able to do it. Ah, so that huge instrument thing has got to do something with it. Didn't you know? Construction of the afterglow hall was completed under the Witch King's supervision. I never heard. Being a building he ordered in the twilight of his reign, the materials and architecture employed in the hall share many resemblances to his spire. It wasn't meant as a concert hall it is, synonymous with the infected district. It was meant as a fortress of arts, a nightmare to terrify His Majesty's enemies. I've overstepped my bounds in doing so, but I do require the Afterglow Hall aid me in conducting the resonance energy so we can ultimately eliminate the voice of terror that dwells within your body. Do you have any other questions about the detail of this plan? After it's done, I will handle Creed and any other remaining trifles. You need only hide for a suitable length of time. Once it all blows over, you can escape your unbearable nobility once and for all and become a free civilian. Of course, if you aren't alright accepting such ready freedom, I won't force you, and I certainly won't make an enemy of you on the grounds that you know my plan. Whether you wish to remain in Visam until the concert concludes, or return immediately to Urtisha, I will not stop you. You won't stop? You're the first one to rid me of the voice of terror rather than exploit it. Just what are you hoping to gain from me? Powerful assistance. A what? I'm just a puppet, Graf. I can't even manage my own fiefs personally. You have a fief? After your supposed plan succeeds, I'll be no more than an unidentified civilian. What powerful assistance? Fiefs, armies, even arts. None of that is important. What's important is the Graf Ortisha gone missing, even declared dead. Think of it. Wait, is that how he gets to Rhode Island? Freaking missing in action? How will the Lithanian public opinion respond when at the right juncture the Graf Ortisha returns from the grave? Return from the grave? That's the greatest aid you could ever lend. I understand. Please allow me some time alone, Dame Gertrude. I'll be glad to. If you wish to travel anywhere, don't hesitate to tell the servants outside. Farewell. May your decision be the one that suits your interest. Ring ring. Wait, they're still using the spinny phones? Hello, listen, you must watch whatever happens between Creed and Rose Island closely. You may disrupt Rose Island's movement when necessary, but remember, never to alert them at any cost. Direct military conflict is forbidden. Understood. Allow me to report to you on Graf Ortisha's circumstances. You can save it, we know. This is your plan. If you feel the need to expound on minor matters like this, we'll simply send someone to put you back on track. Apologies, I was not considerate. Eventos will be easy enough, but Crede and Rose Island. I'd forget. I have what I need ready and waiting. Trach Polka. Okay, first stage. Mechanics definitely don't matter here. Okay, so it's gonna start like that. Okay, so I can just put somebody here.
Scenery here. 警戒態勢を取ってください。前方に動きあり。進め生命を救済しうる慈しみ。
Wait. Wait, what if I face him like that? Oh, it ends with him. I see. Ha! Interesting. Do some additional hits. Thank God you're blocking someone then.
Today, little apple.
Oh God, they're not in the thing. I see. So I have to face him up. Okay, I can see how this can be hard. Do you want you to use the flock? Oh my god, this thing takes 10,000 years! Okay, that is very significant. You're definitely gonna need to use the flux for the higher up stages. That is taking so long! Even Exia! Oh boy, this is gonna be weird and awkward.
Mission accomplished.
Okay, so making the vanguards face up, and then the other guys behind the vanguard face whatever the flux is facing. Though I sent the both of you off at the selections, things have changed. You two are now the primary candidates for Morgan und Aben. Things have changed? What do you mean? The two who were to perform, Morgan and Aben, cannot attend the concert now, which is why I had you two brought in. Gee, I wonder whose fault that was. Wink wink. Cannot attend. Did something happen with them? They went to a tavern yesterday afternoon to eat and drink their fill. Normal enough, but something piddling made those two clowns pick a fight. So now the flautist has a fractured arm and worse still, the cellist somehow fell on his tailbone. He can't even sit, and there he is lying on his bed claiming he can play standing instead. Ridiculous. What? You seem shocked. This is honestly beyond expectation. Is it? It only took the second day of selections for this to happen, if I'm frank. If this was anything more than a chance bar fight, then you would be the greatest suspect. Would I? No. This has less than nothing to do with me. My desire is to move you through music, not to rough up the innocent. Fine enough for you to say. But you have the money to back Creed. Paying to stir up trouble should be easy enough for you, shouldn't it? Zerny, I can testify Ebenholz never did anything like that. You testify? You glue your eyes to him for all of yesterday? I did. And why did you do that? Of course he didn't glue his eyes to me. The two of us were just together discussing how to change your mind. Though we never came to any conclusion in the end. Creed, is that the truth? It is. Shakes head, he actually glued. For the time being, in the moment being. Okay, that's kind of repetitive. I'll believe Creed. Thank you, Herzerny. So, don't start parading. All told, you're standing in. You're still some way from what I require. Especially you, Ebenholz, you're the drag. I'll give you the 1 day to rehearse. Come back to my home this evening, and I'll cast my eye. You will only be chosen if you can meet my minimum standards. Otherwise, I would rather strike Morgan und Aben from the program. Understand? Yes, you may rest assured. Also, Creed, weren't you missing a cello? Take this one with you. Can I really? Of course you can. If you can meet my demands this evening, then the shell will be yours. Thank you so much. Alright, off you go. I need to sort out my own thoughts as is. Is that Ursula? Did you forget your key again? Mr. Zerny, I'm an operator from Rose Island. You can call me Hibiscus. Hibiscus? Oh no, did something happen with my grandpa? Uh-oh. Hello, Mr. Zerny. It's nice to meet you. Hello. My talk with them is done. If you have business, feel free to take them away. Hibiscus, is there anything new with my grandpa's condition? Relax, it's okay. Your grandpa's got treatment already, and he's looking a lot more stable. Mr. Zerny, it's not Creed. I actually came here looking for you. Me? I'm hoping to get some insight into any change in your condition. Would right now be convenient for you. What do you want me for? There's been quite a few recent infected cases of abnormal recovery around the Afterglow. I came here to investigate the whole phenomenon. Ah, okay, so that's the thingy. On top of that, you're a household name around here, so I was wondering if you had more of a handle on what's going on. I'm sorry, but I've been just fine all along, and I can't say I know how anyone else is doing. You're gone for like what? Half a year? A year? But aren't you holding a farewell concert? That usually... I'm sorry, but I need quiet. Can I ask you to leave for now? Who is it this time? Find her. Open her up. I forgot my dang key. The hell? Creed, could you go out to be able to open the door again? That's an awful lot you're carrying, Oma. Good boy, you go have a seat. I can carry it by myself. Okay, I can bring this into the kitchen for you. Who is this Oma? Ursula, distant relative of mine. She's cared for me always. Oh my god. It's a freaking German bakery. Well, this is a rare sight. So many people at our home. Bowl me over, you're a noble, aren't you? Oh, apologies. Hardly, you can simply call me Ibenholz if you so wish. Oh, your lordy sword, better not joke around with old codgers like myself. No joke at all, you can just call me Ibenholz. Honest? Of course. Then if you don't mind me, please. Hello, Miss Ursula? Oof. What's this no. Slip of the tongue, Fraulein? I didn't mean that. Don't take it seriously now. It's okay, Miss Ursula, I'm used to it. Oh, no, I have to apologize, really. Pardon me. What do you need mine her for? Concert matters again? Not in particular. I wanted to ask if there was any change in Mr. Zerny's condition recently. You a doctor? I'm an operator from Rose Islands. You can call me Hibiscus. So you and Andante are co-workers. Andante's a local operator. I'm here at Weisheim on business from the landship. That's a relief then. It's Andante who gives mine her and me our medicine. Lots of folks get prescriptions from Rose Island here in the Afterglow. Mine her, how's the last few days? Mine her, she's a doctor now. A doctor who cares about your health. This is good for you. I didn't ask her to come in. Well, that's silly now. If you didn't let her in, she wouldn't be in here. Last year's when he started feeling unwell. No change when spring came this year. Wouldn't be wanting to do any farewell concert otherwise. But since yesterday, he's been looking in much better spirits. Is there anything else as well? Let me think. Ursula. Right, my lips are sealed. Thank you so much for your help, Miss Ursula. If anything's the matter with Mr. Zerny, please give me a shout. No need to tell us. We'll be asking Rhode Island for a look if something happened anyway. Are you done? Are you happy? All done. Oh, me and my memory. Said I'd make potato soup and forgot to even buy potatoes. I'll run back to the market now. Mr. Zerny. Eyes practically full of fire. Miss Ursula, I'll come with you. I have some questions about cooking I'd like to ask you. Get the hell out of there. Well, since everyone else has taken their leave, we should also hold it. Is there any? The key. Oh my Ursula, your key. Don't forget your key. What did I just watch? Oof. I never would have imagined an old lady could be so fast. I was a hair from losing her. I owe it to you for helping me smooth things over back there. That's alright, I trust in you. I knew you wouldn't do something like that just to be selected. So we've handed the key over. Now we should be finding a place in the Afterglow to rehearse. Can't we just perform right in the street like everyone does? We're rehearsing, not busking. These lanes are too noisy. Oh. How about your home? Your grandfather just so happens to have vacated, and it wears me to death traveling over from the Cliffy Pace show every day. Could I ask you to lay out a bed for me and I stay at yours for the next while? I'd welcome you gladly, but my place is a wreck. I'm scared you wouldn't settle in. I will, trust me. This is my home. Yeah. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? The room's too small. There's a draft from the window. The timber is molding. There's practically no soundproofing. No, it's quite fine, quite fine. Hold on, there's only a single bed here. Where does your grandpa sleep? You sleep on the bed. I sleep on the floor. But isn't this just a rug? For a rug, it's pretty nice, and I'm used to sleeping on it by now. If you're going to live here, then I'll stay on the floor. It's no problem. Let's just rehearse for now. No good. I'm stuck at this Morden. It's alright. We can start again from the last bar on the line above. It's this mordant. Should I slow down slightly at this part? No need. It's only an ornament. I'm just being slightly hesitant. Okay, what's a mordant? Let me actually... Probably musical terms. Rapid alternation of a note with the note immediately below or above in the scale. Usually first upper. Okay. This again. Ebenholz, I'll drop the tempo. Don't put an ornament at the end there. Just play through like it's a single note. The mark is printed on the score. But you're straining your breath all the way in the bar before, just so you can brace for the mordant. Fine. Wonderful, we played it all the way through. But I omitted that ornament, and Suzanne will hear that, I'm sure of it. It's alright, we still have time. Easily said, with the state we're in now, you've no need for further rehearsal. I'm the only one who still has to spend time on this. Oh, don't be like that, I have parts I'm not playing well myself. Really? Look here, I didn't express these dynamics at all just now. You're right, and then there's a few parts I've been barely forcing on. Still too early to say I'm fluent. You gave me a heart attack. I thought you already completely mastered this. Ha! You have so little time, it's not like you could really be fluent in a single go. You have to take a lot of things nice and slow. You're right. Let's take a break for now, and then we'll work out all the kinks. Is that the first CG? I think so. Over lofty hills, the fiend steps into the twilight's midst a gaze. The blood hides plague within, slow beckons death to creeps always. Pestilence from shadow wanton spouts, spews ruin in prelude. Fades finalis and some, woe the price of sun last rays. What do you think of these edits? It's more or less the same as the previous edition. You're sure this prophecy will drive out the Rhodes Island? A prophecy alone likely isn't enough, but if we add their majesties' names, then use it as a pretext to cause a tiny little uproar, the chance it'll succeed is great, and there won't be any real harm should it fail. Can you ensure the spread of this prophecy will be confined to the Afterglow? Please be assured, previous small-scale disseminations of prophecies have not left any trace of their spread. Moreover, as an infected settlement, then do it. A prophecy, why?
友人たちが祝福を囁いている。私たちの勝利だ。
Sheet music.
ドクター。
Thank you. LE2. Appassionata o pathetique. It's happened plenty of times before. She buries the snow deep down and her enthusiasm grows by the day. Who's her? Okay, probably don't need you. Tries to dodge stochastic mirrors is still super good. Wait, did I buy your skin?
あなたは
Hold up.
ドクターだね。
Haha. Yoink. Very nice. Equip. Okay, we're definitely gonna use you. I don't have any of them. Yikes. What do we change? Snipers. Toxic. That's what I need.
カイちゃんは一緒じゃないの？
I don't think I need elemental. I probably should have seen my elemental medic. Back in the alleys. It didn't go so well with Mr. Zerny, but everyone else in the Afterglow has been nice and easy to talk with. I visited 10 or so houses by now and picked up a few blood samples. Not bad results. It's almost night now. Big boy. Jungfrau. I've seen you busy all day long, running to and fro. I bet you're hungry, aren't you? How about trying some Afterglow specialties? Take a look at this. Pan-fried sauerkraut, the aroma, the color. A pickled food sauteed in oil, the very opposite of healthy. What, scared I'm overcharging you? Here, this one's yours, free of charge. Don't be shy now. You've been all over the streets checking up on us. This is the thing. Oh, I can't turn down hospitality. Thank you very much then. Don't mention it. What's wrong? You've only taken one bite. I told you it's on the house. I'm not quite hungry. I'll carry on eating later. Actually, have you ever considered adjusting your recipe slightly? In what way? You see, the serving is approximately that of an adult's, but the salt and fat content are at least 3 and 5 times the recommended intake respectively. It's more harmful than anything. Jungfrau, I've been making this for decades. There's no one buying it who doesn't like it. If I suddenly change my recipe, my regulars would have my head. I'm suggesting it with their health in mind. Everyone spending their money here, myself included, isn't infected. Diets so high in salt and fat can only have even worse repercussions on the infected than on the healthy. I'll just ask you this one thing. Does my food taste good or not? It's extremely delicious. And that settles it. Well, I can't argue that, but I still think, alright. I know you can't appreciate my craft, I get it. My heart goes out to you. Haha. Oh, by the way, I'd like to ask a few questions, can I? Seeing as business isn't exactly booming right now, ask away. Well, why don't you tell me how business has been lately? Up to my ears. More and more people out to eat the past few days. Probably thanks to the warm weather. Are you familiar with everyone who comes to eat? I am. Every patron of mine's from the Afterglow. I know basically all of them. Are they all infected? They are. Have there any who hadn't shown themselves for a while but came to buy from you again these past few days? That's right, quite a few too if I think about it. But I ask you to tell me which of your customers that applies to. Where do they all live? Okay, it's a bit of sus. Thank you. No problemo. Finally, how have you been feeling recently? Meteoropathy. Fairly regular, nothing one way or the other. With business good lately, I've been really on top of keeping my stocks up. I'm guessing you're not too obsessed with music, heh? I'm never much of an artist. Don't have as much drive as them. If I can keep my family fed, I'm happy. How am I questioning them? Thank you for your humoring me. I hope business thrives for you. Thank you. But you've still only taken one bite, Jungfrau. Want you to have a little more? Well, didn't I just... I'm joking. The doctors put health first, I understand that. But naturally, taste's a priority for us chefs. And doctors, by and large, well, they give us some understanding back. What do you say? I can understand, but I still can't approve. This understanding's a good start. We can put our differences aside. Next time you want a bite, remember, come by. She has me wondering, though. Seemed on the verge of tears after she took one bite. Such a nice young girl. Makes you wonder why she had to be a sarcasm. Jesus. Racism instantly. Chef Cock, one thing of sauerkraut, please. Coming up? Oh, it's you. 2 portions of mincemeat and a slight char on your sauerkraut, yeah? Thank you. That girl just now looked a little strange. You seen her before? She's been all around the streets lately. If I didn't before, I have now. What, are you going to invite her to yours for a cup? Forget it. You've seen how she's so busy. Probably on some serious business. No chance to have a coffee. They really hate the sarcasm, huh? Cases with abnormal improvement are distributed over an even wider area than I guessed. It's probably like emanating from the hall, maybe closer, better. Is closer gonna be better or worse? I mean, time will tell. Whoop, who are you? Huh. Fallen Sancta? Maybe? That's alright, I should be the one apologizing. I was so preoccupied admiring this magnificent building, I got in the way of your motive. Motive? Goodbye. You can't just do that. Goodbye. She's in a hurry. I suppose it's about time to head back. There's no residence in the square. Is she the one talking to Gertrude? Time will tell. Hey, Fraulein, drunken. What a strong smell of alcohol. Yeah, you devil. Up, here we go. Sarcasm racism incoming. You just left my house, you don't remember? You're a relative of Mr. Schneider. He didn't seem to be at home when I made the visit just now. I'm his son. He sucked my father's blood. Hibiscus, hibiscus. Andante, not a moment too late. This man here is extremely worked up, and I don't know what he's trying to convey. Andante from Rhodes Island. Go tell your boss right now to send this devil back home. Never let her back in the afterglow. Dad, just calm down for now. Tell me what she did. It helps me write my report afterward. I was wondering why you were taking so long to return. Head back to the branch office for now. I'll observe a little longer. Something's not right here. Maybe what he says can help us out somehow. She sucked my father's blood. Devil, bloodsucker. You know what that means? Mr. Schneider, you may have heard legends about vampires. I'm just an ordinary sarcast. Fresh blood has no attractive force on me. Who said anything about vampires? Hey buddy, what do you say? What she's doing? Collecting blood from infected. Me? Yeah, you. Go on. I'm busy right now, excuse me. Some people got no spine. Bro, you tell me. Well, I'm not too sure of the details, but I've heard about casters using infected blood to do their arts. And the Spire casters secretly abducting infected lately. They're doing about the same thing. That's what I want to hear. The devil's been collecting our blood from all over. That shit's exactly what she's doing. Collecting the blood of infected for arts. Based on what I know, nothing apart from, quote-unquote, Witch King's remains. Oh god. That's probably a no-no. Hibiscus' mindless utterance stuns not just the two infected in silence, but the entire crowd about them, who gathered to see what the fuss was about. You'd utter the Majesty's name just like that? You really are all tied up. That's it, she has to be. It's what the prophecy said. This devil's going to use infected blood to blast us all with arts. Prophecy? You mean the one His Majesty issued? Right, that one. We can't let that prophecy come through. Did you say prophecy? I heard there was a prophecy recently, but it was all vague. What did it say exactly? I'm just as curious. You're trying to drive me off based on some prophecy. But I don't even know anything about it. How do you expect me to go just like that? We can't just talk about it out loud. Who can guarantee he didn't leave behind some kind of arts? Maybe our each and every move is all. Eek. Then tell us quietly. What exactly did the prophecies say? Dante, have you heard similar rumors lately? It rings a faint bell to be honest, but never paid any attention to it. Not to mention His Majesty died long ago, and even if he were alive and well, we'd have no reason to leave any prophecies, specifically in the afterglow. People just keep coming. Girly, I think you should take a hike. There's everything to fear here. Get out the afterglow. Please, everyone, don't just trust an unfounded rumor like this. Rumor? You have the gall to call a prophecy a rumor. Yeah. Sir, one moment you say me and those remains are all tied up. The next you're suggesting I'm disrespecting him. What exactly are you trying to get at with all these contradictions? What are you inciting? The way your sort behave, common sense never applies. Well, that's Germany being Germany. I guess. Besides, who knows what the devil like you is up to? Come here to the afterglow and using your investigation as a cover to steal our blood. Even if you mean no harm, we can't just ignore the prophecy and let you stay here. Isn't that right, everyone? Actually, you can ignore the prophecy. Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure why you all seem so scared of a fictional calamity taking place here. It's probably His Majesty's name hanging over you? But there's something that scares me more. I'm scared I won't be able to find an explanation for this incident. If I cower now, then maybe I'll be losing a golden chance to save lives. Maybe I'd leave you all to be in danger just because of my own cowardice. You can look at me like a cruel caster using infected blood for arts. You treat me like some devil spreading disaster. I don't mind any of it. I just want to save lives. Beyond that, I'm not asking the afterglow for anything else. No more lies. If you don't go, you're here to destroy the afterglow. Okay, let's not escalate. Everybody, I don't intend to start a conflict with you here. If you truly want me out of sight, I can return to Rose Island branch office for a time, and you can all cool your heads for a little while. Would that be okay? Shh, now you're talking reason. No. Where do you think the Rhodes office is? It's here in the afterglow too. Or do you think Rose Island has some special privilege, huh? That you can just take it out of the afterglow's hands. We won't let that happen. Everyone with me. Okay, this guy has to be like Agent Provocateur. Like, this is definitely an Agent Provocateur. Have this devil away. Some come charging in, some stay motionless where they are, and some choose to turn their backs on Hibiscus, leaving this site of trouble. No matter the choice they made, Hibiscus simply stands there, not choosing to fight nor choosing to flee. Stand your ground. Passionata o pathetic?
はい、すぐに出発します。皆さん、どうかお気をつけて。また後ほどお会いしましょう。
I can see how this can be cringe.
じゃあ、この宴会の歌に耳を傾け。
Has to be thorns.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
Oh wait, there's only one. Okay, this should be easy then. I mean, we're done, right? Isn't this pretty much we're done? Wait, no, we are not done.
We're counting on you again today,
But there's
little
this
apple.
guys. Oh my god. You have to make Exia phase up. Or GG.
Follow me. Apple pie.
Okay, this line mechanic is kind of weird.
永遠の故郷に帰りましょう。
Huh.
わかった。無駄だ。
Actually kinda hard, what the fuck? I mean, I can just place people there, but... Oh, they have to be in the flux. They need the line there, not just on your op. Okay.
Whew, almost dozed off.
Eh? No, 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 no. Oh god, there's only one guy.
Now's the time to help everyone out.
Okay, they're not super tanky.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, Calcis should be good here then, I think. Since the flux shouldn't affect monster, and Calcis region is only Calcis region affected by the flux. Dante tries his best to stop the tide of people approaching Hibiscus, but what a single person can do is limit. Oh, it's a he. Crowd quickly passes by Dante and surrounds Hibiscus. Don't make me repeat myself. Out of the way. What are people trying to do? She's here to help you, so why are you doing this? This has nothing to do with you, Andante. If you're gonna protect this devil, then get her out of the afterglow. What's going on here, right? Hibiscus is in there, they're mobbing her. Move out the way, let me inside. Oh, we're moving slowly. Huh? What hole did you crawl out of? Oh, remember now, you're the kid who drifted into the afterglow not too long ago, right? Be a nice lad and go back to taking care of your oppa. And don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. What do you mean? You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong too. Hibiscus only came here to help all of you. Why are you treating her like this? People like you will never understand. We're protecting our homes from the devils, so get lost. Hibiscus isn't like that. All I know is that Hibiscus is here to treat Oripathy, and she is wholeheartedly devoted to it. Can't you all see that? Treat Oripathy? Who's Oripathy is she here to treat? Reed, you don't need to get involved with this. This is Weissheim after all. They wouldn't dare... Wouldn't dare what? Oh, chill. It's shallow. Are you out of your mind? If you got a problem, come at me. Why are you flinging arts at him for? What's any of this got to do with him? I wasn't trying to. Why the hell do we have to answer to you? Get out of here, or we're gonna put a hole in your body just like we did with this cello. Yep, that's the agent. Someone's playing the flute. Eben, help. Who wants a piece of us next, huh? Show yourself. My heart won't stop pounding. Shaiba. Why did he have to show up here? Yep, he knows. Hey, why are all you people going? Where are you? Did you not hear that sound? Wait, could be? Don't tell me it's... Please have mercy on me. I just want a bit too much to drink. I absolutely meant you no disrespect. What in the world am I doing? Ah, now they all run. Wow, they're gone. Reed, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, but my cello. Oh no, the body's been damaged so badly. Can't be fixed. I don't know. Thanks for coming to my aid. Don't mention it. It's a pleasure to meet you. Or perhaps meet wouldn't be the right word. However, I haven't had a chance to say hello until now. To be honest, you were in quite a bit of danger back there. Even though the Afterglow is technically part of Weisheim, your average patrolman has no desire to come around here. If they really decided to attack you, there's a good chance nobody would have come to help you for a while. Then I must thank you again, and to whom do I owe the pleasure? Just call me Ebenholz. Then Ebenholz, have you heard of the prophecy they were talking about? Not even once, just caught wind of it from the crowd here. In other words, this prophecy hasn't reached the Cliffy Patio yet, at all. Cliffy Patio? Patio Patio? I actually don't know which one. That's where all the nobles in Weisheim live, right? Don't lump me in with a lot of them. Huh? But aren't you Weisheims? I'm actually not a native of Weisheim. Besides, it's discourteous to casually speculate around a noble's identity. Then did you come all the way into the Afterglow to perform in Mr. Zerny's concert? Are you also an infected? Sorry, but I don't have oripathy. But I heard from someone that only infected are performed. That's enough chit-chat for now. Are you in a hurry? Of course I am. Reed and I were going to her Zerny's house to have him assess our practice today, but then all this broke out. Sorry for wasting your time. I'll be heading back to the office now. Alright, don't start moping on me. Let's head to Mr. Zerny's first. I'm sure he'll find your new instrument, seeing as how he's so fond of it. Hey, I was only joking around. Don't worry about it. But that sure is strange. I haven't heard about His Majesty's prophecy or anything of the sort. Could have been Gertrude. Okay, so he already knows she can pull stuff like this. I think I've heard something around those lines before, but only very vaguely, and there never was any mention of sarcasm. Well, whatever. The concert is the only thing that matters. What a quaint group of people, though. If they really care so much, they should head to the door of the Empress's voice and start hollering His Majesty's Majesty. Now that would be a fun show. But let's set aside from now and head to Mr. Zerny's place. With my cello. I already told you, Mr. Zerny will get you a new one. Besides, it's not their fault. Even if Mr. Zerny wanted you to pay him back for that cello, he still got me right. The cello is broken. What? Did the two of you decide to jump into a fight? No, that's not what happened. Then what happened, Creed? Ebenholz and I ran into Hibiscus while we were on our way here. Hibiscus? She was surrounded, attacked by a group of people, calling her a devil and saying that she'd bring disaster to the Afterglow. What nonsense. I was trying to defend her, and the cello got blasted by somebody's arts. Casting arts out in the open streets. What's going on in people's heads these days? So you managed to beat them back? No, Ebenholz dispersed them with his arts and helped get me and Hibiscus out. He helped you, yes. Alright, I have a clear picture now. This poor cello, alas, it was the only decent one I had. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, you didn't do anything wrong. If anything, I should be the one apologizing to you on behalf of the Afterglow for those idiots. In any case, just put the cello over there, here. I'll go look around and see if there's anything suitable for you to use. All that's left is this mass-produced one. You'll have to make do with it. Now let's hear how much you've progressed in the practice. Begin. Oh, you better not screw up now, buddies. Her Zerny, what do you think of that? I won't say there was no improvement. And considering how the two of you have only been practicing for a day, I shouldn't expect too much. But it doesn't seem that any of the problems from before have been fixed. None of the problems from before have been fixed? How could that be? You're rapping a lot faster now, Ebenholz, but you're still getting carried away in your own passages, as if you're trying to show off. In the end, you'll still need Creed to accommodate you. You're not even familiar with the music yet, so what are you trying to show off for? And then there are those ornaments. You managed to hit them all, but it's making your breathing completely uneven. What's the point of that? Creed, on the other hand, is more solid in comparison. His main problem is insufficient mastery, something that can be solved with more practice. At the end of the day, Morgan to a band is a duet. It is impossible for one person to constantly be accommodating the other. In all honesty, I would prefer to strike Morgan to the band. Zerny, what is it? How about this? Can we try again with you accompanying Ebenholz on piano? Are you sure that's a good idea? I won't be playing around him like you do. Don't blame me if he makes an utter fool of himself. He'll be fine. Chip her up. I know you can tell this in one go. Oh boy. Are you ready? Take a deep breath and go. How's that? Where's Zerny? Your braggadocio hasn't changed at all. What do you take your flute for? A tool to help you show off? However, I had no intention of matching your rhythm at all, but you more or less managed to stay steady throughout your part. It's clear to me now that while Creed is accommodating you, he's covering for your bad habits rather than for a lack of skill. While there's still ample room for improvement, you've at least met my minimum threshold. So that means you pass. Fantastic. That's a long sigh. I won't pull my punches though. I've already had to lower my standards to rock bottom today. I may ask you to show me your progress at any time. If you're still playing at this level before the concert, I will not let you step onto the stage. Am I clear? Rest assured. Additionally, Creed, you're playing on a mass-produced instrument right now, and it is only for emergency use. I would still recommend you find something else. The one you gave me is... Don't worry, I'll cover you. Oh? Let's go shopping tomorrow morning. I'll get you the very best. Is there really a big difference? Up comes the saboteurs. Gullible infected. What is it? I was telling you about His Majesty, right? His Majesty's prophecy. No fooling? Tell me more about it while we walk. I'd like to hear it again in detail. Really? Is it double saboteurs or is it really a gullible? Oh yeah, I want to know if summons can redirect the flux. They're Freischütz. What the hunter does not know is that while the final magic bullet remains unshot, true relief will elude him. Whatever that means. Wait, can you actually see where it fires? Wait, is it this? Oh god. No mulberry. Who's a cool one to use? Be glad, yeah. Specialist. I do heckin' love my... Okay, no, Lee's already maxed. Psylocke? Sure. What try with Psylocke? No, I just made her M3. Well, so M3 is in the works. Let me see. That's right. This is the place. Isn't this place too ornate to be a music store? Of course. This is the best music store in all of Visan. Otherwise, we brought you here. But didn't plan to enter the Cliffy Patio. Okay, this is disturbing me. Patio or patio? Patio. Okay, patio. Thank you. Those bureaucrats are so inefficient, but that by the time they process your application, the concert would already be over. Plus, even if we do get found out, we'd only be looking at a fine. I heard that if someone helps an infected leave with the afterglow, the punishment for them is worse than for the infected. What's there to be afraid of? It'll be fine. Stand up straight and don't act skittish. Just don't let anyone be able to tell, and we won't have any issues. Welcome, Mynheer. Are you here to pick up an instrument, or... Of course, let's find ourselves a cello first. Very well. Who might this gentleman with you be? Him, he's my... mind her. I apologize for my rudeness, but I must remind you that those wearing unauthorized apparel are not allowed in the store. I'll go wait outside then. Outside? What exactly are you afraid of? Acting all suspicious. Don't tell me you. Do you have any idea whom you're casting aspersions? Unauthorized? Suspicious? How dare you use such words to describe a noble? Do you value your own job or not? He's simply fallen on hard times and has no choice but to dress plainly. His clothes are neither damaged nor dirty, so why would he not be allowed inside the store? Excuse my rudeness, but this gentleman's attire does not match the store's required style. My cousin has just suffered a great upheaval. His cello, which he cherished greatly, was destroyed in the turmoil. I wanted to bring him here to buy a new cello as a way of expressing my condolences. What right do you have to spout nonsense about style? I mean, I don't think this is also apparel for like an employee. I am terribly sorry about this, but it's store policy that all customers must be dressed appropriately. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow a companion to enter. Fine then. Manuel takes off his cloak and drapes it over Creed. Now that he's wearing the same clothes as me, can he enter? Or is my cloak somehow part of your inappropriate dress? If I put my cloak back on later, am I also not allowed to enter? Well, I'll go ask the manager. Oh my god. This one can just mind his own business. Bruh, just let them buy for God's sake. Here, your coat. Thank you. You're welcome. It was my idea to bring you here to buy a cello in the first place. I'm bringing you inside the store one way or another, even if I have to pick a fight with that clerk. We would like to extend our sincerest apologies to both of you. The manager will be here shortly and he will personally show you our instruments. Did the manager really have to get in, bro? Excuse me, are you busy right now? What's hibiscus? Hey, aren't you the gullible infected? We got plenty of time. What about your condition? You. I was worried that clerk was going to report us to the authorities. Nonsense. It's not like he knew you were an infected. He just saw your shoddy clothes and took you for a commoner. Tisk. Looks like we forgot something. We forget? Our suits, of course. Surely you don't plan to wear this on stage. It's too unprofessional. Let's go. I'll find you the best tailor in all of Iceland. No, I can't. During the fitting, the original crystals would... You do have a point. In that case, we'll find the best tailor in the afterglow. How about it? Look at that thing. The sky is blue and fine. Alright. I can't thank you enough for buying the cello for me and for helping me order a suit. The cello's on me, and we haven't even gotten your clothes yet. Nor do we know how they'll look on you. You can save your thanks for later. We'll know by tomorrow afternoon. I'm sure they'll fit just great. So thank you. Since we left the store, all you've been doing other than humming is thanking me. We've been over it a dozen times. Hum. The river murmurs clear. Noon. What's the matter? I think I've heard it before, or maybe I haven't. Never mind. It's probably just my imagination. By the way, you studied the cello, so why don't you have one of your own? Did it break? The teacher who taught me how to play did give me a cello, but it didn't take long for someone to mess it up. Even though it's still sitting back at home, by the time I leave the city, I might only be able to bring the bow with me. Just the bow. What's the purpose of that? Seeing the bow is enough to remind me of my teacher. I'm afraid if I were to lose the bow, I might forget my teacher as well. Forget? Don't you remember your teacher just fine? Actually, I'm already starting to forget. My teacher was a nice Sancta lady with... Oh my god, it's her. Very long hair, she dressed plainly and always had a smile on her face. The one Hibiscus bumped into. The weird black winged and crowned Sancta. I used to remember a lot more, as if she were standing right before my eyes, but not anymore. There are actually a lot of others I wanted to remember. So I need a few keepsakes to make sure I won't completely forget. Keepsakes, huh? What about right now? What do you plan to remember Zerny by? I suppose the signature would do just fine. What about the hibiscus from Rose Islands? For hibiscus, maybe an empty medicine bottle with a Rose Island logo? You're too easy to please. So long as it helps me remember, the actual object doesn't matter. What about me then? It'd be the cello, wouldn't it? Maybe something else. The cello from my teacher didn't last very long. If this one also, fair enough. I want to keep a coin that you gave me. Maybe punch holes through it and wear it as a pendant. That sounds like a pretty good idea. Money is how you'll remember me. Eh? Is there something wrong with that? Then I'll pick something else. No, it's a fine idea. Shall we head back home and practice? Actually, I was thinking, why don't we pay a visit to her Zerny first? Oh? I'll pass. It's no secret that he gets all pissy when he sees me. I'm sure that's just a misunderstanding. It'll get cleared up. We've been saying that since the first day we met him. Even if it really is some sort of misunderstanding, I think we're well beyond the point of clearing anything up. So yes, I'll pass after all. But Herzerni approved yesterday, didn't he? All misunderstandings have to be resolved bit by bit. Let's go. I want to see him so we can try out the cello you just got out for me. It'll be a shame if such a wonderful instrument didn't have a knowledgeable audience. Back to Hibiscus. Excuse me, are you busy right now? Hibiscus, sorry, but now's not a very good time. I'd just like you to answer a few questions. You're also free to not answer if there's anything you're not comfortable disclosing. You're not gonna take my blood? I wouldn't do that without your consent. Okay. I don't want to believe it, but this cello isn't something you can find in the afterglow after one morning of shopping around. You went to the Cliffy patio, didn't you? I did. Bold of you. Actually, Ebenholz got into an argument with the store clerk just so I could go into the store. An argument? Did you think your clothes weren't fancy enough for the Cliffy patio? The clerk says something about not being able to enter the store unless dressed appropriately, but do you see anything wrong with the Creed's attire? They were purposely fault-finding because Creed was wearing commoners' clothes. So you, a noble, have begun to fight for the commoners. I did it for Creed. Regardless of whether he's a noble or commoner, his skill is more worthy of the instruments inside that store. To deny Creed entry but to sell those magnificent wares to nobles who needlessly fill their shelves with them would be to treat the finest lumber as firewood. That's a pretty good analogy, actually. I like that. Nods. I didn't expect to hear those words out of your mouth. Creed, go ahead and get acquainted with your new instrument. I'll accompany Ebenholz and have him practice solo for a bit. Let's see if we can change some of his old habits. Change my habits, I dare say. Yes, Herzeni? See, all misunderstandings have to be resolved bit by bit. Herzeni's attitude is already changing. The rest is up to you. Oh boy. Use that, devil? Okay, sheesh! Relax, bro. Get out of here. Do you have any memory problems or something? What the hell is this guy's problem? Sorry to bother you. Get your ass back here. Did you need something? You're planning to go hide back in your office again, aren't you? Aye. Get him, coffee shop guy. You're being a bit unreasonable. Who the hell do you think you are? You still owe me quite a lot of coffee money, so who do you think I am? Oh, it's you, her Beagler. I have no idea how to get... Beagler? I'll go with Beagler. Sorry, didn't you notice you there? Well, and there he goes. Thank you. Don't mention it. At the end of the day, the Afterglow is an infected settlement. It's real lively here, but you'll run into plenty who can't be reasoned with. Best be careful out there. Thank you for the reminder. Here's my business card with the phone number of my coffee shop on front of the side. If you're ever thirsty, give me a call. We deliver too, real fast. Haha. By the way, hasn't Andante always been the one in charge of the Rose Islands office? Did you just get dispatched over here? Actually, I'm here to investigate some strange happenings. Oh, Mr. Beagler, regarding your condition. Strange happenings? What kind of strange happenings are you talking about? I haven't heard a thing. So this is what happened. How fares the situation? Frivolous novel. Lachman's plans proceeded spectacularly. Graf Orticia's actions were largely within expectations. Though he did cause some hindrance to Lachman, it was most likely accidental and did not incur any lasting consequences. That's nothing. I never expected Lachman alone to drive Rose Island out of the Afterglow. As for Zerny, he already had to expend most of the goodwills he's earned, not to mention copyrights, just to invite those haughty critics to the concert. Word also has it that he held his nose and write a glowing recommendation for a Nobles album that he held nothing but disdain for. For someone like him, there's no going back now that he's stooped to this level. What about the Sancta from a few days ago? If I remember right, when she applied for entry into the city, she said she came from Laterano to immerse herself in Lathanian culture? According to the records, she concluded her tour around Weisheim and left earlier today for her next destination. So we don't have to worry about her. Question mark? Let's go, we should be on our way to Afterglow Hall. Our appointment with Zerny isn't until tonight. There's no shortage of prep work to be done. Plus, if that one ever decides to head to Afterglow Hall on a whim, our hired muscle won't be enough to stop him. That's when things get troublesome. The heck you guys doing? The Freischütz. Okay, so yep, this is like starting points. How do we do this? How do we do this?
I'm here to help. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Help. Let me see. But the lightning won't. This is so awkward. I mean, I don't have to, but I'm already strategizing. Oh, so I can abuse these for mana regen.
進め。思考を明晰にするは戦術。命令子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。準備完了。Now's the time to help everyone
Now
out.
I don't need the mana regen.
邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を
Oh yeah, in the absolutely abuse that.
全員の行動力を奪う。
Okay, Golden Glow is gonna be another good Golden Glow. You can abuse the fucking.
総員3回。
Eh! These splash damage, okay. I need someone to face down. Exia or Cal? Exia.
Let me create a diversion.
Yeah, we don't need you
意志を堅固
anymore.
にするわ。Gather around me, guys. 空気の陸地に乾きすぎね。
Oh god. That's gonna face down.
思考を明晰にするは戦術。ご指示を。
That is so awkward.
戦場。それは変わった子供たちの悲鳴。Gather around me, guys.
お前の攻撃は想定の通り。
If I face mana drop back.
私の声に応えろ。
So Storm should have been here. Oh, worst case scenario, I can do something like
My
this.
sword will respond the instant I spot the movement.
It doesn't matter for Thorns though, because he actually doesn't. Okay, so Thorns is also kind of good, like just kind of there. Since he doesn't need the flux.
大地こそが我が友
Ow!
命令を動き回るな。そうすればお互い手間が省
Banging
ける。
magicians. It's an arts user. No good. At the triplets. No, throughout this entire piece. I thought you were trying to show off at first, but after a few sessions, it's clear that you are not. Instead, you're deliberately handling high difficulty passages with excessive flair as if to obfuscate the less technical passages. In theory, you should already be quite familiar with this piece, so what's the point of fudging the easy sections? The point? To fudge my way out of this rote mechanical drilling. How's that for an answer? Oh, you've lost your temper. Showing off, fudging, why such loaded words? The way I see it, I'm wasting time repeating the same piece over and over. Whether you understand or not doesn't matter to me, but you're going to be playing in my concert. If I say it's no good, then that means it's no good. Keep practicing and don't stop until you understand what I'm talking about. Fine, I also happen to want to know what manner of unfathomable creature I'm running from. Start from measure 17. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the matter? What was going through your head when you played that passage just now? Nothing in particular. Wrong. You're throwing a fit at me. And what warranted you specifically pointing that out to me? That was the best you've sounded all day. Are you joking? Do I need to joke around with you? All you can think about right now is how to shut me up, isn't that right? That's exactly the way to approach it. When I wrote this piece, I was also thinking of someone who always competes with me. You're not saying anything, so I'm assuming you're still surly. Or do you have such a problem with me that you don't want anything to do with me anymore? No, I actually thought what? Takes a deep breath. I thought you had a problem with me. I do have a problem with you. You have a problem with me, and is it that I'm a noble? That is one reason, but not a particularly important one. It's true that I do not like nobles, but that does not stop me from applauding their music. Just as some nobles sees me as unclean, but that does not stop them from practicing my compositions at home. Even the fortunate ones, sheltered and blissfully unaware of the plight of man, with sufficient respect for music and a desire to pursue it, may be found expounding the joys of life. But your performance is virtuosic at times, yet perfunctory at others. Overall, it's as if one side of you is just trying to kill time while the other half is going to great lengths for embellishments and frills, as if to prove to others that your problem is a matter of motivation rather than capacity. Let me be clear about this. This is a form of blasphemy against music, an attitude I absolutely cannot accept. Fortunately for you, you've already proven to me that you're not doing it on purpose. At least, you have the ability to rid yourself of this state. What I suspect more now is that you have a talented teacher who was irresponsible towards his students. Yes, that's exactly the kind of person my teacher was. Thanks to him, I can perform a few pieces on pretty much every instrument, but I loathe him from the bottom of my heart. That actually is the case. His music must have been quite unusual as well. You're right about that, but I don't want to talk about him anymore. No matter. Back on topic. I need you to remember how you felt today. I'm not telling you to keep holding your nose while you practice this piece, but I'd like you to remember the rhythms and expressions from this last time, and the way you play those passages and transitions. Alright? Good, let's wrap things up. You must be tired from practicing for so long. I still need to take a look around the concert hall, and we meet with my sponsors, so I need to get going soon. That's it for today. I'll have Ursula fetch something to drink for you and Kraid. Ursula, where are you? Kraid? Have you seen Ursula? She said she was going to Rose Island to fetch some medicine and left about half an hour ago. Half an hour ago? Their office isn't that far away. I'll head down to the Rhode Island office to see what's going on. You two can go home. Uh-oh. I was also about to go there to visit my grandpa, so I'll come with you. Ebon Holes want to join us. Not like I have anything better to do. Hibiscus. Ebon Holes, Creed, and Mr. Zerny too. You all came at just the right time. I'm cooking up some food. Would you like to join us in a bit? Hibiscus, where's Ursula? Miss Ursula's helping out in the kitchen. Well, if it isn't her journey. Didn't you come here to pick up medicine? How'd you end up cooking? That was the plan, but I caught Hibiscus cooking and Andante went out again. Thought it'd be bad to impose and offered to lend a hand. Now you're here and that takes care of tonight's dinner as well. Since Eben, Holz, and Creed are here too, we need to make extra. How about Grandpa's portion? Your grandpa's been asleep this whole time. I'm afraid he won't be able to join us at the table tonight. The whole time? Has his condition worsened? Don't worry, as far as I can tell, that's a common side effect of the medication, but he'll adjust to it soon enough. Alright. Hibiscus, what's this thing? It looks just like an apple. It's a very nutritious tuber, great for your health. I haven't seasoned it yet though, so hold on a bit. What's a tuber? Would you like to check out the concert hall with your sponsor? I still have to fill up the tank before I go. That sponsor must be very dear to you, right, Zerny? Dear, huh? Ha, quite the opposite. At first, I truly thought the two of us kindred spirits, but I quickly realized she is not the same kind of person as I. If I recall correctly, your true soulmate was the one intimately connected to Morgan und Abend, only to pass away before you completed that opus. That's right. Now that I think about it more calmly, the reason you rubbed me the wrong way from the very beginning might have something to do with the way this piece came about. Hearing you play Morgan und Abend like that filled my heart with some dissatisfaction. But now that you've seen the light, the stone in my heart is... a dust has been shed. It's all thanks to those hours of intense instruction you provided. Otherwise, ugh. I see sarcasm is also one of your bad habits? Maybe it is. It's fine, I don't mind. The way I see it, the most important quality a musician can have is sincerity. Sarcasm aside, even deeply rooted hatred, if expressed using the proper techniques, is meaningful all the same. I guess it depends on what kind of hatred, huh? The last dish is ready. Not for Ursula's help, cooking all these dishes would have taken forever. Eating together makes it feel like we're one big family. Bumbles. Family, huh? Speaking of family, I wonder how Lava is doing back on the land ship. Lava? Is she also, like, Lava Alter? Lava is my sister and an infected. She can be a handful at times, but she's a good egg. Why egg? Your eyes lighted up when you mentioned your sister Hibiscus? Yeah, really? Hehe. Lava's the kind of girl who remembers who's been good to her, even if she's bad at expressing it. She's always getting into trouble. She's also infected, but unlike me, she's really into studying her own original arts. That's why she needs to pay extra attention to her diet. Plus, she tends to miss meals or stay up too late because of her training. And I always have to remind her. Oh my, I'm sorry. Whenever I talk about Lava, I can't help myself. The food's going to go cold, so let's dig in. I'm going to go change Creed's grandpa's bandages first, and then I'll be right back. She sure loves her little sister. That's what siblings are for. Can't help but wonder at times if mine her had a brother or sister of his own. Maybe he'd be a bit more easygoing. Ursula. Haha. Hibiscus, are you done changing his bandages? I'll be there in a moment. Coming. Thanks for waiting. Now then, don't stand on ceremony. Go ahead and dig in. Ali? Provocateur guy? Nope. My boy. Here you go. One order of pan-fried sauerkraut. Thank you. Finally, something normal to eat. Wait, huh? You even packed some of her health foods to go? I must admit, the taste was rather odd, but I don't think it's good to waste food. You can eat that yourself tomorrow. Here for another bowl of soup, mine her? No thanks, I'm full. You didn't notice anything off with her cooking when you were in the kitchen? Couldn't just go around tasting food, being in someone else's kitchen and all. Besides, she does cook plenty healthy, I can see that much. Suppose I could also learn a thing or two from Hibiscus. Chingap meong cooking. Oh, why'd you just get out? Mind her, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Come back. That's why he's skedaddled. I'm back. Oh, she was not there the whole time? How was it? Have you eaten yet? If not, thanks for the offer, but I already ate out. I even saved a portion just for you. Sorry for making you do the detective legwork, but it's hard for me to get around right now. Don't worry about it. I'm also part of the Afterglow. If I can find some way to improve the situation, it'll benefit me just fine. Now for the data analysis. Fancy. I must say, this setup surpasses my expectations. Far from it, mind her. This is your farewell concert after all. If anything, it ought to be more grandiose. I was talking about the instruments. Ah yes, Dame Gertrude spent a significant amount of money procuring the highest quality instruments. We've tried our best to meet you and your musicians' needs when it comes to the venue and equipment. Okay, this is very sus. Glad you got a good look around. If I'm not mistaken, I believe I still haven't seen the lounge. Ah, look at this sorry memory of mine. Right this way. That's strange. Why won't this door open? Is there someone inside? Yes, someone indeed is inside. Who's that, Gertrude? Dame Gertrude. Considering the significance of this concert, I am personally inspecting the concert hall's furnishings. That you would have to come handle such trivial matters in person means that we have failed in our duties. Sincerest apologies. It's fine. If I heard right, her Zerny is also here? Yes, I am. What are you doing in there? I'm checking the lounge's interior. My opinion, while the lounge does meet the bare minimum as set by you and your musicians, it leaves much to be desired. Water stains on the mirrors, rustling on the drawer handles plating, small holes in the carpet, just naming a few of the problems. I told you before, this concert doesn't need so much pomp and flair. As long as things work, it's good enough. That will not do. As your sponsor, my reputation is closely tied to the performance that you and your underlings put on. How many times do I have to tell you? They are musicians who volunteer to play in the concert, not my underlings. There is no difference in the eyes of the people you've invited. Have it your way. I'll open the door for you now. You're free to inspect the facilities yourself. Never mind, I'll just leave it in your hands. Do you not want to come in and take a look? Not in the slightest, so you can stop putting on airs. I trust you didn't want to see my face either, right? So let's make things easy for one another. Preserve your tone. This is how we've always talked to each other. Then run along and do as you please. I'll proceed with the needed inspections here. Okay. I just hope that these mundane affairs will prove to be a benefit to you on the day of the concert, rather than a hindrance. Oh boy. Inspections, quote unquote.
Is this how you command the Agar hunters too? Seems like the victory that the arrogant doctor promised might actually be plausible.
Okay, let me BRB core quite a long while here. Okay, that definitely took a while. Ooh, I like that sound. Let's look at this scissor. Oh, 200. Not too long now. LE4, surprise! Oh, a normal one. Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen. Loud so that was, it's no cause for alarm. What, something exploded? Oh, sweet, look at that. We can face like that. We can face down. We can face dip. Easy. Maybe not Psylocke. Maybe Psylocke. I don't know. Golden Glow for sure. Golden Glow very freaking good. Bum 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 bum. Knock knock. Evan? Oh, she knows too. Okay. Hibiscus. Good morning. You're up early today. It's barely light out. Where's Seven Holes? Hmm? He's still asleep. Your eyes are all bloodshot. He'd stay up all night. Wake him to hurry. What happened? False recovery. I have no idea what you're trying to say. Do you really not understand me, or are you just... Fine, I'll explain it one more time. The reason I came to the Afterglow was to investigate why the infected people here were suddenly getting better. But according to our visits over the last few days, the infected here in the Afterglow are not getting better, but exhibiting something called a false recovery. In other words, the patient's conditions appears to be getting better, but in reality is taking a turn for the worse. Why would they appear to be improving then if they're getting worse? Let me explain it another way. Generally speaking, whenever the body is injured, the best outcome is for it to return to its original state. If it is unable to return to its original state, the body will mobilize its non-damaged parts to cover for the functions lost through the injury, a process we call compensation. Okay. Right now, most of the infected in the Afterglow have activated their body's compensation functions, causing them to appear to be in very good shape. But inside them, where the eye cannot see, the severity of their auropathy is rapidly getting worse. At the current rate, a certain cohort is about to enter the decompensation stage. Decompensation. Once the extent of the damage exceeds the body's maximum ability to compensate, the fragile equilibrium is broken and the patient quickly lapses into the acute exacerbation stage of auropathy, where the condition deteriorates sharply and becomes life-threatening. What, are there just gonna be crystals picking through the skins? Gee. Actually, there are already people starting to enter the acute stage. How? I get the gist of what you're talking about, but what does this have to do with... Wait, are you saying that Creed is at risk too? No, that isn't the problem. Based on an analysis of our findings, so you and Creed seem to be the primary factors behind this occurrence. Ah, so they're the resonance. Creed and I caused all of this? That's complete nonsense. After analyzing your activities and movements, I've confirmed that you, or maybe something you're carrying, is strongly correlated with the incidence of false recovery. Okay, hold up. Okay, we're good. So, I guess Ebenholz is about to, For example, the worker in the laundromat beside your residence said the day before that she felt especially good. Her condition worsened dramatically last night and she was nearly taken to hospice care. I urge the two of you to cooperate with me. If you have any leads, please let me know right away. This is for the safety of everyone in the Afterglow. Not sure if Creed knows he has a thing in him. Can't think of anything at all. Nothing's coming to mind. Okay, he's choosing to hide it. Can the two of you come down to the office with me and let me check something real quick, just in case? Judging by the markers, one of you is a completely healthy man, and the other is in the stable phase of auropathy. How could this be? Hibiscus, this time, it's the owner of a music shop behind Afterglow Hall. How's the situation? Thankfully, he signed an agreement with the hospital in the Cliffy patio, and has already been picked up. Another case of false recovery. That's right, just yesterday afternoon, he reported no discomfort whatsoever. I'll go follow up, just to make sure the hospital doesn't find a way to renege on the agreement. Okay. Renege. Renege, right. Go back on. Those two, I'll handle it. Then I'll be off. I'm done. Okay. I have to ask again, is there anything you can think of? Every moment is the difference between life and death, so please. Is he still gonna conceal? How about this? Ebenholz, why don't you come with me first? Let's have a chat about this. Creed, would you mind waiting a bit inside? Okay, so maybe Hibiscus does know something about Eben. And or the other one. Why'd you drag me out here by myself? I apologize in advance if this comes off the wrong way, but want you and Creed to keep some distance from each other, the sooner the better. Why are you telling me this and not him? Do you suspect that I purposely caused this so-called false recovery? No. If only it were that simple, I'll be able to hand you straight to the Weisheim authorities and that'll solve the root of the issue. But the incidents of false recovery started before you arrived, and Andante was the one who noticed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the Afterglow or even to Weisheim. Then why did you say that before I came? What about Creed? The phenomenon of false recovery began right after he arrived in Weisheim. After he arrived in Weisheim? How could that be? It was at roughly the same time Kriv arrived in the Afterglow. The indicators from a portion of the infected here began to gradually improve. But his effect on the infected was so minuscule at the time that nobody else noticed except the thorough and careful Andante. After the two of you met at the registration, Creed's influence suddenly strengthened. Based on the reports Andante submitted to the Rhodes Island landship, the situation would have taken at least half a year to deteriorate to its current state with just Creed alone. After you arrive, in just a few days' time, we have the current situation on our hands. I need you to explain me what exactly is going on here. If you don't have an explanation, I'll need you to put things on hold before the situation spins out of control. So, I hope you'll leave the Afterglow and Weisheim as quickly as possible. Oh boy, what about the concert? The concert? That's what matters to you? If the false recovery is caused by some sort of arts, then your ensemble would amplify that, if anything. Wait, could it be that's your... Stop. I'll be frank. I hate nothing more than being unfairly accused. This isn't a problem that can be resolved by respecting your feelings. I know. So give me some time. How long do you need? If things go smoothly, just a few hours. If not, I don't know, but I'll promise I'll be back. Alright, I'll trust you just this once. Oh boy. I don't agree to this. Ebenholz worked so hard to perform in the concert and finally managed to win over her Zerny. It'll be a travesty if he just walked away at this point. You're missing the bigger picture. We're talking about people's lives here. But, Ebenholz? Ebenholz, where are you going? Ebenholz. Is he taking him with him too? You look like you're all out of breath. Did you run the entire way here? I'd urge you not to see me out in this manner. The risk of being exposed is... exposed. Things are starting to go pear-shaped and that's what you're worried about? I want to ask you something. Does the resonance from your so-called voice of Terra have any effect on other people? The resonance? No. As long as it is not deliberately directed, the voice of Terra's resonance should not affect others in any way. Then why did Hibiscus see me and Creed as the source of the false recoveries? Hibiscus? Rhodes Island operator dispatched to Weisheim. So Rhodes Island has termed this phenomenon false recovery, a clear and concise description, as you would expect of such professionals. You knew about it after all. If you're talking about the anomalies that have been happening to the infected in the Afterglow recently, then yes, I do know. What exactly is going on? You drink a bit? Stated simply, the voice of Terra within Creed is damaged. Damaged? When you cast arts, the voice of Terra inside you will activate, therefore assisting you, correct? Yes, I do hear a faint shrill melody as I'm casting arts. How can something like that be damaged? Creed's voice of Terra has always been in an active state, unlike how you are able to turn yours off. In other words, he's been unconsciously casting arts all around him, with no ability to control it. If you ask him, he'd probably tell you that he's always been able to hear some sort of vague melody in his head. You can understand this phenomenon as leakage. This false recovery is a product of the voice of Terra's leakage, indiscriminately increasing the activity of arts, originum in the surrounding, using the power of originum to heal the nearby infected. However, the source of healing energy is taken directly from the originum within the body of each infected. Using the infected themselves as arts devices, using the originum inside the bodies to enhance their compensatory functions. This is the false recovery caused by Creed's voice of Terra. Creed has been in this state for a long time, continuously affecting the infected around him. Ah, so that's why his grandpa is like that. Oof. If this has been going for so long, someone should have figured it out by now. The credit for that goes to you, Her Ebenholz. Me? Resonance. Resonance amplifies the leakage of Kree's voice of Terra, which is causing an explosion in the recent cases of false recovery. That's a situation, yes. Alright, I see exactly what's going on now. I hereby withdraw from your plan. Freedom is at your fingertips, and you're going to give it up just like that? I'm not crazy enough to buy my freedom with the lives of an entire swath of infected. You've been shaken by that woman from Rhodes Island. This false recovery is indeed not a good thing, but your concert with Creed is just a few days away. After a few days, your voice of terror will be removed, and then you'll leave Weissheim. Nobody would even notice that we're short of a few infected. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you walk away now, Graf Urtica's shadow will follow you your entire life. Is that what you really want? What exactly is Graf Urtica? No, but I won't do that either. Goodbye, Dame Gertrude. Where are you going? None of your business. Nope. Your footsteps sound rather unsteady. Are you getting a headache? I already told you. It's none of your business. Huh, they're pretty casual with their disagreements. Lefort. Surprise. Okay, if I'm understanding it correct, it's gonna shoot here.
I got this.
Oh, there's two!
I can do this.
Okay, this makes it easier then. God, thank you. Bam, 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 bam.
Good scenery here.
作戦の準備はできたか。各位、迎撃態勢。
They can put it to the right. Maybe a Scatty there? No, Scatty here should be better.
安心して。
Where are you going, buddy?
大丈夫だから。
時間をかけるつもりはない。
ここに立つのは私の使命。
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
命令
子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
Now's the time to
Oh, yeah,
help
look at that.
everyone out.
The melody.
ねえ、無駄だ。
歌の音があなたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ。Hey, little apple.
Okay, I wanna see if... Ah, fudge. I need to redirect. I can't redirect now.
指定の座標に到
Do
着。
you redirect? No, you do not. Interesting. Oh god.
新たな挑戦ね。
目を凝らす。
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Oh, that screws everything up.
見てる
Okay.
人がいるって不思議な感じね。
Is it?
My sword will respond the instant I spot
Nope,
them
it's
moving.
only not offensive defensive recovery. It has to be auto. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. You're damaged. Get wrecked, kid. This is nope. It's not available. Okay, so summons so far do not. Which is good, so I can do this. Oh, you're a big boy. What do you do? Okay, multi-target. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, chain. Oh my god, it's just like that chapter 10 caster, not like this. She's insane, absolutely insane. That's an entire district of people we're talking about. Besides, does she really think she can come away clean from an incident of this scale? If I went along with her plan, I'll be the first one to take the fall. Even though I'm losing this opportunity, there's nothing to feel bad about. I'll have other opportunities. I can afford to wait. I made it to Weisheim's customs office. Nope. Just as Evan Holmes is about to enter the customs office, an intense headache nearly knocks him off his feet. Coward on the run. I don't need you telling me what to do. Even if I die in an Urticia, I don't want to become a murderer like you. You fear. You are afraid. If you are ensnared by fear, then never in your life shall you taste freedom. Shut up. Naive idiot. Call me whatever you want. Do you think that woman can get you out of here so easily? Good. It doesn't look like there's anyone here. I just need to be extra careful and make sure nobody sees me. You're gonna stand out, yeah, no more. Just a little farther and I'll be in the uninhabited plate on the edge of the city. Takes a deep breath. Were you seriously planning to jump off the edge of a nomadic city? While that is technically the quickest way out of Weisheim, I would advise against it. Don't force my hand, Gertrude. I have no intention of doing that. Then leave me alone. Get out of my sight. Where do you plan to go? Weisheim will continue to move until the concert comes to an end. You have nowhere to go. Even if you risk life and limb to force your way out, only the barren wastelands await you. I'd rather step into the uncharted wastelands then. I'd rather die in the waste than spend another second in Weisheim. Correct. I understand how you feel, but can you calm down first and let me finish? What more do I need to hear from you? Do you really want me to reveal everything to you right here, my dear Graf Urtica? Graf Urtica. You don't need to emphasize my title. I know what you're trying to say. Okay, so that's his title. First of all, I promise that under the current conditions, our plan can still proceed smoothly. It's not our plan, it's yours. If your semantic games allow you to sleep better at night, then so be it. Creed's voice of terror is damaged, and Rhodes Island has also discovered its side effects. Can a damaged voice of terror cancel out another one? Even if it could, would Rhodes Island turn a blind eye? Indeed, Creed's voice of terror can still join in resonance. As for Rhodes Island, where do you think we are? This is Weisheim, my domain. That little Fraulein Hibiscus is also an infected. Even letting her step into Leithanion is only to keep up appearances with Rhodes Islands. She can go nowhere but Weisheim. In any case, she only knows that there's something going on with you and Creed, but doesn't know how it's happening. She has no evidence. I understand, you don't have the heart to bring harm upon the infected to have nothing to do with this. The way I see it, this compassion is extraneous, but if you truly wish to act upon it, it is even more important that you carry out the plan. Carry out the plan, and let all those infected people die. I'll tell you the rest of the plan then. Why not now? You and Creed will duet, and you will remove your own voice of terror. Yes, we know this. Afterwards, I'll create some commotion in the concert hall and take advantage of the chaos to kill Creed and disguise his body as yours. Oh boy. What did you say? As he has become the biggest scourge of the Afterglow, it is impossible for him to live on. Impossible for what? Don't be ridiculous. The biggest scourge in the Afterglow is none other than you. As I said before, all the scourges of the Afterglow come from Creed's corrupted voice of terror. Resonance exacerbates the leakage of the voice of terror in an irreversible process. Even if you were to plummet off the edge of this nomadic city, Creed's voice of terror would not return to the relatively harmless state it was in a week ago. More importantly, the voice of terror isn't just harming the people around Creed, it's also hurting him. He is the biggest victim of the resonance between you two. He may seem perfectly healthy right now, but don't be fooled. That is just another example of false recovery. Creed's body may have adapted to the voice of terror in the past, but with the recent surge of leakage, this delicate balance is about to be thrown upside down. An optimistic estimate is that his good days will come to an end within 2 weeks. After that, he will experience the intense suffering that occurs in the acute phase, following the false recovery phase. The happiest ending for both him and the Afterglow will be for him to die following the concert. For you, for me, for the Afterglow, and for him, it'll be a good thing. I would obtain a trump card I could pull out at any time. The Afterglow would obtain peace, Creedy would obtain his rest. And you would obtain your freedom. Graf Urtica, rightful heir of Titania. The last of the Witch King's bloodline. Yep. Freedom. For as long as I can remember, I've never known freedom. Poor child. Is this one of the Twin Empress? No courtesy or greetings are needed. Just listen to me. Even though you were born into a distant branch far from the Witch King, you are indeed the last of his bloodline. Out of pity, I will not trouble you. Beyond that, you shall also inherit the fiefs passed down from generations to generation in your family. You will become the lens share of Urtica. You will learn to take responsibility for your own subjects. You are about to take a completely different path from that of your disgraceful kin. I await you. This was my first memory. I was around 5 or 6 years old at the time. I can't remember from before that. I only vaguely remember coming into contact with a strange thing called the Voice of Terra and nearly lost my life. Staring at the pure white dress in front of me, I was filled with thoughts that I'd become some obscure little aristocrat. I thought I'd live the rest of my life in peace, with the exception of the occasional headache and the auditory hallucinations from the Voice of Terra. Your illustrious highness, you should know to mind your words and actions, and to not leave the spire without good reason. I must remind you, everything that you are has been bestowed upon you by their majesties. Okay, it is the Twin Empress. Your illustrious highness, aren't you forgetting something? You ought to praise their majesties before you eat. Your illustrious highness, we will be learning a new piece today. This song expresses the gratitude of the nobles towards their majesties. Please keep that in your heart. Your highness. Okay, no more illustrious. Your mastery over originals is simply transcendent. You want something more elaborate? Hi, you need not wear yourself out. Everyone around me did everything they could to limit my freedom, instilling in my mind an allegiance to the Twin Empress. That was the price for being able to live in peace and quiet. I was willing to pay for it. I paid it for a very long time. Your highness, I shall be frank from the onset. You are the true heir to Lithuania. I've been laying in wait in your spire for a number of years now. I'm sure you recognize me. You don't have to say anything, just listen to me. You don't have to agree with me or repudiate me. I know that you're scared, that you don't want to lose even this life you have now. But you should at least know how those people see you and what they want you to do. I'm sure you know that the attendants the tyrants have forced upon you are setting upon the banquet below. I will take you there and let you see the truth. The one in front of me grabbed me and pulled me up off the ground. My palm was drenched in sweat. Now that's the good stuff. I had no idea he had such exquisite wine down in the cellar. You flatter me. Urtica's countryside lacks just about everything, but there are indeed a number of master winemakers here. Then we've got to make sure to drink our fill before the little runt grows up. Can't be leaving any for him. Ha, that simply won't do. The boy has been under house arrest for a number of years, but I'm looking for the right time to teach him how to drink. I'll have to fill him until he's a hopeless alcoholic. I was interested for a short while. You will become the Lenser of Urtica. Oh, so you still had that trick up your sleeves. Once the runt has been completely soaked with wine, it'll be a load off their majesties. Shh. Yes, right. Screw me, mate. Guess I'll have to repent with another glass. You will learn to take responsibility for your own subjects. But remember, these words don't leave the wine table. We can't allow the boy to have hairs. That's the order from on high with my life on the line. If it's that big of a deal, why don't you find an apothecary? That won't work. It'll leave a paper trail. Only by letting him usher his own downfall will my task be considered complete. Ambitious, truly ambitious. Come, let us drink to that. You're about to take a completely different path from that of your disgraceful kid. If I can get rid of the boy without getting my hands dirty, then Urtica will be mine. I'll drink to that. Prost. Prost. I guess that's toast or cheers. Voice from nowhere. Did you hear that, boy? This is the peaceful, easygoing life you wanted. Her ebenholes? Her ebenholes? You fell over on the spot. I almost had you sent to the hospital. Feeling a little better. I'm perfectly fine. About the plan. I don't want to hear it right now. I'm going. As I said, you can leave at any time. Don't come pestering me again. Well, you'll have to forgive me for being bad at following orders. Alright, is it time to spill the beans? Welcome back. Your complexion looks terrible. What's wrong? Did you get sick? I'm fine. You sure don't look fine to me. Go rest in bed and I'll boil some water for you. There's no need. Relax. I used to take care of Grandpa when he first got sick. Just lie down and let me handle the rest. If you don't get any better, I'm going to tell Hibiscus. I'll be right back. Urtica endures a splitting headache and lies there in bed. His consciousness gradually blurs. Can he actually turn? Depraved maggots. They would destroy your exalted bloodline. Shut up. My ears. Self-deprecating trash. The sound of a sheller comes from afar. The sky is blue and fine. It's that song again. Or poem, or whatever. His headache is no less intense, but the voice in Graf Urtica's head is drowned out by the melody from the sheller. A wave of reprieve washes over it. The breeze lilts by in song. His melody sounds somewhat familiar. His splitting headache makes it impossible for him to gather his thoughts, but he feels he has heard this melody somewhere before. The river murmurs clear. Where have I heard this before? Where? My heart. You're awake. Just stay put for now. Hibiscus just came over and drew blood when she saw the state you were in. She said there's nothing wrong with your body, but you might be overstressed and worn out. Overstressed? Ha. I heard someone playing the cello just now. Was that you? Yes. Where did you learn that melody? Maybe someone hummed it to me when I was little. I don't exactly remember. When you were little. When you were little? Wait. I'm what? The weak Prodigious struggles 3 times, but nevertheless is unable to crawl out of bed. Is he the pure white person? There's no way, right? But those dusty memories within his mind, awakened by the sound of the cello, whoops, flashed once before his eyes.
任務完了。正確かつ効率のいい式だったな。
Very nice. Doctor. Oh boy. The rite of spring. No, they offer sacrifice not to that deceased figure, but to the figments within their own hearts. Ooh, nice cottage. Cowardly noble, so these are the only ones left of His Majesty's bloodline. Whoa. Those wretched women were quick at their handiwork. This is the best we can do. Reckless cast. I still say that we shouldn't be treating His Majesty's melodies so frivolously. What do you think we should do then? I think we should be a little more cautious here. Cautious? Our people are being slaughtered day after day, and you want to be cautious? This is our last chance. Even if bring His Majesty's bloodline and melodies won't revive all of His Majesty's powers, at the very least. How old am I? 2? 3? In the middle of a rundown building, I look around at my surroundings, bewildered. The man who brought me here told me that both my father and mother had already been lynched. At the time, I didn't even understand what lynching and death meant. He even told me that from here on out, this would be my home. I was going to be part of a grand plan. Luck was on my side. I could even become Lethania's next ruler. I don't get it. I don't get any of it at all. The only thing I understand in my confusion was that I probably wouldn't ever get to go back to my room where sunlight beamed in every morning. So we're like the countryside-ish. Didn't I tell you already? It's impossible to make a person into a vessel for the voice of Terra. You knew it was impossible? Did you let any of us know you were against the plan before we started then? And now, only after they started to bite the dust, are you complaining? Don't make me laugh. No, Let me tell you, this isn't a waste. This is a price we must pay for our success. As long as one of them survives, we won't have to hide out here in the provinces like thieves. Victoria versus Casimir. There are more parties interested in our plans than we can count. As long as we succeed, their armies will help secure our revenge against those awful women. That day, the lady who had been taking care of us disappeared. Once she was gone, the men who brought us our meals but didn't stay with us started arguing with each other. I didn't understand what they were arguing about. All I knew was that the lady who sang songs for us probably wasn't going to be back again. If I remember correctly, this is how the song goes. The sky is blue and fine. The breeze lilts by in song. The river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope. I think there was more to the song, but she never sang that part to us. What is it this time? Out with it? That's another one of them. Dead. So what? We're making progress. Next time, we'll move the operating room farther away and add some soundproofing material. We'll definitely get there. The weather got cold and then warm. At first, those men would make a huge ruckus whenever someone disappeared. They gradually complained less and less. Our meals got worse too, but at least we were able to fill our stomachs, thanks to there being fewer mouths to feed. Perhaps this is how man is meant to be. Before you know it, they disappeared. And so did their things too. Like the cane that belonged to the old granny, the music box that belonged to a boy, the one in Originum dice that belonged to an older man. But there were also things that stayed with us, like the song that girl liked to sing. There was a boy who learned the song, and he liked humming it. Okay, so that's Creed. Assuming. Just what are we doing? We brought His Majesty's bloodline under our protection, only to send them to their deaths. Wake up, this is a necessary price to pay. To make sure His Majesty's bloodkin can wield his power properly, we have to make these sacrifices. We are learning more and more about the voice of Terra. We'll succeed soon enough. What about those who died? No, let's stop these crazy experiments. Let's start over with new identities and raise the few we have left. They might just grow up to become fine men like His Majesty. Stop dreaming. We need the voice of Terra. Then, after a year, or perhaps 2, I really have no idea. It was just me and the boy. I'd start trembling in fear every time those men came to our room. When he saw that, the boy would comfort me and tell me everything was alright before standing in front of him. Then, as soon as they were gone, he would sing the song. My heart is filled with hope. You two have been here for a long time. You may be kids, but you've figured it out already, haven't you? You're His Majesty's only surviving bloodkin, after all. I don't want to make this too ugly. I'll let you decide who will be next. We've made vast improvements to our technology. It might succeed, most likely. Whichever of you that undergoes the experiment might become a really, truly amazing caster. We weren't stupid. The man in the noble attire told us the same thing the few times before that, but none of the ones who left with him ever came back. My legs trembled. I looked at the boy next to me. His lips were pale too. I didn't want to disappear, nor did I want him to disappear, but he noticed my gaze and turned to me and spoke those words as his lips trembled. I'll do it. When I heard him say that, I couldn't keep myself upright anymore. My legs gave out and I fell to the ground. I lived alone in the empty room for 2 whole months. Then, on a rainy night, they brought the boy back. His eyes were closed, and he bit his lips hard, but he was alive. I thought it was a miracle, but mere days later, he was taken from the room again, never to be seen again, just like the others. He was still humming the song before we left. My heart is filled with hope. A few days came and went, and it was finally my turn. I followed those two. On our way, I saw many rooms that I have never seen before. There were all kinds of devices and equipment inside. We arrived at a small room that was completely white inside. The woman in the spire caster attire told me to lie down on the bed. She was wearing a white surgical mask and gloves and had a very strange feel to them. She put the mask over my face, and that was the last thing I remembered. I was woken up by their cheers. When I awakened, it felt like there was lava burning in my brain and roasting my eyes. The pain lasted. How long was it? Days? Weeks? Months? Months. Jeez. Nevertheless, as time went on, the pain slowly weakened. In the end, I would get bouts of intense pain that quickly subsided. I waited for them to carry me outside like everybody else, but they didn't. Not only that, they started to fawn on me, gave me more food, and let me run outside in the courtyard. They started giving me lessons to teach me how to read, write, and most importantly, use Originum arts, of course. Very solemnly, they gave me the wand and Originum dice that belonged to the old man. So that's the dice that he has in his art. Told me to cherish them. They were a part of His Majesty's collection. Thereafter, whenever I showed any aptitude for arts, they would shower me with praise. Of course, those days didn't last very long. Is this all we'll get with this boy? From the looks of it, even if he pushed him to his limits, he would only be able to arm wrestle a single Empress's voice fighter. Perhaps we should adjust his voice of terror energy fluctuations like the last one. Forget it. What are you afraid of? If we improve, you can't. You dare talk back to me? We had so many verses of Voice of Terra, and this is the only one that can still be played. We had 15 of His Majesty's Bloodkin, and this boy is the only one left. If you raise him right, we might be able to flee to another country and buy ourselves official appointments there. And more importantly, His Majesty's bloodline will continue. If he ends up buggered like the other kid, then the only way we'll have to make it up to His Majesty is by taking our own lives. Yep, more experiments. The next day, they were gone too. They didn't take their own lives. Rather, it was because the Empress's voice they kept talking about were here. When I sat in the empty room and listened to the screams outside, I couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. After all, they all loved to talk about His Majesty's bloodline. And now what they feared the most, the destruction of this cursed bloodline, was finally about to happen. An elegantly dressed man kicked the door in and entered. This must be the Empress's voice. He looked at me and neither lowered his weapon or attacked. He was probably hesitating. Hesitating for what? I picked up my wand and pointed it at the Empress's voice, and the Originum dice started to revolve around me. As I expected, he dashed toward me unbelievably quick and struck the brass instrument on my head hard. Bonk. That strike was the very thing that divided my short life into two wildly different halves. Graf Vortica has forgotten how he found himself handcuffed to this chair. His frequent headaches serve as the only reminder that the Witch King's final melody yet lives in his head. His regent, managing the Graf shaft, has told him with scorn that it is an artifact left behind by the one whose name we dare not speak, and that it is no longer separable from his body. But he has no idea at all how he became one with that thing. He remembers now. What should he do? What can I do? Well, another tutorial? Oh boy. Oh, is that... Yep. In the hall now. Oh, wait for a 9? Foundational to a proper performance, the coherence and fluency of the music must be ensured. Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna go all the ways. Oh wait, right. Tutorial, what am I doing? Oh, it's Elite Lithanian caster. Eh? Oh, I see. Weird, it's like something's blocking the realigned flux. That's alright, it's a realigned flux charging a resonator with energy. Just put the resonator in contact with the realigned flux for a while, and you'll activate the resonator. Once operators are deployed on active resonators, they'll get the new realigned flux originating from their position, without any connection to a tuba. Understood. Okay, I get it. So those are 4 potential fluxes. There's so much! Help! First resonator active. Let's keep it up and minimize the impacts of the excess energy disturbance. Okay, good. Can't put anyone else. Oh, they're really cutting it close, huh? Good lord.
You better run away soon.
Help! Okay, no. Okay, maybe you should have been here then. Whoopsie. Ooh, yeah, you're not in a good spot. You have to be here. Okay, I mean, I can live the whole duration. Yep. That was spooky.
We have the doctor's orders to thank for this.
Okay, now we have resonators. Oh boy. It's gonna get weird. There's one, I think. Moonlight. Under the chill of the twin moons, even words seem numb with cold. Okay, so who don't we really need? God. I'm sorry. We need you. Phantom, help!
Is it time for me to take the stage?
Oh yeah, it's time to make them all 69. Yes, sir. Should be the update. This should be the update with the EXP as well. How do you feel? All better now, right? Sure. I'm totally fine. I'm sure. Yep. Sure. I'm going out for a bit, so stay put here. You're going out again the moment you feel a little better? Got work to do. Shouldn't you at least wait until you've recovered? Don't worry about me. Hibiscus said the same thing. After you wake up, it'll be best to keep resting for a while and monitoring your condition. It's an emergency, one that can't wait, alright? But there's not a whole lot of time until the concert. I think the most important thing to do until then is to make sure you're healthy and well practiced. I'm sure that's what you want to. Can you stop pestering me with that right now? Pestering? That's not what I meant. But I have to go, so don't get in my way. I'll be back as soon as I can. And you really can't tell me what you're going to do? If everything goes well, you'll know soon enough. Alright, your suit. What about it? I made an appointment to pick it up this afternoon, but I won't be able to go without you. I won't be able to go with you. You should go get it yourself. Remember to bring your cello with you and play a little passage as you're trying it on. Make sure that there aren't any areas that feel uncomfortable. I'll be back. You again. Yes, it's me. I'm here to ask you to put this concert on hold, or at least don't let Ebenholz and Creed play together. What did you say? Something terrible is going to happen in the afterglow if those two play together. Oh, there's inferences. So if what you're saying is true, my recent improvement was due to this so-called false recovery caused by Ebenholz and Creed. And as soon as this phase is over, I'll become critically ill and my life will be in danger. That's right, you've been around them a lot, so the symptoms will also be a lot more pronounced. Others who have less contact with them are also affected, and if I let the two of them play together, there's a high possibility that people will die? Correct. Even though I don't know the exact reason, having the two play together seems to amplify the effect they have on their surroundings. How likely are we talking about here? I can't say for sure right now. Other than me, who else is in life-threatening danger? Over a dozen people from the Afterglow have already been hospitalized in the Cliffy Patio. Cliffy Patio? In other words, they've already left Ebenholz and Creed's effective range. That should be the case. Then I have a clear picture of the situation. Your answer is no. What? I'm not asking you to cancel the whole concert. You can just cut Ebenholz and Creed's part, or even have someone else perform the duet. If you can prove that their duet will cause harm to people other than me, then I'll cancel the concert right away. But it seems that's not the case. Even you have no idea what would happen if they played together. I can't simply throw away the efforts and aspirations of everyone in the Afterglow over these illusory concerns. The efforts and aspirations. I understand how much this concert means to you, but you don't understand anything. If you truly understood, you wouldn't throw around the word "but" so lightly. Unfortunately, I cannot change the concert schedule on your word alone. Mr. Zerny, please give me a straight answer. What makes this concert more important than the lives of the infected? What are you talking about? Are you suggesting that I'm disregarding people's lives? I'm just saying. Well, yes. Actually. Hibiscus. Miss Ursula? Come take a little stroll, won't you? But, come now. Let's head out and calm down first. We can talk about this later, okay? Okay, she's probably gonna say something. Yep, there's the dice. If everything Gertrude said is true, then Creed won't survive this. No, there must be some way. Some way to come out ahead on both fronts. Zerny must know something. No, he's just a musician. He won't be able to help. I mean, there's probably a reason why he's like... So Creed is the reason why he's probably not felt good? But what? He probably has a connection to them somehow. Should I tell Creed the truth? Yes. But what good would that do? Creed probably knows, right? Rhodes Island. Someone like Hibiscus is only going to send me back to my cell in Urtica. The Empress's voice? They're probably just gonna kill you. What am I even thinking? Is this a suicide mission? Oh boy. Passers-by? And probably agent provocateurs yet again? No, I've been going in circles. I'm standing out too much. I need to go somewhere less crowded. Huh? Haven't I seen that man before? Be careful. Definitely, the crowd. Right, the rumor. There was that rumor. We've got to get the bottom of this rumor. Who knows? There might even be some clues, or the person spreading the rumor might know something. It's Gertrude. It's all up to me at this point. You sure? This is the best opportunity we're going to get. The longer things drag on, the less time we'll have. It'll only make things hard. Right, hurry it up then. I'll go report to the higher-ups. I'm counting on you, Herr Lackman. Oh, he's Lackman. Yeah, his work sure is demanding, physically and emotionally. Hard enough spreading the rumors. Now I even have to go there. What does there mean? The hall? The sewers. He's heading into the sewers. Okay, so it's not the hall. I'd rather not have to follow him down there. Time to act. Hold it right there. Who are you? Don't turn around. Tell me, who sent you to spread rumors in the afternoon? You got the wrong idea. I just happened over here. I've been following you the whole time, Herr Lackman. And I connected the dots just now. You were one fanning the flames before, spreading rumors to have that mob accost Hibiscus. You got a pretty good memory. Speak. Who sent you here, and what were you planning to do in the sewers? What wonderful timing. I am also quite curious as to what Herr Lackman planned to do in the sewers. Oh. Double agent. Here comes Gertrude. Don't turn around or else. It's not Gertrude. Wait, it's Coffee Guy? What did you think will happen? Okay, maybe it's not Coffee Guy. What was his name? Beergels something. Maybe it's just the same, What? Oh god, cringe. Okay, we need him to hit here.
I'm here to help.
Targets detected.
I have to get serious now.
Who is cheapest? Ash.
Let's go.
Let's go! Nice. Wait. I placed my metal wrong. Unfortunate. How do I do this?
新たな挑戦ね。
I can't do that.
Do you see your own face in the mirror?
I have to get serious now. もっと早く動けるわ。
Okay. I can play somebody there. Probably GG.
I'll do my best.
I'm with
I
you.
remove you? Oh my god, okay. So they can interfere with each other.
指揮する人がいるって不思議
Okay,
な
so
感
that's
じ
like
ね。
that. Yeah, I can do it.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
That's
I'm all
nice.
stocked up.
Removing you.
Watch for the flash.
This is so weird. That's actually kind of... We're in the funny weird here. Scotty facing down? No, still facing right. No, but faces right. This thing blocks the entire...
Monster. 私に続け。
Yeah, put somebody here, Sky. Scouters. Okay.
安心して。きっと
Okay,
大
so
丈
now
夫
we
だ
have
から
that. Wait, what? What happened? I didn't see what he does. Oh, he's blocking it. What an ass.
Left.
Somebody can help. Help. Wait, how long does that last? Is this a bait thing? Maybe. He lived. Oh my god. Bro. Phantom is here, by the way. What was that?
I'm with you.
That is interesting. Okay, these mechanics are the weirdest ones for sure.
乾きすぎね。
Golden Glow is good because she can move the direction anywhere he wants. At least she has a glow bow. Alcid is also kinda good. As long as she's in range of monster. Well, not Calcit is good, monster is good. Summons are just good. Okay, so Ling is gonna be good in this event. So I need to... Yes. They need to be getting hit by the flux. It's either they need to get hit by the flux or we need to get hit by the flux. Preferably both. Nope, there's Lockman. Well, you not to turn around, you let the mark get away. I said, who the hell are you? Easy now, my dear Graf, settle down. Official identity can be a bit messy to explain, so just treat me as a spy. I'm called... Yep, it is Coffee Guy. What? Beagler. You, why'd you have to jump out at this exact moment? That man escaped because of you. Considering he ended up down in the sewers, it'll take him a long time to find another exit. Besides, you stopped him before he went into the sewer. Who knows? Maybe the two of you saw that you were in a disadvantageous position and tried to put on a little show to try to fool me. You seriously think we're in cahoots, he and I? Are you going to tell me that someone coerced you into going to see Gertrude? Spare me the bad jokes. You're worth much more than he is, Graf Ortica. You can't stop me. When it comes to combat ability, it is true that I can't stop you, but think carefully. This is a job straight from their majesties. Take a look. I've dealt with these things since I was 6. I personally don't mind your snark, but you'd best show some self-restraint when it comes to their majesty's affairs. Restraint? When you, a lowly spy, figured out that you've got the wrong person, you're going to be the one begging for forgiveness. You don't seem to understand the situation you're in, my good Graf Ortica. But enough of that. Don't try to stall for time here. Come with me. Where to? Where you belong. Don't worry, we prepared detention facilities for suspects from all walks of life. I assure you, you'll enjoy the finest treatment. Let me tell you something, Herr Beagler. Ready to beg for mercy, or is it a bribe? In case of the latter, I'll be more than glad to oblige. I doubt a little bit of money is enough for you to let me go. Why do I get the impression that you'd take me away regardless, even after you pocketed the money? Clever boy. I find you rather easy to get along with, Herr Beagler. You remind me of the Ortica I know so well, where most of the people are just as upstanding as you. I'm honored to hear that. But what I really want to know is what the man is doing down in the sewers. But you were the one who stopped him, right under my nose. Well, this is a bit embarrassing to say, but I wanted to resolve things up here. One of my agents like to tell stories that would make you want to hurl. Of the ones that instantly killed your appetite for the day, the worst all came from the sewers. If your stomach is upset, perhaps we should go for a cup of coffee to smooth things over. I'd love to, but I'd much rather find out what he's doing down there. I might as well go after him. And it's all your fault, Herr Beagler. As long as you let me head down, you can keep pointing your wand at me. I won't try to run. I will warn you in advance. There will be consequences for running away from me without authorization, regardless of the reason. What kind? Will you put me down? You'd at least be stripped of your status. Even if you're proven innocent in the future, you'll never be able to step into the spire of Ortica ever again. Don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, I was about to say. I would even be more inclined to try running now. Shakes head. In any case, since you insist on heading down there, after you, Graf Ortica, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. I was about to say, doesn't he probably want that? Hibiscus, this isn't a lecture, but you can't speak to mind her that way. What Mr. Zerny is, there's lots of things he can't say, leaving this old lady to say him. Please come in. Do you know how the Afterglow got its name? I don't. Her once said, it is precisely because night falls that the Afterglow is even more precious. If the long veil of night were to never lift, what could be more dazzling and awe-inspiring than the warm Afterglow? It's a wonderful saying, but... the two over there are Frau Ursula and Hibiscus. Come, if you want to chat, do it over here. Why the long face, Hibiscus? Did something happen? If you're worried that my food isn't healthy enough, I also have sparkling water here. I hate sparkling water. Let's oblige him this time. Frau Ursula, what's wrong with Hibiscus? Did she get into an argument? No, none of that. Enough random guessing. I was telling Hibiscus about the history of the Afterglow. Afterglow's history? Now that's something I couldn't be more familiar with. Not bragging either, but I bet I know even more than Frau Ursula here. The Afterglow didn't used to be a residential area for the infected. It was one of Weisheim's industrial plates. Don't underestimate me just because I'm setting up shop over here. Back in the day, I was in charge of feeding hundreds of associates. Industry. Could it be that this place was turned into an infected residential area because of the spread of oripathages due to industrial waste? Industrialization did bring a lot of infected here, but back in Leithania's old days, there was no such thing as a ghetto for infected. I won't keep rambling on. One year, Weisheim constructed a magnificent concert hall that shocked the world with but a single order from him, His Majesty. Known now as our Afterglow Hall. Back then, that's not what the concert hall was called. His Majesty. Which one are you referring to? Oh dear, Hibiscus, let's not worry about the details, alright? Mr. Witch King. If it's His Majesty. I get it. When the concert hall was completed, he still reigned and nobody dared to say anything. But he left us just as quickly, and Graf Strollo, who took over Weisheim, hated this concert hall. Maybe hate isn't the right word, but rather was too quick to show loyalty? Shh, no random guessing. A few years later, the powers issued an order to supposedly improve the treatment of the infected. The Graf at that time took the opportunity to lump the concert hall together with the industrial plate and turned it all into the infected ghetto. I looked all over, and before that, there were no such things as infected quarters anywhere in Leithania. The Count, the Graf, at that time? Wasn't that the very same Dame Gertrude? It was either her father or her oldest brother. I can't really remember, but it wasn't actually her. So the Graf at the time designated this area for the infected. He didn't care whether the people in it lived or died. He even had all the industrial facilities torn down. Obviously to have us fend for ourselves. So among the nobles, this place became known as the Afterglow, and the concert hall has also become the Afterglow Hall. The name Afterglow represented the idea that we wouldn't last long, just like the last rays of light in the evening. That's simply cruel and unusual. It was pretty over the top. But for the Afterglow at the time, the word was a perfect fit. Everyone fought desperately to survive, to let the lingering rays of sunlight on the horizon struggle for just a little bit longer. We set up stalls, we ran errands. Some of us even turned into hired thugs for rich people in the other plates. Those were some chaotic years. Later on, her Zerny stepped forward. He started out as a nobody. He had written a few pieces, but since he was an infected, everything was published anonymously. His works were magnificent, even attracting attention from the fancy folk atop the spires. But once they saw that her Zerny was from the Afterglow, they quickly turned away and left. That was until he wrote Morgen und Abend. Ursula would be more qualified to speak about Morgen und Abend than me, so I'll turn the floors over to her. Miss Ursula? Oh, it's actually quite simple. The one who taught piano to her had a daughter, and she was good friends with him. The two were on very good terms, and they were just about as good as each other. They were awfully competitive, always trying to one-up the other. Sadly, the girl passed away when her was 20 years old. Losing her was a huge blow to him. Day in and out, he spoke hardly a word. He grew thinner and thinner by the day. Until finally, he showed a stack of sheet music, told me it's his newest composition, and that he wasn't gonna publish anonymously this time. The Graphine then, she was the very same dame you mentioned. Still don't know why. By the Graphine sought out I think it's but instead. By the Graphine sought out mine her. She became his sponsor and also went along with all his ideas. She gave him her full backing, finally let in Morgan Unaben carry the Zerni, and spread it all throughout the Afterglow. I can't imagine that, but I'm starting to understand a bit of what Mr. Zerni meant in his saying. Morgan Unaben was so popular and beloved, the Spoken Spires couldn't blind eye anymore. They had no choice, they had to acknowledge Mineher's talent. So then Mr. Zerni began to cultivate people in the Afterglow who had musical talent? That's right. Seeing as how we are in Lithania, the one thing we are short on is musicians. I may not have any talent, but even I... Oh, stop it, you're just being humble. A few years ago, you were still playing the accordion while yodeling about your pickled cabbage. Ha. Back in my factory days, I tried to gather everyone up for lunch. Way easier to use an accordion than to shout. Anyway, once music became a part of the Afterglow, our worst days finally passed. Composing, performing, teaching, making instruments. Plenty of folk publish their compositions anonymously, and most performers can't leave the Afterglow. But still, the money it brought in gave the Afterglow a foot in the door. But before long, Mineher got into some big fight with the Graphic. A big fight. Looked like a clash of ideas. Not that understands such things. Graffin stayed the Hearst patron, but the two have hardly made contact since. And Dante, what's wrong? Creed's grandfather has gone missing. I'll head back right away. Hold up. Thank you very much. See you. Goodbye. Hope to see you again. If anything doesn't fit quite right, bring it back and I'll fix it for you. It's already so late. Ebenholz should be back by now, right? Huh? What is that? An Originum slug. Uh-oh.
あなたは私をこんな風に扱うの？
Mr. Sluggy.
私にもこんな結末を迎えてほしいのかしら。本当にそう思っているのなら受け入れるわ。
Lessix. Oh, Dance Macabre! I heckin' love Dance Macabre. It's the skeletons. We hail from the earth and shall one day turn to dust upon it. But not today. 1, 2. Oh god, starts from the middle. 21. Golden Glow is good. Pretty much anyone with global or good range like that is good. Or fast redeploys. Maybe I should get the high ground specialist as well. Women strike forward in the wide dark sewers. Sound of water is loud and grating, even more sinister than unbroken silence. Hold on a minute. Make a right here. Okay, going right. Sure know this place well. Of course I do. Something every spy should know? Want some cookies? Hold on. First thing every spy should know. And I'm sure you've already been working in the Afterglow for years. Trying to get on my good side? Just curious. Not privy to that information. Disappointing. Why'd you stop moving? There's something over there. That's the oldest trick in the book. Don't even bother. No, I'm serious. Look over there. Something's moving. Why are there slugs? Okay. You've never seen one of those before. Is it really just an Originum slug? Marco Karateka was so scared by an original slug that he couldn't even walk. Now I've seen everything. Yeah, why are they appearing? They're coming up to the sewers. Maybe something happened there. Just like how like roaches and mice come out. There's a natural disaster. Exactly, isn't there an awful lot of slugs? That's way too many. This is going to be a major problem. Run now. It's about to be too late already. Hurry up. Gas weapons on his wrist slightly, and two of them sprint through the sewers. Where's Reed when you need her? Do you have a map of the sewers inside your head? If you have the time to quip at me, you'd be better off spending it to catch your breath. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Every branch we take seriously looks the same to me. Rest it up. We just... then keep running. Hurry! Oof. I can't keep going. That's fine, we just happened to find who we were looking for. Good evening, Herr Lackman. Finally. Good evening, Shopkeep. Shopkeep? You don't know a damn thing, but you still have to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. What a pain you are. Wouldn't you agree, Beagler? Agreed. But you're the one who's in real trouble. You provoked all the original slugs in this area, and they're swarming towards the surface. As we both know, the original slugs in the sewers emit a noxious gas, and what you're doing is tantamount to a chemical attack on the infected of the Afterglow. Chemical attack? Aren't we fine right now? The gas has a much stronger effect on the infected than it does on you, Graffertica. Then Zerny and Hibiscus. And Creed too? Good, you already understand the situation. Blackman, call these original slugs and return them to their original state immediately, or I will exercise my right to put you down on the spot. Oh, Krieg is in trouble. He's already like in contact with one of them. It's no longer possible. A lone man can start the fire easy enough, but even if you point a knife at his neck, you won't be able to put it out alone. What do you people get out of this? What do we get? How do you not even know that much? Not interested in hearing your riddles. Pestilence from Shadow Wanton spouts spews ruin and prelude. Do you really need me to explain it word by word? Let me rephrase. What do you get out of making the prophecy come true? You don't need to worry about that. Oh. What are you trying to do? Silence him? Just knock him out already, my dear mean-spirited spy. Do you have any way of controlling these slugs? If I did, I won't be wasting my breath on him. And let's get going before it's too late. Lair sharply. You're more than meets the eye, Graf Ortica. Fine, I'll carry him out, and you follow me. Wait, hold up, that's... Ebenhall sees the same thing Beagler sees. Where Lockman has fallen, something silvery is glistening on the sewer wall. It's a sea hole. There might be some kind of device inside controlling the original slugs. I'll blow the door open. Let me see if I can pick the lock first. It'll be bad news if you blew something important. Can you open it? The lock's a pretty tough nut to crack, but it won't get the better of me. While you're working on that, mind telling me what this prophecy is all about? You've never heard of it? Well, whatever. It's spreading around anyway. Over lofty hills, the fiend steps into twilight's midst a gaze. The blood hides plague within, slow beckons death to creep always. Pestilence from shadow wanton spouts, spews ruin and prelude. Fades finalis and some, woe departs with sun's last rays. Sun's last rays, the afterglow is about to go bye-bye. And some, whoa. Right, to be honest, I'm still curious what that last verse means. Everything else is already fairly clear. The first verse refers to Hibiscus' arrival in the afterglow, and the second refers to the phenomena of false recovery. You even know about that? What do you think a spy's job is? Now, the third verse is also clear. All that remains is the last one. The afterglow. Literally, sun's last rays. Now that's something. Laboratory? Left for what? Ah, it's you. Thank you for organizing. Rizerni, the situation outside has gone to hell in a handbasket. Swarms of noxious original slugs started coming up the sewers, and a lot of people have already been poisoned. It's total chaos out in the streets now. They're saying this is part of the prophecy, and panic is spreading through the afterglow. How did this all happen? We can't do much about people panicking right now, but about those who were poisoned. They're not looking too good, especially those whose neuropathy started getting better recently. They're having even more violent reactions. We've already contacted the hospital, but the medical staff on the line didn't seem very motivated when they heard that we're in the afterglow. Not motivated. I'll go negotiate with the hospital then. It's too dangerous outside. You better just call. They didn't care when you made a call. It won't make a difference if I'm the one on the line. This is something I'll have to take care of in person. But tomorrow's the day of the concert, and if you get poisoned, if these inexplicable events result in deaths, do you think people will be in any mood to enjoy the music, even if the concert continues as planned? What do you mean? He was willing to freaking resonance them to death. Dude, I don't want things to reach that point, nor do I want to pretend as if nothing is happening. I'd rather not play a single note than lie to myself. Oh, there are screams. Why are there so many slugs? It reeks. What is this stench? I'll help you. Let's get out of here. Looks like the prophecy is coming true. Oh. Damn, best stay away. Kraus. Kraus, get up. Help us. Someone. Anyone. Music. Someone playing the cello? All the slugs are going in the direction of the music. Thank you. Kraus, stand up. Here, hold on to my shoulder. Hold on tight. Let's go now. Whispers, you're welcome. Wait, he's unaffected? The tree at the epicenter, the tones of the cello spread out across the narrow streets and alleys of the afterglow. Wherever the cello's notes travel, the original slugs turn around one after another. Those who had been surrounded think the crisis is over, that the poison exhaling insects will soon retreat to the dark sewers under the guidance of the cello's tune. We're going Pied Piper. Is that German too, actually? Maybe. But they are wrong. Both where they can and cannot see, original slugs make their way towards Creed. Oof. Finally made it. Now what? Do I just blow all these slugs up with darts? Something's not right here. Now was it, my good spy? The original slugs are all congregating in one place. A cello? Creed? What are you doing? Stop that right now. No yelling. It won't do any good and will only mess up your lungs. Help me get through. Oh! I told you, stop shouting. You won't stop playing just because you're shouting, and I won't stand aside just because you aren't. The dice. And let's combine forces and clear a path to Creed. That's a lot of slugs. Oh yeah, it's the green ranged ones. I don't think so. I'll head in the opposite direction. Are you going back to your coffee shop? Yes, we worked together to create an opening. Now we will part ways. I'm sure you can't wait to head back to your shop and study those torn documents you retrieved from the lab, right? I'm so glad the research notes about the Voice of Terror are so much more interesting than the lives of the infected. Creed's situation is your own damn fault, so you can solve it yourself. Also, if I find out that even a single word on those notes and plans were written by you, just you wait. I'll be waiting, sure enough. That's the end of our chat. We're going on the count of 3. That's a lot of slugs. Wait, am I gonna be fighting slugs? I better be. Remnant saxophonist. When blowing at full force, by string stack in all 4 directions, dealing high physical damage to Alice. These attacks can be blocked by the flux. Let's see.
I'm here to help.
Oh,
Gather around me, guys.
okay, how do we do this? Sure.
Smith.
4 directions, huh? Let's see how much damage it does. It's not that ridiculous. It's significant though.
Now's the time to help everyone out.
Wait. So this is gonna be useless for a while, unfortunately. The problem with this is I have to keep undeploying them. Probably just hit with the... Yeah, why don't you do
時間を
this?
かけるつもりはない。
意志を言語にするは規律。We're counting on you again today, little apple. Ooh, almost dozed off.
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて
Wait! I did it.
邪悪を壊
actually.
滅しろ。
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
Oh, I lied. X is fine.
Let me create a diversion.
I need somebody here. Irene's fine.
My sword will respond the instant I spot the
Maybe
movement.
have that. Arknights.
あ
Okay.
なたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ
Use me.
私の声に応える。
I'm all set clear. Ready to go.
Stay clear last. Ow. Freaking like Tanya casting. The other thing is a triangle that you just ding. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ew. They have sewer goop. They seemed fast. Okay, no. I have no idea what they do. Ding! Ding! That's so
分か
funny.
った目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
That dink dunk is so funny. Yep, the flux shreds those guys. Super bad. One more.
I'm all set clear.
Don't my luck will purge the vice.
Purge device. More cookie. Last cookie. Stop playing the cello. You're trying to get yourself killed. That is something I've considered. I'll draw all the slugs over with the sound of my cello and then burn myself to ashes along with them. Oh sheesh, dude. But now that you're here, I probably won't have a chance to do that anymore. Creed, why? Since I was little, I knew there was something wrong with me. The infected who spent a lot of time around me, their sickness kept getting worse and worse. My grandpa and I were chased out of our home for it. We started wandering between villages. I always thought it wasn't all infected people, that as long as they didn't spend too much time around me, they'd be fine. My grandpa's condition finally started to deteriorate, and that shattered my first illusion. After that, Hibiscus told us about the phenomenon of false recovery. I've already caused such serious damage in the short time since I came to the Afterglow. If me living brings calamity to the others, then I would rather die. It's not your fault. How is it not my fault? Do you know about the voice of Terra? Nope, here we go. Now that you mention it, I think I'm finally starting to remember. About the voice of Terra, those who died in the experiment, the Witch King's remains, and you. I remember it all now. But none of this is your fault. The Witch King and his remains are to blame, as well as Gertrude, but you're innocent. Thank you for reminding me that this isn't something I was born with. It was the foul product of an experiment. I couldn't remember either until I heard the sound of your cello, so I should be thanking you. But what? The situation has already spiraled out of control. I can't even mitigate the harm I caused him. Besides, if the Graffian's words are true, then my days are numbered. I might as well do something here. No. Why would I get myself tricked by Gertrude? Voices of the mundane can be swapped out. But mine is already corrupted. Even if I were to transfer it to your... We won't know until we try. You're already prepared to die, then what are you still scared of? I don't want to hurt you. You can worry about that if something bad actually happens to me. Until then, let's make a wager. Fine. Can you normally feel the melody of the voice of Terra? Whether I'm performing or casting arts, I can always vaguely feel the presence of the voice. I know this shrill melody well by now, even though it's not at all mine. I know. Mine isn't shrill. If anything, it's gentle. Rather, I should say that it's so harmonious, almost to the point of being an empty void. Let's try our best to match the melodies we've experienced and put them together. Put them together? But we don't have an audience. Now look at the audience all around us, the slugs. The Originum Slugs, yep. Playing to Originum Slugs, the melodies that the old bastard left behind, is quite fitting, if you ask me. Humane even. As soon as the sound of flute and cello intermingle, both men immediately recognize the problem. There is hardly any consonance between their two melodies. The flute's voice is urgent, manic, and harsh. It speeds up and slows down, as if filled with an urge to drag everything before it into the abyss. Cello's voice is languid, melancholic, and hollow. Its rhythm remains constant, akin to a land ground down to nothingness by catastrophe. But the two brace themselves and persevere, continuing their duet that is not a duet. The slugs surge forward like the tide. Underneath a noxious sky, the two men whose lives have been twisted by their voices of the mundane continue the discordant duet, reading the score of a melody that they never knew existed in their minds, playing before an audience of Originum Slugs. The more Ebenholz follows this train of thought, the more he feels himself approaching the coda of the voice of Terra's melody. He puts more force behind his breaths, while the sound of Creed cellos grow heavier and hollower. Ebenholz lowers his head to look towards Creed. Creed's head has already begun to droop, his hand continues bowing, but the cello sound becomes dimmer and dimmer, getting closer and closer to nothingness. Suddenly, in this moment, Ebenholz seems to realize something. So he uses his remaining strength to blow one final sforzando. Creed also seems to be struggling, laboriously sawing at the thickest string on the instrument. Their music spreads like an alarm bell. The slugs that had been frantically rushing towards the pair of musicians suddenly retreat just as quickly, as if they have seen a predator. Creed, are you still with me? Up, he drops down. Creed, are you still awake? Draws heavy breaths. I'm awake. How's that? Can you still hear the melody of your voice of Terra? To be honest, it seems even clearer now. Sorry, I acted without thinking. But on the bright side, we managed to drive away the Originum Slugs. Hold on. Creed, what's wrong? The new suit you brought for me. Oh good, it hasn't been soiled. Probably doesn't smell too good though, right? True enough. It's fine, I bet you can't even imagine how much I reek right now. Whoa, what the genius, Andre. Speaking of which, this won't be the first time I've gotten myself into this mess. At the time, a fire broke out not far from the spire of Vertica. Instead of going to put out the fire, the spire's attendants all rushed over to make sure I can go anywhere. You're afraid you run away? Afraid that I run away? Afraid I go into hiding? Afraid I die in that sea of fire? They worried about you die. Nearly all the window in the spire had arts-enhanced bars and locks, just in case I tried to jump off. I was a prize figurehead. If I went off and died, they wouldn't have been able to endure the consequences. In the end, the flames never reached the spire, but I did get marinated in the smell of smoke. I wore that smoke-soaked coat for a good half-month and didn't take it off until the weather warmed. There's also old memories here as well. When my grandpa and I were run out of our old home, we started to wander between some of the more affluent villages. Most people were pretty friendly to us, as long as we hid the fact that they were infected. I read in novels that during the harvest season, friendly villagers would prepare bratwurst and beer for the day workers at night, so they could eat and drink their heart's content. Jake said. The friendly villagers threw some spare change at us and shooed us out of the village before nightfall, in fear that we'd steal things. The not-so-friendly villagers prepared some rock-hard Schwarzbrot and pointed weapons at us, intended to make us fall in line. One time, I was helping a villager out with some farm work. It was really hot that day, and I was dripping with sweat, so I wanted to loosen my clothes while nobody was around. Right before I was about to take off my shirt, I heard a commotion not far away. Grandpa rushed over and told me to run, saying that one of the workers rolled up his sleeves, thinking nobody was watching, accidentally revealing the original crystal on his arm. Villagers immediately threw him into an abandoned cellar and locked him up, and then set out to check everyone else, one by one. Not for Gramps, I might have died. I might also died in the cellar. Died? He actually killed the infected? They didn't need to, nor did they dare. All they had to do was wait for them to starve, crystallize, and explode. Hasn't there been a long-standing law to treat the infected with dignity? I never knew about a decree like that until I first set foot in a nomadic city. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. You have nothing to apologize for. You were also deceived by the graphic. No, what I mean is, if I'd been a little braver back then, but spoken about back then, maybe you wouldn't have to. I'm sorry. Really, you don't have anything to apologize for. Just as he said, the voice of Terra was made by man. The blame falls on those who sought to use the voice of Terra, not on you. I protected you in the manner I could. Just like you're trying to protect me now. You're right. Think you Creed? Let's find Hibiscus and her Zenny. They'll know what to do, I'm sure of it. And then we'll have that voice of terror removed from you. You can take me properly after that. That's a goal. Up, and he collapses. Creed? Hibiscus? Creed's condition is more or less stable. The reason he passed out most likely has to do with the poison. You've rescued a number of poisoning patients whose signs and symptoms largely match with Creed's. But on the subject of Creed's future, the Countess probably didn't lie. Overall, his condition is on the edge of critical. So you'll help us, won't you? I want to trust the two of you, I really do. But I need proof. Even if it's circumstantial evidence, I need some objective facts to show that the voice of Terra isn't baseless speculation, but a part of an imminent plot. Zerny? Nope, it's Gramps. Sir? Where you been? We've been looking all over for you. Lies? Speculation. Can you be 100% sure that what you say is true? What you said to Creed, do you know that he almost died along with those original slugs because of your words? Ebenholz, is that true? Nod silently. Had Ebenholz not found him first, you would have never seen him again. I'm telling you, the voice of terror is real. That I swear on my life. What do you mean? I don't have time to explain it to you right now. I have work to do. But I need to. You're among the most stubborn folk I've ever met. Go to the lounge of the concert hall and you'll understand everything. Right, the concert hall. Gertrude says she did something to Afterglow Hall to make it match with the arts during the duet. Alright, let's go right away. There's also Zerny. Make sure you bring him as well, in case neither of you can convince the other. I have to go now. What the hell is Gramps doing? Sir, you... Minos and Hibiscus trade glances. They're both suspicious, but they're also running out of time. Yeah, the lounge. What the hell did he fix up the lounge? He also barred Zerny from
任務
entering.
完了。正確
Well,
か
not
つ効率のい
barred,
い式
but
だ。
she was there for some weird reason. Le7. Verklarte Nacht. The voice of the music sounds on and out, beyond even the sky. Okay, what are we looking here? Okay, we have bouncers. Oh god. He's not here. Mine stepped out a while ago. He left. He's off to the hospital just outside the Afterglow to talk treatment for the infected who got poisoned. Yup, he's here. What's this, Mine? The hospital. I managed to twist the arms of the largest two and got them to sign contracts, but as for the rest, there's no hope. But Rhodes Island signed an agreement with those hospitals. Oh, I didn't notice you were here as well. There's no point. Rhodes Island's contracts are limited to symptoms caused by auropathy itself. They have ample grounds to not treat infected patients who have fallen ill from poison. But Mine, you got those two hospitals. That should be enough, right? Enough? Of course it's enough. I'll put every copyright I hold down as collateral. Of course the consortium behind them thinks that's enough. Don't tell me you transferred all your copyrights over to that consortium. I did, not just the existing copyrights. I even sold the distribution rights for tomorrow's concert to them. Now I can start from scratch. And he's coming. Mine. My good sir. You're awake? Ugh. Mr. Zerny, you didn't take any precautionary measures when you went out, did you? Nope. You're talking about the fumes from those slugs. I didn't waste a single second getting those contracts signed. That's all that mattered to me when I left. Promise me you'll never be that reckless again. Ever again? Are you saying I still have time left to live? That's why I'm here. Aye, you never want to see a doctor until your body gives out on you. Thank you, Hibiscus. I'm just doing my job. That reminds me, why haven't you said anything? Ebenholz, are you thinking of throwing in the towel now? The afterglow is too dangerous? I'll tell you straight, now that we've come this far, the concert must go on. Don't even think about running. Don't even think about running, huh? Do you think he'd accept it now? Give it a moment. Seems like you're not here to tell me you're quitting the concert. No, I'm not here to tell you I'm quitting the concert. Ebenholz, you repeat what others say when you get nervous. I've noticed it from the very beginning. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Do you think there's anything I wouldn't be able to accept in the state I am now? Mr. Zerny, here, water. I also need water. Why do they always break the glasses? Damn that Gertrude. And you, how could you possibly go along with a plan like that? Curse me for thinking he has some creative talent. And this is what you use it for? Some evil plot? It wasn't my intention. How could it not be? Haven't you answered to that crazy woman from the very beginning? Zerny, I still remember what you said. Even deeply rooted hatred can still be pure music as long as it is expressed with the right technique. I did say that, but what comes next? What are you trying to express? To be honest, I'm already trying to find my old way of thinking quite laughable. But what I wish to pursue is nothing more than freedom. Freedom. A longing for freedom, is it? That's right. We've got a long way to go before you can express that using music. This has long been a deeply rooted experience for me. Otherwise, I would not have come to you. Come now? Where are we going? Where else? The concert hall. Gertrude managed to keep me out of the lounge with her little tricks last time, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. But your health. Instead of sitting here popping blood vessels over him and that woman, I might as well go see what they're up to. Okay, we're in the lounge. Did Gertrude ever tell you if she did anything to the lounge? Yes, she did do something weird. She didn't say anything. She doesn't have to say anything. You can already tell. Her fingerprints are all over this place. See that speaker right there? It shows obvious signs of having been dismantled. The same goes for the record player over there. She didn't even bother to tighten the screws. Even the screwdriver's been left out in the open. Just the kind of handiwork I expect from the noble. Hilarious. Hibiscus, bring that record player over. Let's see what else I've been tampered with. Beside the tone arm. I mean, they're leaving obvious evidence. See for yourself. Did she just install an amplifier? That's only going to cause interference between the circuits. She already had the stylus removed. This thing's basically just an amplifier now. Same with the speaker. The input circuit was completely removed and replaced with an amplifier. What is she trying to do, putting so many amplifiers in the lounge? She never mentioned it. And let's give it a try. Go up on stage and play something. That'll be the fastest way to get an answer. Kaboom! Doesn't seem like anything unusual is happening. I can't hear anything out of the ordinary either. Go over and tell Ibbenholz to apply a little bit of arts, only the simplest kind to disperse drowsiness, maintained strictly at the lowest level. Oh jeez. What was that? Don't worry about me, I just got some palpitations, that's all. We'll stand over here and try using the same arts as before. Remember to mind the volume. An echo? The sound coming from outside. But isn't the sound of Ibbenholz's flute? Zerny opens his mouth, but no voice comes out. The answer already seemed clear to him. However, the expression Hibiscus sees on his face is not one of excitement or anger, but of terror. Your terror. Ooh, the Witch King? Creature converted this lounge, no, this entire afterglow, into a massive amplifier, an arts amplification device. Stays off as long as it doesn't detect any musical arts. But as soon as someone casts musical arts, the amplification device activates and exponentially amplifies the arts as the music spreads through the afterglow hall. Leakages and resonance of the voice of terror are no exception. Original activation will spike in all areas that are affected, meaning that everyone in Weisheim, virtually without exception, will be infected. And those who already have oripathy are even less likely to be spared. After they die, their bodies will rapidly disintegrate, releasing a large amount of active original microparticles. Surrounding area will be permanently poisoned, and Weisheim will be completely cut off from the outside world. Oh, there's Gertrude. First, sorry to interrupt your little chat, but I'm here to offer a suggestion. Why cast arts of wakefulness across all of Weisheim on such a beautiful night? I often suffer from insomnia. Apologies, but we're dealing with something very important right now. Gertrude. Good evening, Zerny. And this must be Operator Hibiscus from Rose Islands. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. As for the young man in shock over there, why not come visit my home for something to drink? Perhaps have a nice night's rest and return energized tomorrow? Gertrude, to think you'd actually... And actually what? Don't tell me you're going to say that I actually deceive you and make you murder half the city. That can't be right. What you're actually mad about is how I had you running in circles and nearly got you killed without you even noticing, right? Show us your pride as a noble, Graf Ortica. Come on, say something. I don't know, she's trying to provoke you. There's only one thing I need to know from you right now. Why did you come here? I came because you woke me up. Why else? I'll take that as you heard the musical arts rippling towards and realized your plans have been discovered. That's correct. Ah, what a pity. With just one more day, I would have enjoyed a complete success. Don't you think you should be thinking about how to escape? Do you seriously think your plan will proceed as normal if you manage to take us out here? Ibbenholz won't help you anymore, and regardless of what you were planning for the duet, it's not going to happen now. Really, that's not how I see it. As long as Ibbenholz and Creed are here, my plans does not fail. As long as I eliminate you, I can continue negotiating with Graf Ortica. He is quite familiar with the art of the noble dealings, and changing his mind is hardly an impossibility. Most importantly, I don't think you lot can actually beat me. If the three of you were equal in power to Graf Ortica, then I certainly would have to watch my step. But you three, pardon my rudeness. Rafortika, why don't we both take a step back? What do you say? Take a step back. Dismantle these giant amplifiers and you continue working with me. That way, only Creed has to die. Not a bad deal. Considering he only has a few days left to live anyway, right? In your dreams. That truly is a shame. Due to unfortunate circumstances, you were forced to choose the path most ill-suited for you. If that is your heart's desire, then so be it. What a shame. Shut up. You'll regret this for the rest of your life. I said shut up. The time for talk is over. It seems we can only settle this with a fight. If I win, the self-appointed guardians of the Afterglow will have to behave themselves and keep their mouths shut so I can continue negotiating with Graf Ortica. You win, there's nothing more to say. A win is a win. Pick your wand out, Graf Ortica, or do you plan to have those two infected fight for it? Like I said, your provocations won't get you anywhere. Hibiscus, stay out of this. Today I swear I'll... Being careful about where we are and what's all around us. Unless you're able to do this without any musical arts, you'll drive all the inhabitants of Weisheim insane before the disease ever comes. You're a quick thinker, Fraulein Hibiscus. Since you caught on so quickly, I suppose there's no other choice but to take it outside. Let me get this out there first. Rid yourself of the notion that escape counts as victory. While I personally dislike roughing up innocent bystanders, I can't say the same for my underlings. You must not have a whole lot of confidence in yourself, based on how many you brought with you. I'm so glad to hear you're sharp wit once more. I'm almost moved to tears. Are you feeling better now, Graf Ortica? Of course, Dame Strollo. Let's head outside and fight to our heart's content. There must be nobody for you to spar with back in Ortica. She'd be lonely, right? If I did, I wouldn't be playing with an old bag like you. After all, you've never even challenged your own brother for his title. You have to wait for him to die before you can move up. I'm guessing you've never even bested him in a fight before. Very good. I'm starting to hate you more and more. The feeling is mutual. Oh boy. Is this the last?
Let's go!
What is this? I'm assuming that's just a design. Okay, so we have bumpers. Do I use them? Yes. I mean, it seems pretty easy enough to use.
Good scenery
Yep.
here, Doctor.
Like that.
Ooh, we're counting on you again today, little apple.
Okay. I don't see why I can't
時
do
間をかけ
this.
るつもりはない
Easy so far. Thorns eats the entire shebang. Okay. That's fine.
じゃあ
It's gonna take 10,000 years though.
あの歌に耳を傾けて
He's coming in kinda quick.
進め思考を明晰にするは戦術 Ooh, gather around,
It's this
guys.
one that's gonna be weird for sure.
I'll do my best.
わかお前の攻撃を想定の通り
Okay, we get a grumble.
思考を明晰にするは戦術
Hey. Okay, fine. I need to put somebody there. Okay, I can use this to block as well. What about Irene? Adrak's okay, because there's a...
Ooh, almost. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
But that means somebody has to be here permanently. Unfortunate. Oh god, it's Violin Bro.
Get away from me, please.
I don't like it. Ow!
Whoa!
Whoa! I didn't see what Gertrude Strolla does. Ruh-roh.
Let's go!
Okay, stunnable.
My sword will respond.
We're counting on you again today, little
Who do we
apple.
not need? I mean, technically, I don't need Myrtle, but I need Myrtle. Okay, so maybe Thorn should be here, actually. Ow. Irene, get her!
Don't step in my light will purge device.
My light will purge device. Get out of
あなた
here.
たちの心に染み込んでいくわ。
Wait, do I need you to be here? No.
無駄だ。
Ah, look at that fast recovery. Feels good, man. I have no idea what the Fraulein did. Fraulein Gertrude. She kinda just died. It's like that Originum Dust enemy that sends an illusion behind. Down. In your dreams. So much flashing. Fancy that, you can still struggle. It's a wizard war. Not holding this one back, Dame Strollo. You read me? Who knew you could bite off more than you could chew? Unripe, you're just relying on the voice of Terra. Your control of arts is still in this infancy. Dragon Ball. Wait, did it just explode? Ooh. Did that get her? Hey, I never thought you'd be one to best me, Graf Ortiga. Do you admit defeat? A loss is a loss. What does not admitting it make it my victory instead? Why are you unperturbed? Because how exactly can you lay a finger on me? I'm the lens from this city. It's night. You broke into a concert hall I administrate and you attempted to tear down legitimate renovations ratified by my own person. You even injured me as I did my best to stop you. Rafortika, Rose Islander, and you Zerny. You should be the worried ones, isn't that right? Oh yeah. Because we gave all the rights to her. My god. Despicable, is that how you treat your patron? You're back of over a decade. Zerny, I allowed you to use this concert hall. You're no more than a mere infected. Your position? I gave you that too. Your cherished afterglow could only limp its way to the present day on my benevolence. Don't forget that. How dare. All of you, kindly leave. I wouldn't be so sure. Graf Ortiga, this title carries with it disgrace, all throughout Lythania. But also means that wherever I go, the Empress's informants are sure to be. And what if they are? I told you, you're only making vain attempts to destroy my music hall. Even if their majesty's agents were to show themselves, they would arrest you by all rights, not me. Beagler. You have to have witnessed this all now, right? You still intend to fold your arms and watch? Up coffee boy, I can love my huff. I saw the Graf Ortiga fall to breaking and entering a concert hall in the dead of night with a gang. Aside from that, I saw nothing. Did you not hear her plot? Do you mean Grafenstrahl's plot or the Graf Ortiga's plot jointly schemed with her? Why, I did in fact hear. However, even if I recorded your entire dialogue just now, that doesn't prove a thing. Evidence, Graf. Everything needs carefully selected evidence. What proves Grafenstrahl intended to act against the Empresses? Proof. You come to me at this moment and raise the matter of proof. Right. The voice of Terra. We discovered there was research into the voice of Terra in the sewers. What? Heh. Seems you're not off the ball after all, Graf Ortiga. What research? I know nothing about this. Feigning stupidity at this point passé, Grafenstrollo. You may not be directly linked to the notes and plans in that sewer laboratory, but we have our ways. With our leads there, it'll be a walk in the park to find your other little bases. You are presently suspected of launching research into the voice of Terra, forbidden under their majesty's decree. I want you to come with me. Wait, because she was researching the voice and nothing else? Let me reiterate. You again, and the rest of you. As long as you have no clear evidence, proof your foul product is going to blow up like you say it does, every accusation you throw at her turns into slander, nothing else. Let me take a look at those Voice of Terror research files. I can give you exhaustive evidence. Very sorry, but that's classified Lythanian information. I can't hand it over to a foreign organization. You're just wishing it out of existence. There's a lot in these lands that doesn't go the way you want it, Fraulein. But let go, Hibiscus. He's made this point very clear. Our discoveries aren't enough to convict Rafinstrolo. And he only shot himself because he found other evidence to do so. I should even be thanking you for deigning to show up in the wake of my hissy fit. Is that right, Bigler, my dear spy? I'll be honest, if I had to compare you and Rafinstrolo as nobles, I say you win out in my books, Grafferty. And you, Herzerni? Hmm? You have Graffinstrolo contained now, even if whatever your friends are worried about is real. Either way, the concert's safe. Of course, I still recommend you cancel it. Safest for settling this. I thought the concert tomorrow had already been forbidden. Whether you hold it remains up to you. Okay, Graffinstrolo, I believe your loyalty to the Empresses. I'd just like you to take you for breakfast. You won't refuse my invitation, would you? Ha, breakfast in these early hours. Very well. Graffertica, you will regret betraying me. I'll regret many a thing, but it's the one matter I never will. Well, you just let them go. Gertrude. Still had a word waiting for her? Profanity counts for a word? Oh, Creedy still hasn't woken. Leave him with me. I'll set up straight away and bring him to the Rose Islands landship. I guess the boss is gonna be like a Witch King clone. They're taking him away. I am. They'll only get the proper treatment at Rhodes Island. I won't allow it. Why? Even if you can pacify his condition, what will you do about the voice of Terra? I don't doubt your medical prowess, but is that something you can truly solve? I can't promise. But we've got no other choice now. Don't tell me you still hope Gertrude will help you get rid of it through Ensemble. I can only hope. How long would it take from Weisheim to your landship, I ask you? You won't say, because you know Creed isn't likely to make it there. But even if what Gertrude says is true, are you really going to sacrifice yourself to do this? As long as I can do it, why shouldn't I? Mrs. stares blank for a spell. Look in his eyes now compared to when she first met this young man. The difference is like black and white. He's serious, she thinks. Fine. Even if I help you to the best of my ability, we know too little about the voice of Terra, and what we do know was all told to us by the Countess. We're sifting through fact and fiction. Oh, Grandpa! Looks like I made it. Sir, if you need more info about the voice of Terra, I have this project plan right here. Hmm? Sir, did you pulled the same thing as Beagler. I did. Probably imagined, but Creed's a Finn who slipped through the program's net back in the day. How could the Empresses let such a wild card wander freely, you know? But you've been roaming together for more than a decade. And that's why no one ever suspected it. But didn't Beagler say it was classified? Which is why I flitched it from where he kept it. If I can save Creed, then the hell does it matter if anyone's shown this damn plan? And it's a long overdue damning, if you ask me. Calm down, you're still very weak. Let me see the plan papers, Hibiscus. You take this old fellow somewhere to rest. I will. Oh, we got the goods now. Sir, does he know? I never told them, but he's very smart. I'm sure he has a vague guess. This is too cruel for him. Cruel? Ha! Fraulein, do you know how he became an infected? No? Surely you've heard how in the age of before the Empress' rule, Lythanian had explored classical original arts to heights hardly surpassable. Yes. So do you know the price Lythania paid to reach those heights? Countless human sacrifices, among which were huge numbers of infected. Yes, infected. During that period, some Kerfusten were even handing over infected to a regular quota, and they treated this as a custom. But infected are people too. It's not like they'd let their lives be thrown away. So can you guess what happened in the end? You don't mean, it looks like you have. Just slash your arm with Originum, and now you're qualified as an infected too. That's how mine came about. Oh, self-inflicted. Melody. It's melody. The voices of the mundane are the melodies the Witch King left behind. I can't believe this. No, this is the only way it makes sense. He wasn't just Lythania's mightiest caster. The Witch King was also Lythania's most feared musician. His mastery of music was at the epitome. Some even said his insight into music was of the same grade as his original arts research. But rhythm, tonality, texture, he threw those raw elements that make up the beauty of music to the hounds. Every piece of his left in his world is filled with murder and devastation. His opuses have long been forbidden pieces in Lythania. The voice of Terra is a string of melodies left by the Witch King. Then the voices without a Terra are remnant opus of his, and you are its very extents. We are not his opus. You shouldn't deceive yourself. Moreover, if this is the case, you have a solution. I need you to perform the psalm that repelled those original slugs again. When you did that, you grasped the voices inside yourselves, didn't you? Ensemble. Right now? Do you comprehend the situation we're in here? I do, and I know it better than you do. But... oh, Creed's awake. Let's hear her journey out, Ebenos. Creed, are you alright? Did you come here alone? Adante brought me over. But you can't doubt the voice of Terra's melody again like you did before. It did something wrong to you last time. I don't want to leave any regrets. Alright, her journey, what did you think of? If the voice can be said to be a string of melodies, then whether those remnants who use you for the experiment or Gertrude, your aim has to be to conduct the original arts contained within that melody, or should I say, the melody that flows within this original arts. Which is to say, their exploration of the voice is entirely to unearth the supposed secrets within. In plain words, they're trying to make the voice more clear, more beautiful. Thus, there is one thing I can very definitely tell you. There is no method that can transfer the voice anywhere in these plans. I'm not surprised anymore. But that's not because doing so would be too difficult. Precisely the opposite. It's because in their eyes, it would be a waste of what they have. Because every melody the Witch King left behind is different. Each comes from its own period and contains its own completely separate emotions and ideas. What sense can there be in putting two entirely different songs together? Just as when you perform together, the further you pursue it, the more disastrous the effects come. Even the slugs fled because they felt your performance to be far too ear-bleeding. Assume they've done similar transfer experiments before and realize how bad the results were then. They did. However, even if two pieces are diametrically opposed, a sufficient lead-in can still be enough to accomplish the transition. Therefore, I want you to perform my Morgan und Abend, upon which I want you to dig your own selves out from within the piece, just as you did that evening. I have to feel the melody the voice of Terra left within you, and then I will write you a new song. Wait, no matter what, you need something to hold the voice so you can transfer it. And the experiment results said all attempts to implant two voices in one person failed. I'll be the vessel is what you mean? Don't trust that little determination you have to be enough for self-sacrifice, boy. I will try with all my might through performance to drag the voices from the both of you. If I cannot, I will personally serve as this receptacle if I am able to. Why would you go so far for us? If I remember correctly, my Morgan und Abend was your turning point in learning flute. So what? So it's like you heard of how I came to write it. Gertrude woman had to turn it into a blasted selling point for me, though I never wanted for anyone else to know. You lost your dearest, closest friend, and you wrote the piece in your grief. Grief. That description was far off the mark. You should be using the term indignation. That was the first time I came to find that life would not unfold how I imagined it, and the first time I knew was music meant to me. Rebellion against a fixed fate. Turning ordinary civilians into infected, that's too cruel. I have no idea how many times I cursed the Witch King in those days, but perhaps someone heard my tirades. However, before they could send me to the laboratories, their majesties had overthrown the Witch King. I was saved. And that's why I swore to dedicate myself the rest of my life to their majesty's cause. And so you became a spy. Correct. I can't tell you what I did when I was an agent, and you don't need to know. All you need to know is that I was the agent who found the Witch King's remains that had been researching the Voice of Terra. By the time we found them, they have already experimented on Creed and failed. That's why his body is the way it is now. You didn't plan to save him, right? How'd you know? From what I know, when the Twin Empress ascended to the throne, they issued an edict that forbade all Witch King era research, and the Voice of Terra research obviously fell into that category. But if the Voice of Terra is really that amazing, I can't imagine that not a single person had turned his attention to it in the 20 years since the Witch King has overthrown. What's more, the Witch King left his mark within. The Witch King weaved his power into the melody. The Witch King himself is the core of these ideals. Deep down, the pursuit of the Voice of Terra might actually be nothing more than worshipping the Witch King himself. Given the way that Mr. Beagler does things, I'd say a spy's principle lie within serving the Twin Empress. In other words, to spies like you, the Voice of Terra doesn't further the Twin Empress's interest in any way. Young Frau, until I saw how reckless you were, I took you for a fool. And now it seems you just didn't know how to put your wits to use. You're goddamn right. Here, I brought the research plan along. There's no point in hiding any of this anymore. The Voice of Terra is unique. It's undoubtedly the Witch King's lingering echoes. Oop, he said the words. In the world, and there is definitely some power hidden within. But the Witch King's fervent followers truly believe that the Witch King left behind his avatar within it. The power the Voice of Terra holds is too unique. You'll never see widespread use. At the very least, the current court casters see research on the Voice of Terra as a futile and pointless pursuit. That's why the handling of Ebenholz and Creed became a problem. Was Ebenholz chosen because he was considered safer? Yes, we had to announce the plan's failure, and Ebenholz was naturally the best choice, as there was nothing wrong with his body. On the contrary, as there were already problems with Creed's body, he had no choice. Death awaited him. But he finally got away from the Witch King's remains, and yet he had to die. That's too cruel. Perhaps in your eyes, our methods are inhumane. But once you've witnessed countless tragedies, especially ones caused by those who are not inhumane, you'll come to realize that you can't let your feelings get in the way of everything. You probably think Beagler is a pretty heartless man, don't you? Yeah, I do think so. But what you don't know is he's lived in the Afterglow and spent time with its residents day after day for more than a dozen years. His feelings for this place is no less genuine than anyone else. There's no one who wants to skin Gertrude alive more than him, but he can't. Do you think you're the angriest person to ever talk to him? Mr. Beagler, he. Besides, Creed's condition endangers those around him too. He has no way to get too close to anyone. His past destined him to never live the life of a normal man. Truly didn't have a choice. But you let your feelings get in the way with him. You offered him a choice other than death. Is that really a choice? He had to wander the world with an old man who's half dead. He learned how to play the cello, and yet he rarely had a chance to even touch one. He can't make friends, he can't get too close with anyone. Can you recall that a proper life? But he lived. Perhaps. Having seen how he trembled back then, I can still feel a sharp pain in my arms, even now. The Witch King. Aye, Creed, those who got infected inadvertently, and those who were forcefully infected. The wounds that the Witch King left on Lithania have yet to heal. Now there are those who thirst for his return. There are even nobles who are sheltering his remnants and facilitating their research. Oh, how I dread. I dread I won't live to see the day they all meet justice. You will live. No need to comfort me, young Frau. I've lived with him for all these years. It's a miracle that I'm still alive today. He's like a real grandson to me. I brought him here because I was actually thinking of introducing him to Beagler and setting him up with a job as an agent. That way I would at least get to die knowing he's in good hands. But now it doesn't really matter to me so much anymore. I always thought it was my fate to give my life to their majesties as an agent, but it seems that's not really all there is. Huh. Sir? Bonk. Tremendousness comes from inside. Well, let this old grandpa sit here a little longer. Go help me. Don't feel well, be sure to call my name. Oh, he died now, kid. Voice of Terror did not have a name at first. The melody was abandoned by the Witch King after all. It was a melody improvised by him on the spur of the moment and transcribed by his court musicians. If the Witch King's complete pieces are housed from a deep abyss, then these fragments are indeed still melodies of the mortal realm. And thus, these fragments were named the Voice of Terror. Be that as it may, the Witch King's power is still immensely terrifying. And Benoz, I may have asked you to show your purest form in music, but now, I want you to think back to your life the past 24 or so years. Let your resentfulness pour out. Music is a portraiture of your life. It's the steps you take, the eyes you peer into the world with. Oh, that's a trailer thing. Don't let your emotions cloud you, but don't betray your emotions either. Explore, vent, and drag your melody out from the deepest parts of your soul. I found it. Right, that's it. That's exactly what I want. That's the melody that was carved into your brain. It's the melody of destruction, and it is a ravaging one. New Creed, I need the opposite from you. I need you to constrain yourself. You are too unreserved. You encompass everything that you've experienced. Do you know that your kindness is your greatest weakness? Are you reconciling? Why are you reconciling? Why should you reconcile? Who has the eyes? Who has the right to ask you to reconcile? Everyone thinks you deserve better. The idea has crossed your mind too, hasn't it? I still aren't willing to change the way you think, huh? Fine. This is enough. I can feel your melody too. A void that swallows everything whole. Bear with it. The energies of two wildly different original arts begin to tangle with one another inside the room as anguished expressions start to appear on the two young men's faces. Zerdy knows it is time for him to join in. Keep playing, do not fret. If you feel something's wrong with your body, stop immediately. But if you do feel something's off and you're not the one to blame, then leave it to me. Zerdy sits in front of the piano, takes a deep breath, and starts playing as well. However, when he attempts to sort out the two totally different surges of energy, he realizes just how much he overestimated his abilities. The melody is strong, full of anger, terrifying, solemn, bloody. Above all, it's a melody that fully immerses its listeners. One moment, he's suddenly filled with hatred toward the Lich King. The next second, he has a heartfelt admiration for him. One moment, he feels as though he's a newborn child, but he immediately feels the passage of time and its effects on his body. The very next second, he is as old as the hills. Forces himself to keep his appearance intact with what little sanity he has left. But he feels as though he's walking the boundless desert. The sandstorm is too powerful and he cannot open his eyes. He tries his best to shake the sand off. Then he sees a towering wall that reaches even the sky. There is nothing on the wall, no pain, no anger, and no death. It's a simple, unadorned wall. At that very moment, he finally realizes that it's a wall he will never be able to overcome. His mind is instantly filled with fear. Oh. Zerny coughs violently, sending blood gushing out of his mouth. Is it the false recovery? His cough is so intense that he tries to get up for a drink of water, only for him to stagger and knock down the music stand next to him. Hey, are you alright? Where's Zerny? Ah, so that's the sound. What happened? A trifle, nothing more. Now I see it. It's not that no one has ever attempted to do what I did. It's just that people who tried are all dead. Haha. You're laughing? Mr. Zerny, you're bleeding out of your mouth. Let me wipe that for you. How did you two feel just now? He drew out the Voice of Terror. It very much I was getting torn apart. After you joined in, it did feel like a lot of the pressure faded. At the very least, this proves that my idea is workable. But you're already... I coughed out some blood, that's all. I know my own blood better than anyone. Let's continue. Oh, they're still going with it. Okay. He sits back on his bench. But his eyes begins to ponder a question. Who is Zerny? He answers himself. Zerny is a coward. He once hid underneath the wings of his dear friend and teacher, thinking that he could live his whole life through music. Yet the death of his dear friend, the torments of oripathy and poverty all work together to make him realize he is but an ordinary man. Where's this sound? You will die. I've lived this long because Gertrude still thinks I have value, and so she paid for my medication and kept me alive for a few years longer than most other. You won't die, you're like the free unit. But if I can't finish this piece today, I might as well be dead. If you don't want me to die meaningless deaths, pick up your flute. He answers, Zerny is a man who sees music as everything. Before he was famous, the people of the Afterglow showed nothing but grief and sorrow whenever he went outside. He had no appreciation for the beauty of music, because they didn't know whether they would live to see the next day. To make ends meet, he had no choice but to accept Gertrude's suggestion and become a spectacle for the nobles in the music halls left behind by the Witch King, like some kind of rare animal. Life was way too complicated, and he wanted to go back inside his house. All those times, it was always music that kept him from running. He has more than music, but it is with music that he expresses everything about him. A lol. Reed, your performance is too weak, but don't worry about me, you don't have that right. This is about your survival, not mine. Do not ever think this is a virtue of sacrifice. It is a virtue to sacrifice yourself. Your sacrifice is also a burden. Scream, vent, and fight for the reward that should have been yours. I understand. Finally, he answers, Zerny is a man who resists fate. Is music how he resists fate then? No, music is his struggle, his howl, and his song. He is struggling for his friend, who passed away before fulfilling her musical ideals. He is howling for those who cannot speak. He is singing for those who was born into suffering, yet still has joy within their hearts. In that case, is he performing in someone else's stead? No. He knows how his friend was unwilling to die. He walked the streets when those who cannot speak gather, and he brought music to those who are trying to seek joy despite their sufferings. Once again, he stands in front of that high wall, the Witch King. He knows he can never overcome this wall. But this time, he instead reminisces about the joy of discussing music with his dear friend. He remembers the love and respect he receives from the Afterglow's residents, and he remembers the morning sun he sees at the beginning of each day. And that is why he says, right now, I am my own opponent. Zerny, you're coughing up blood again. False recovery. He's not listening to me at all. Let's go get some rest, Ibbenholz, but we don't need to be here anymore. What we need to do is rest up and wait for her Zerny to finish his new piece. Hibiscus, take care of him. At the very least, I won't let him collapse before me. Now go. White flash white. More CG. Zerny's enemy is not the Witch King. Even though the Witch King's offenses were heinously profuse, even though he disdains that monarch, he is still forced to concede that music itself stands unrelated to good or evil. His opponent is himself at this very moment. He no longer tries to scale the wall so despairingly high. Get on it, Moose Man! He begins to perform. Beneath his feet appears a platform. It brings him up in unbroken ascent, up through the clouds. But still no end to the wall can be seen, he no longer cares. Even though he can feel a turbulent power dash around his body, he cannot hold back further cuffs of blood. Hibiscus to one side is even giving the illusion. You can almost see Zerny's life flying by in Accelerando, but at the same time, the score he writes rages. Take it all, take everything off him. Today marks the day of Zerny's death, but Zerny's music will never die. And day breaks. That's the Afterglow, baby! Complete. That's such a relief, your bong. And he collapsed into a classic piano collapse. The musician strains to lift himself, but his upper body crashes against the piano and leaves a discordant coda in the shining dawn. Oh.
Monster.
You cut me there, bro? What do we get here? These boys. I barely use those. I guess because I haven't been getting new ops. Okay. Late. Schicksals? It's a weird German word. His vague awareness that these hands are clutched at his own throat. Nani? He's choking himself. Oh, it doesn't show yet. Okay, I mean... it looks fine. Looks fine to me. There's the Afterglow Hall. Peaceful music. Expectant audience member. They don't know. Pepe laugh. Break a leg. But even though I've been practicing for this day, I'm still not that confident. Then there's that prophecy too, saying something about an ensemble. What if it's me? Come on, you got this. Nothing to be scared of. All those who were afflicted last night have already been treated, so I'm sure we'll be fine today. It's actually the first time I have to sit with so many infected. Hopefully this concert is worth my while. Okay, jeez, dude. Is Zerny here yet? I mean, he's also infected. According to the organizer, he was also affected by last night's original slug incident. But he did not cancel his scheduled appearance today. Oh, that's good. Damen und Herren, please take your seats. Her Zerny will be here shortly. You speak the truth, yes? You better not wait until after we're inside the hall to close the doors and announce that he can't make it. I assure you that would never happen. Her Zerny is only experiencing a mild seasonal malaise, and will arrive at Afterglow Hall soon. How was that hard? Okay. Is Gertrude here? That sly bastard. I knew the files couldn't have just up and disappeared. I can deal with him later. The files aren't that big of a deal anyway, not when compared to the actual research on the Voice of Terra. He's going to the concert hall. Forget it, he can knock himself out. Is this still with Gertrude? Or is this just house arrest? By the looks of things, espionage is difficult work. You should probably be worrying about yourself rather than about me, Raffin Strollo. Harboring the Witch King's remains in your own... Demesne. Okay, I gotta stick that. Demesne? New word that I actually don't know. Domain. Okay, apparently it's domain. The land attached to a manor and retained for one's use. It's basically just the land. Domain. By the way, my good spy, how did my father and brother die, according to your records? Let's stay on topic. They are closely related to this topic. 15 years ago, your father provided cover for research on the Voice of Terra. Okay? After we found out, he was about to spill the beans on the men behind him, but was silenced. Had you known, it would be reasonable to assume you'd act on the knowledge. You think I'm trying to cover this up? My views over my father was all changed over time. As a child, I felt like my father was the most terrifying person in the world. His will was absolute and nobody could change his mind. I liked running and jumping about, so my father would lock me up in my room. I liked to talk during mealtime, so my father would take away my dinner and make me talk to the wall for an hour. Later, as I got older, my awe towards my father continued to grow unabated. I personally saw the way the lesser nobles kissed his feet, and the disdain with which he regarded them. Even the Witch King's envoys had no choice but to speak softly when they approached the Strola's spire, a far cry from their overbearing airs while on the ground. That was the Lord of House Stroller, our Lenshair, a Kurfürst, and once the most revered of all houses. Everything changed when the Witch King fell. Get wrecked. Let me be upfront, you're currently in very bad shape. As a doctor, I should be forbidding you from playing the concert. But it doesn't look like you're trying to stop me. I don't want the music that you burnt your life away to die. I don't want the music that you burnt your life away for to die in the dust. Why was that hard? Seems like you're finally learning to be flexible. No, but I've come to realize that at all times, certain goals must be prioritized over others. I often found it ridiculous that my father was stupid enough to embrace the Witch King's rule. He was so staggeringly stupid that he didn't even bother concealing his opinions. Under his leadership, the Strolla family quickly lost the support of the Kurfürsten. Our house also lost control over 2 nomadic cities and was forced to retreat to Visine, near the homeland of the Witch King Urtica. You had 2 nomadic cities? Did Graf Strollo, who lorded over Visheim, foolishly believe that he didn't belong there? So your father, discontent with the status quo, began to commune with the remnants of the Witch King. Ha, that's what I thought at the time. But you aren't as naive as I was back then, my dear spy. Your agents should know far better than I. Old Strollo was messing around with the Witch King's remains since the very beginning, wasn't he? Alright, you still haven't answered my question. By your account, how did my brother die? Food poisoning. That is the official report and our conclusion. Food poisoning? Ah, alright then, tell me this. Just how much do you know about my father? In exchange, I can tell you about how my brother really died. We don't actually use the term Witch King's remain because it's too vague. Some of the bastards who invoke the Witch King do so because they worship his power, while others covet the political capital he gained during his reign. Your father was undoubtedly the latter. And behind this second group is an extensive sprawling net. Your father was just one small branch of it. Also, I hope you don't forget, Graf Strollo, that this is an interrogation, not a negotiation. The only reason I'm answering any of your questions is because we were unable to determine your brother's cause of death. Hmm? Look, it's her Zerny and that doctor. Her Zerny, are you alright? Look fine? Heard you were going to perform an all-new piece today. That's right. Even though not everyone will get to hear it because of the concert hall's limited seating, I will come back and perform for everyone again. I thought it was your farewell concert. Well, apparently it's no longer. Don't push yourself, Mr. Zerny. Yep, he's fine. He's just bleeding a bit in the mouth. The road from Zerny's house to Afterglow Hall is not long, but the man's steps are extremely sluggish. Hibiscus isn't sure if he can even play the piano in this state. Repati is a real disease, not some ethereal thing that can be defeated through willpower alone. But at this moment, she chooses to place her faith in the musician's willpower. Hibiscus can feel Zerny exerting every fiber of his being just to stay upright. All she can do is support him, keeping him from losing his balance under his exertion. The rest is his battle alone. Do this, Moose Man. I got it. Hmm? I've got it. The name for the new piece. I'll call it... Hold up. No spoilers. What's the matter? Shouldn't those two be the first to know? Yeah, you got a point. They actually anti-spoilered me. Thank you. My good spy, come here and behold the great hero of the Afterglow, our illustrious composer Zerny. I don't know how long you've been hiding in Visheim, but even you must be quite familiar with it. It's really something. A city like this, run by a house like yours, could produce such an outstanding musician. You seem to have a high regard for her Zerny. It makes sense. Who could dislike a pure-spirited musician? Even I've always liked him. Oh, but don't get the wrong idea. It's not that kind of like, and even if it was, it'll never work out between us. Surely you've heard about the story about him and his old friend. Did you kill her? I'm quite thankful that the woman Gertrude is nowhere to be found in that story. Give me a break. You should already know the one who brought his music and his story to the world was me. Without me, he would have died in a ditch somewhere long ago. So you used the infected maestro born in an infected ghetto trope as a gimmick, and had him dance like a jester for the nobles who deigned to descend here? It seemed this city is nearer and dearer to your heart than I imagined, my good spy. To be honest, my original plan was hardly this compassionate. For the sake of reviving the House of Strollo, what is the dignity of a single musician? However, as a Lythania noble, music was a compulsory part of my upbringing. I must admit that even I have been awestruck by his music. Listen, the performance has already begun. The difference between these performances and his is like heaven and earth. You've been avoiding the question for some time now. What are you trying to accomplish? Oh my, would you look at that? I just can't shut my mouth when it comes to Zerny. Everyone around me thinks I hate him, and everyone around him knows that he hates me. This unfortunate misunderstanding has robbed me of a conversation partner. But let's not talk about me anymore. Back to my brother. That topic really isn't as interesting as Zerny, though. But it's only natural for his death to remain a mystery to you. It was my work, after all. So she did not wait until he died. How are you feeling? I think we've pretty much been in sync with each other. Even though he composed this piece for the two of us, it clearly has his style all over it. I don't think it's inferior to Morgan Unabend in any way. And he only spent a single night on this. What an incredible man. Composing is the release of a long build-up. I think he simply found the right opportunity. Yep, just cough blood. What are you staring at? I had no idea. I had no idea you knew how to give a compliment. Not as if I've ever downplayed his musical accomplishments. I only hope that he will make it to the concert. It'll be fine. Composing a piece of music is only the first step. Only through tuning the score into actual music can the piece truly be completed. News has already gotten out that he'll be changing the finale. He's not going to give up now. I hope so. Alright, Ebenholz. Do you think this suit looks good on me? I've never worn anything this expensive before, so I don't know if I might have messed something up. It looks very good. Thank goodness. Oh, there's one other thing. Why are you so unusually chatty today? Is that to say I have a normal level of chatty under normal circumstances? Yes, something like that. Just deal with it then. Who knows, this was maybe the last time we ever played together. Haha, no red flags there. Why would you think that? Why wouldn't I? After this is over, you'll return to being Graffortica, and I will continue to wander. Even though our meeting was somewhat engineered by the Graffin, I was still just a coincidence at first, wasn't I? But we're friends now. I know that's what you're going to say, right? Sometimes even friends have to go their separate ways. Maybe this time we won't see each other for a long, long time. But do you remember what I said? We can always give gifts to remember each other by. I'll give you one for my dice then. Aren't those your weapons? Do they still work if you're missing one? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Not worry about it then. I think a coin with a hole drilled through it works best, just like I said before. What about you then? What are you going to give me? I'm still thinking. Take your time. As long as things go well today, that's something we'll have plenty of. Right, we still have plenty of time. Okay, so where exactly are the Witch King's remains? Enough of your jokes, Gertrude Strollo. Do you have any idea what you've just said? I said I was the one who killed my brother. You've gone mad. Mad? No, think about it carefully, my good spy. Your once exalted father falls from grace, funding some shady research in secret. He tries to blow hot and cold, his plans are exposed, and he ultimately meets an untimely end. Afterwards, your brother is groomed by them, purified into obedience. But he is too incompetent, he can't do a single thing right. He slips up once and almost exposes the ones pulling his strings. Instead of watching him suffer in torment at the hands of those who always despised him, isn't it better to use him as a stepping stone so you can succeed him? Who are they? Who are the ones pulling his strings? Oh, I would like to know that more than anyone, far more than you would. If you had that information, I would sit down and strike a deal with you here and now. I might even go down into the streets myself to yell about how I have information on the Witch King's remains. Yep. Tainted Witness. If I recall, this saying has grown quite popular in Colombia. A mental shortage of idiots who thought they could play ball with us, Graf and Strollo. Didn't end well for any of them. Back at the lounge. Zerny, are you alright? Want to say yes, but that would be a lie. If you really can't handle it, then... Ebenholz, don't forget whose decision this whole thing was. If that's what you want, then I'll give you my all. The two of us already mastered the piece you wrote. If you, the composer, can't perform on par due to health problems, then that's entirely on you. Well spoken. The melody is already etched into my head. All you two have to do is follow me. We talk a big game. Alright, now that Mr. Zerny is here, let's hurry up and get ready to go on stage. Whether for our own sake or for the audience, we've all got to pour our best foot forward. Creed, is it just me or do you seem unusually excited today? Do I? That might be because for the first time I'm experiencing what it means to be alive. I don't get you at all. Herzerny, you're up. Alright, there's one other thing, Herzerny. What is this piece called? You still haven't given it a name. I came up with it on the way here. I will name it Licht und Schatten. Next up, Zerny Ebenholzen Creed will ferry away to tonight's finale. As you may already know, this piece is Herzerny's new composition, debuting tonight for the very first time. Its title is Trio for Flute, Cello, and Piano in B-flat minor, Licht und Schatten. Three bow to the audience, and the concert goers in the auditorium respond with warm applause. Yeah. Piano, cello, flute. Oh, it's all of them. It's the strings, freaking wind, and the percussion? I forget the three. After just a few short measures, the entire audience from the auditorium to the balcony sits up straight in their seats, those who previously wore expressions of expectation and suspicion alike. No whispers, no coughs, not even the sound of clothes rubbing together. Not a single soul wishes to disturb this fleeting, unadulterated beauty. Yep. Small beads of sweat begin to emerge on Zerny's forehead. But this does not indicate any problem with the trio. Outside of their music, it's just that the power he is required to guide and control is too precise. They become their performance. Zerny, I just knew you wouldn't disappoint me. You will find a way to help them. Listen, this new piece. How could the audience possibly comprehend that this opening came straight from the Witch King? Of course, they cannot comprehend because this piece already belongs to you. Ah, this melody. It all makes sense now. You intend to rip the voice of Terra out of both of them. Bold. However, what will you do after that? Are you going to become the new vessel? Or there might be a manifestation somewhere. In Beegler's eyes, Gertrude has gone completely insane. She mumbles to herself in the direction of the concert hall, as if conversing with a dear friend. My dear spy, would you like to hear my perform? Gertrude seems to be addressing Beegler, but is also muttering to herself at the same time. As she speaks, she walks toward the harp sitting in the corner of the room. My patience is running out, Grafin Strollo. I bought this house for a reason. It sits outside the afterglow, but you can still hear the music coming from the concert hall clearly. A wonderful location, isn't it? I love listening to the music that passes through here. This way, he doesn't have to see me, and I don't have to see him. She begins to play as she speaks. Grafin Strollo, the arts units in this building have already been disassembled. And even if they weren't, don't think your arts will work on me. Men easily swayed by music don't make good spies. I only want to play the harp, my good spy. So Zerny hates me. He hates me for not treating music with purity. He hates me for using it as a tool. I once thought to defend myself and explain it away, but I later came to realize I might actually be exactly the woman he says I am. Even if he carved my heart out, I would never be able to treat music with purity. Tell me, how could one who has committed fratricide, a woman who for over 10 years has been hell-bent on exacting revenge on those puppet masters, possibly achieve anything close to purity? Much as Beegler doesn't want to admit it, Gertrude's performance is excellent, not at all paling in comparison to the echoes drifting in from beyond the window. Without a doubt, this is the level that all outstanding Lytania nobles should aspire to. But the words that come out of Gertrude's mouth makes him shudder. Wait, revenge? You're a clever man. You should have guessed that my tragic failure last night was not the result of impetuousness. But you don't know what I'm hiding. You believe I've exhausted my plans. which is the only reason you're here chatting with me. The truth is, I do want to buy time, but some words have been festering in my head for far too long, which is why I can't help but ramble on. I do hope you pardon my rudeness. Furthermore, I must apologize that you'll be dying here with me. What the hell are you doing? It has to be some sort of resurrection spell for the Witch King's remains or something. It truly is an eye-opening piece of music, or so it was at the beginning. Just as the title implies, the music weaves a shattered illusion from the very beginning, making one's heart sink to the bottom of a valley, as if dark clouds are blotting out the sun. However, the tune changes almost immediately, the sonorous cello uplifting the flute's clarity with the piano behind them both to break through the layers of gloom, singing a paean to the joy of glimpsing the light of day. All light. This is the singular thought in everyone's head. They immediately understood the Licht in Licht und Schatten. They begin to look forward to the Schatten. Oh boy. However, a feeling of unease begins to set in some members of the audience, because they see the expressions of suffering creeping across the faces of the three performers, as if something is gnawing away at them from within. Yep, here comes the voice. It's gonna manifest into something bad. It has to. There you are, where were you? Beautiful, an exemplary musician, devoting his life to fighting the power left behind by the Witch King. Just as he is about to pull this doomed battle back to a stalemate, he loses not to the Witch King or to himself, but to the obsessions of an old acquaintance. Hey, what are you going on about? Do you hear the harp's voice? Huh? A harp? Why would there be a harp? Isn't this supposed to be a trio? Philistine. Uncultured. Immediately calls it uncultured swine. What the fuck? Listen to the sound coming from that small building in the distance. The shrill laughter erupting from the depths of despair is equally beautiful. As for you, my former student, yep, that is the former teacher. While I was teaching you to speak using the violin, I heard the motif of your fate. What a cruel melody it was. But I never expected that you could develop it into such a brilliant opus. I salute all of you, people I may or may not know. I shall listen, for that is the only way I know to pay my respects. That is a very weird sancta. I was the one who restarted the Voice of Terra program, my good spy. You alone. First, the Voice of Terra is exceedingly rare. Why was that hard? And after that ordeal, you ultimately took control of two of them. Second, past research has proven that an individual who isn't blood related to the Witch King cannot possibly withstand this type of experimentation. In other words, even after you people tore apart that plan, it was not completely abandoned, merely shelved. In the end, the Voice of Terra program originates from the worship of the Witch King. But how many are there who, from the depths of their hearts, can truly worship fear itself? They only wanted a weapon to overthrow the Twin Empress, just as the Twin Empress overthrew the Witch King. As for me, after I realized that my brother's incompetence would bring ruin to our entire house, I had no choice but to act. Nevertheless, I still never found a way to show my value to those shadowy worshippers. Music, arts, money, authority, even my body, nothing worked. Finally, I found these dust-covered plants in a pile of my father's old writings. The reboot of the program brought a fresh breath of opportunity for me. They began to think that I might amount to something. But what they didn't know is that I've already had enough. I don't want to be at their beck and call anymore. So, I set this plan into motion, not for the sake of overthrowing anyone, unfortunately. I just want them to get a taste of what it's like to suffer. So they're just being petty. I sucked out to them, invited them to come appreciate the fruits of my research. If you go take a walk around the concert hall now, you might find proof of some things you've long suspected. Everything from the human experimentation facility in the sewers to the dossier on the Voice of Terra program. Did you deliberately allow me and everyone else to find them? Those were only meant for the eyes of you spies. I never expected Graf or Tika to go looking for you people. and you tipped your hand to keep them from discovering what you have really done to the concert hall. Of course, the amplifiers are nothing more than a small distraction. Yep, too obvious. With those amplifiers, all of the afterglow would have been made to suffer. With the amplifiers dismantled, the afterglow is indeed spared, but the same cannot be said for those inside the concert hall. The remodeling of the concert hall began after my research into the Voice of Terra had progressed to its next phase. Zerny is trying to use his own composition to draw the Voice of Terra out of the boys. But what I'm trying to do is much simpler. The moment that they try to pull the voice out, they will realize that nothing is in their control. I have tampered with the melody and resonance of the Voice of Terra. Anyone who tries to become the new vessel, regardless of who it might be, will have to endure turmoil and chaos 100 times greater. The voice, unable to find a suitable vessel, will collapse into an all-consuming void within the concert hall built by the Witch King himself, swallowing everyone within. I knew it. It was going to become a manifestation of something. Of course, I'm a part of this performance, and I equally have no hope of escape. As for you, my unfortunate spy, if you don't take this chance to escape, then you can only bemoan your ill fortune. My, what a fierce look you have in your eyes. I know what you want to do. But my apologies, I can no longer extricate myself from this song. Killing me would be no different from killing the 3 men on that stage. All that to do is bring about those deaths a little faster. Okay, so this is gonna be the boss, huh? Zerny desperately wants to stop the performance, but he cannot do it. The moment he begins to reel in the Voice of Terra, he feels a single strand of abnormality. But in that solitary moment, it is already too late. The concert hall begins to absorb and reflect their performance like a massive arts unit. Resonance. True resonance. He immediately realizes that Gertrude's alterations were far greater than just some simple amplifiers. The concert hall itself has become a weapon. Why did you do this, Gertrude? Zerny, if you continue on like this, don't stop. The Voice of Terra has already destabilized due to the interference of the concert hall. If we stop now, not only will both of you, but everyone in the venue will die along with you when the voice rampages out of control after losing its vessels. But they all know that this piece begins with Ebenholt's Voice of Terra and ends with Creedus. Even if they don't stop, Creedus' voice will be pulled from his body by the piece's conclusion, and in the end, the inevitable will still transpire. This is a dead end. There's an atmosphere of uneasiness, and they're holding back on their arts. What in blazes is going on? Excuse me? You're the one from Rhodes Islands. Hurry and start evacuating the concert hall. Huh? Something bad's about to happen. If you don't hurry, it's going to be a disaster. It's already a disaster. Is this the product of Gertrude's research? Fascinating. Wait, you're still here? What do you think about this? Not but for a minor graphene, as far as I'm concerned. Let's have her pay us a visit afterwards. Indeed. Freaking Spirecasters. How are you so sure that you'd use the concert hall today? My good spy, you're mistaken about one thing. I can't say for sure what's about to unfold. What I can say for sure is, as long as they're still in the concert hall trying to save Creed, then I've won. Creed's disease is my final bargaining chip. If they can somehow resolve that, then I've lost. This is the situation. What the hell is this? This plan can hardly even be called a plan. That's because my plan was a failure from the very beginning. You think I'm sitting here chatting with you because I have an elaborate backup plan? How would that make any sense? Not for Zerny's unwillingness to cooperate with me, not for the fact that even the insignificant little Graf Vertica insists on rebelling against his trifling, worthless fate. Why would I even bet on this method? Zerny will never realize how fortunate he is, that he was born with enough talent to be recognized, that I was willing to provide him a stage. All he had to do was be a little nicer to me, and I would have elevated his music to the loftiest heights, perhaps even before their majesties. But he refused to do even that. And that Graf Vertica, he deemed himself a vase sitting on display in his domain. As if a bit of ridicule and insult is the greatest humiliation one can suffer in life. But look at me, I've endured the manipulation of the puppet masters of this city for 15 years. 15 long years. If I can't produce results, I will be silenced. By what's right? Are they allowed to live while I am not? I don't care about the Witch King, I don't care about the Twin Empress, I've only ever wanted to survive. From the beginning, all I wanted was to live on. Yep, we're just petty villains. After coming to Weisheim, Evenholz settled on a few more things he wanted to do. He wanted to spend a bit more time walking around the Afterglow, taking in the sights of the vibrant district. He wanted to perform on a few more instruments, for the first time experiencing the charm of music. He wanted to apologize to Zerny, to tell him how much strength his music had brought him. He wanted Zerny to become his formal music teacher, should he be willing. He wanted to spend more time with Creed. He didn't know what he wanted to do with that time. Maybe chat, maybe argue, maybe even fight. He didn't know what he wanted to do with the time, but he wanted a little more of it. But had he never come to this city, had he never accepted Gertrude's invitation, none of this would have ever happened. It is his shallowness that has caused things to deteriorate to this extent. I mean, he can come to Rhode Island. He knows how to break free from this dead end, and he is determined to do it. Frankly, had Zerny not devised a new plan, he might have even wanted to carry out Gertrude's plan. But hypothetically, if the past him had wanted to do this, it would have only been to lessen the weight of sin within his heart. Now, however, he will say that it is not for atonement. He shoots a glance at Zerny and at Creed. One, an eminent maestro, the other his dear new friend. He thinks to himself, they deserve to live much more than he does. What he does not realize is that the moment he opened himself up completely to the music, he was no longer able to hide his emotions. Oh, he's gonna suck both of them up. Ebenholz, don't do anything stupid. Oh, too late about that. Graf Ortica, my dear, you are this piece's beginning. Even if you forcibly reverse this piece and incorporate it into your own mind, how will you deal with the dissonance and contradiction? Struggle to your dying breath. One by one, they all want to flee. They all want to flee their fates, but how and why? For 15 years, I've lived in their shadows, but at last, at long last, I have won. I have won. Fate is on my side. None of you will escape, not a single one. How unsightly. The musicians seem to be fighting against the very music they play. Did Gertrude also arrange this? I'm not so sure. A situation seems to have arisen during our performance. Please exit the auditorium. Once again, please exit the auditorium. Get the fuck out! The MC just asked the audience to leave. Look. Shut them up. Indeed. Yeah, actually shut them up. What are you doing? Just shutting up an infected. Do you have any idea what's going on? All I know is if you don't shut up as well, you're going to end up the same way. Don't do it. Even I can only buy you a little bit more time. Should you ask Creed whether he wants to break free from his old life? His answer will surely be yes. His grandpa told him that his body was extremely special, something he gradually discovered himself. The people around him would start to suffer, and those he treated with kindness would leave him in the end, so he started to distance himself from them. But he doesn't find it a terrible existence. First thing he learned during his long life of vagrancy was that cursing fate doesn't make life any better. He can only find the meaning of his life from the few things he can do in the moment. And now he realizes that it is his cue. Is he gonna get Ebenholz's? No life is worth more than any other, but he has made friends and received camaraderie. He feels fulfilled. Sunlight shined warmly outside. It's a good day to die. Yep, he's actually gonna take Ebenholz's. Hmm? What? The cello, Creed. What is he doing? Creed, not you too. Zerny, how could the music you poured your life into be trampled like this? Besides, I am the end of the piece. It's only fitting that I do this, right? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Ebenholz, don't stop. Just keep matching my rhythm. But then you'll... Let's put the finishing touches on our final performance together, okay? No. Trust me, Ebenholz, Zerny. I'll take care of this. I believe in you. Yep, he's gonna try to yoink it. The piece has gone back to normal. No, something's wrong. Really is. Mind her, something isn't quite right with this infected woman. Look here. Forget it. Why bother with a common infected? The appreciation of music should come first. Listen, everything's going back to normal now. Seems like whatever happened before was just some shock value for the show. I assume she wanted to demonstrate the difficulty of controlling the voice of Terra for the purpose of increasing her own value. Ah, you're right. Maybe she's not half bad after all. Not only did she prepare such an interesting technique for us, she even treated us to an elegant piece of music. Nah, I don't think so. I think she's probably mad right now. The juxtaposition of light and shadow is vividly reflected in the trio of flute, cello, and piano. Finally, the piece approaches its coda with an ensemble of cello and piano. Listeners strain their ears, expecting to hear the whispers of the cold night, the embrace of darkness, the call of the abyss. They are greeted only with a long, drawn-out sigh from the void which is Skride. After what seems like an eternity, applause finally breaks out across the audience that gradually swells with enthusiasm. But before the applause can sweep across the venue, it crashes against the dissonance of horrified screams. It's over, Croyd. You've done it. Reed. No, there's still something I have to do. Reed, what's happening to you? Your body. Yep, there it is. Ebenholz, let's go outside. He's manifesting. Zerny, please take Hibiscus and evacuate the audience. Have them get as far away from here as they can. You. Reed, your body. I'm sorry, Zerny, Fraulein Hibiscus. There's so much I want to say to you, but it seems like now isn't the time. Take me there, Ebenholz, while I still can control myself. The melody in my head is getting louder and louder. The two melodies are tugging inside my head. Hurry, Ebenholz, take me outside. Concert Hall is amplifying both melodies at once. I can't hold on for much longer. I know. Ebenholz, you. I'll take care of Creed. But, I said I'll take care of Creed. Hibiscus, go with Zerny and evacuate the crowd. There it is. It's probably the Witch King, or at least whatever remains he has now. Upon witnessing the metamorphosis taking place on stage, the people in the auditorium begin to flee. Panic screams follow one after another, and Hibiscus and Zerny's shouts can be heard among them. However, to Ebenholz's ears, everything is blurring into white noise. His eyes fixate only on the plaza outside the court hall. You were planning to do this the entire time, weren't you? Perish the thought. I just did it on a hunch. A hunch? When I said you were being unusually easygoing today, it was all because of a hunch? No, I am truly glad that I got to perform with you and Zerny. This is the happiest I've been my entire life. Then why'd you go out and pull a stunt like this? There are still so many happy things waiting for you. But if I didn't, then either you or Zerny would have done it, right? So that means it somehow falls upon you. You never had a single good day your entire life. Whereas I'm the one who's had enough of living since a long time ago. It should have been me. Sorry, Ebenholz. Why are you apologizing? What do you have to be sorry for? The way I look now must be truly hideous, right? I've torn up the clothes you have made for me, haven't I? Those nice, expensive clothes? Don't worry about that. I'll buy as many suits as you want. I'm sorry. You liar. I'm furious with you now, Creed. I'm really mad. Creed is too weak to lift his head, but he can hear Ebenholz sobbing. What's going on? What the hell just happened? No idea, but her Zerny said the concert's on hold, and that Hibiscus girl was desperately urging us to evacuate. It'll be fine, though. Nothing's going to happen to us. But the sky suddenly went dark. Do you think some disaster might actually be coming? Think about what the prophecy said. Fades, Finalis, and Psalm. Don't worry, it'll be fine. That prophecy also called Hibiscus a fiend. It's starting to rain. See? There's nothing to be scared of. It's just a bit of rain. Monga. We're here. Feel any better? I don't think so. I only managed to forcibly suppress that sensation. What do I need to do now? Hurry and tell me. I want to ask you a few questions. Go ahead. Ask me anything you want. Ebenholz, do you think that your fate is tragic? Is my fate tragic? I used to think so, but after I met you, I realized that the past me was just crying bloody murder over nothing. That's not your fault. They shackled you, stole your freedom, blindfolded your eyes, and plugged your ears. That's not your fault. Then, do you think my fate is tragic? The first time I heard your life story, it really did come as a huge shock to me. But I've gradually learned that your life isn't tragic. In fact, it seems very fulfilling. Ha! That's great to hear. Creed, you. I can't hold you back any longer, but let me finish, Ebenholz. The voice of Terra's completed melody swirls around my head, and the Witch King's residual power howls from within me. Cruel thoughts are tearing at my chest, forcing me to bow down to fate. Forcing me to say that our stories were painful, our reunion was misfortune, and our fates are tragic. But Ebenholz, I will rebuke them. Do you understand, Ebenholz? I won't deny that the voice of Terra has caused us untold suffering. I won't deny that your life as a graph, filled with humiliation and scorn, was a misfortune. I won't deny that my experiences living as an unstable life of wandering have been tragic. But I will always deny, the suggestion that my life is defined by those words. My grandpa carried a burden like me around for over 10 years. During those years, I lived in abject poverty, denied a relationship with anyone but grandpa. But as long as I give guidance to others, I can feel their kindness in return. I even met a teacher who was willing to teach me how to play the cello. Most importantly, after more than 10 years, I met you again. Ebenholz, don't ever forget, we are both subjects of that cruel, inhumane experiment. And we survived. When we feel like cursing our own fates, we cannot afford to forget that. We meet each other again, became friends again, and delivered a perfect performance on stage together. Are we not lucky? We've already been blessed. Actually, is there anyone out there luckier than us? No, and there never will be. I understand. I get it. No, you still don't get it. Reed's voice is already laced with a deep rumbling, the growl of a monster. Here we go. But to Ebenholz, even those words are gentle, like words of advice from an older brother to his younger sibling before a long trip. If you really get it, then please don't weep for me, Ebenholz, my dearest brother. We were supposed to die together here, to bury everyone in the entire concert hall along with us. Oh, music change. But we fought it. To others, this resistance might seem insignificant, but it was a chance for us to give everything for each other. This was a sacrifice that both of us were willing to make. It just happened to be me who did it in the end, that's all. What a wonderful opportunity, to give everything for each other, asking for nothing in return. We walked the path of rebellion against faith, just like Herzdurni did when he poured his life into composing this piece for us. So stand up and hold your head high, Ebenholz. There's still one last thing for you to do, and that is use everything you have to defeat me, to keep me from destroying everything here. Do you understand? I do. I really like that look in your eyes. Creed unsteadily shambles to the center of the plaza. With each step he takes, originum crystals erupt from his body, his flesh and blood beginning to churn. Strange melody lingers over the plaza. The crystals rapidly envelop Creed's body, transforming into armor, transforming into instruments. Instruments? In a heartbeat, that the being once known as Creed is swallowed up, and in his place stands a monstrosity. Anyone who sees this monster has 3 words flash into his mind. The Witch King. Oh, shoot. It's a rap battle. We stand at a critical juncture, my exalted Damen und Herren, my dear infected brothers and sisters. And you too, Ebenholz. Hearken, listen well to my final piece. Castigate me, lament for me, cry for me, sing for me. Because today I shall die and you will be reborn. Oh, there it is. The Witch King, or at least the remnants of the Witch King. Oh boy, okay. How many tries? Here we go. Schicksals. I should check what this actually means.
Follow my light.
Okay, 2
Watch out
lights.
for the tides and mist.
Oh god! Still it bounces? It bounces here, it bounces here. Which means I need somebody here, and here, and here? No, I mean, I don't need. Huh. Let's see.
Good scenery here, Doctor. Take me
Okay.
父の入場みたいに並んで来てくれたらいいんだけどね。
Can face left. Facing left is okay.
ビクトリアの
Yep,
バグ
nah,
パイ
that's
プ
protected.
波状棒とともに生命救済シールを慈しみ
Wait. Oh, that's low ground. Interesting. I have never seen a stage do that. Huh. But which one is the best? Storms can be here or here. I should have brought my starter, but... um,
安心して。
いつ大丈夫だから。Okay, fine.
I'll do my best.
Right. I can't do that. It just sabotages the laser. Which means I actually need somebody to go here? No, but if I have somebody here, it's just gonna cut this off. Which means I need somebody to go here. Does somebody go left? No, it just cuts it off. Oh well, let's see how bad it can be.
思考を明晰に Get around me, guys!
So going right.
時間をかけるつもりは
Let
な
me
い
just do it already.
思考を明晰にするは戦術
Oh, I completely forgot.
形を目で追えるかしら
Okay, casters on that side. I think I should have kept the... Oh wait, it's not.
邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ Get around me, guys!
We need somebody here. Need Madrock. Need more DP. Oh god! Try to save everyone present, yet there remains only one way to save him. Worldly remain. Yes, crystals, freaking shallow. Okay. Can he be stunned? No. Okay, so Ash is useless. Oh, that was easy. Ash is useless. Period. Ow! Okay, splash damage.
Fearless, lift your voices. Sing for me.
Sing
for me.
Wait. All right. Something happened.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Ow. Did that do a plus sign attack? Who can I remove? Remove bagpipe is
指揮する人がいる。
kinda
タ
rough.
ーゲットが視界から消
Wait,
えちゃ
what?
うのは
Oh,
嫌
he
よ
got
ね。
stunned.
生命を救済しうるは慈しみ。
Huh. Okay, he goes to the right first. I just plug a Mudrock. Wait, is he unblockable?
勇猛さ。
Wait, no, he just instantly stuns.
Locked and loaded.
私についてきて。永遠の故郷に帰りましょう。
Why am I not? Wait, what is that? There's like sparks.
邪悪を
Ow,
壊
ow,
滅し
ow,
うるは
ow,
勇
ow,
猛
ow.
さ。
Chill, chill, chill. Oh, it's a global thing? Oh, God. Heal, heal, golden glow. Oh, thank God. What is that damage? Do this for now.
Guilty will be punished. So, let us sink into the night.
Oh, chill, chill, my God. Monster. We have a problem. It's here. Oh. Block, 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 block. Yes.
最適な布陣を考えて役目を果たす。
Okay, first phase. Music change, hold up.
私を目で
Trailer
追えなか
music,
った
yes sir.
大地こそ我が友。
It's a slugs! Hit him, flame tail, hit him.
Don't step into the shadows. My light will purge the
It doesn't reach him, god damn it.
See the light of my lantern?
私の声に応える。
Oh, no.
Please!
Oh wait, he's still immune. Huh? He's buffing them.
父が私の意志に応えてくれる。
No, okay, so it's like Mephisto, kinda. It's this global damage.
何か指示はありますか？
最適な布陣を考えてくれ。
Can I stun you at this phase?
Let's go!
No. Okay, so Ash is definitely useless. Ooh, I don't know what.
ビクトリアのバグパイプ思考。
Victoria no bagpipe. I need blockers. This is not good.
思考を明晰にするは戦術。
I need to stall for like 7 seconds. Think till you live. I didn't reach that.
動き回るな。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろ
You got killed?
Get away from me! Please!
Oof, nice one, Exia.
Do you see your own face in the mirror?
Chop him down! Oh, he was easy. Nice. That wasn't too bad. Okay, since we have freaking Lythanian assholes already. Apple pie. Okay, I actually want to see what he actually does.
Ready to go!
He's pretty fragile. So X is the one blocked. Monster. This castle can't reach you. I'm pretty sure Golden Glow dying there is a GG. Alright, let's go. First try. Wasn't too hard. Didn't have any BS mechanics. It's just a global damage so far. Something about buffing the enemies? Stupid, foolish boy. You didn't have to do this. Why would you go so far for a world that owes you so much? Sir? We must leave now. Original activity is rising rapidly in this area. I want to see my grandson one last time. Only a little further, Hibiscus. Distract him. Creed, Grandpa's here. You. Creed, my boy. Vent whatever anger you have on me. Come to me before you do any more harm. I've deceived you for so many years. I thought about dying for your sake. But I never thought you would come to an end like this. If your choice is to let the others live, why not let me come with you in my last days? Let me join you on your final journey, my boy. The crystalline monster no longer understands the old man's words. The flash of lucidity was a fleeting miracle. All the monster can think about now is dragging everything around it into emptiness, dancing to his cello's tune. The monster follows the sound, playing a song of death. Show me the CG, sir? Young lady, why do you... I'll hold down the fort here. Evan holds now. Ha! White flash. CG. Not the CG I had in mind. How? Friendship, dedication, sacrifice. Such childish ideals should have been shattered upon contact with reality. How? How? It's not over yet. Reed may have forcibly assimilated 2 verses of the voice of Terra, but he could not overcome the disorder and madness of their amalgamation. Reed's melody has faded, but Ebenholz's voice lingers. Nope. Ugh. Oh, she got killed by freaking Biga? Enough, Grafenstrollo. Gertrude's limp hand drops from the strings. Bigler withdraws his dagger from Gertrude's back. The blood stains his clothes red. He actually fucking got murked. The iridium outer shell cracks and falls apart. The Flaza falls silent, the only sound being inert pieces of iridium shell falling to the ground. Finally, the shell shatters completely, leaving behind Creed lying on the ground with his shell. Wait for me, wait for me. No, it's dangerous. We should call infected palliative services. What are you saying? Creedy won't die. You're awake, Creed. See, he'll be fine. Ebenholz? I'm here, it's me. Don't bother, A deep breath. I feel so light. It hurts so much, but I feel better now. Yes, you'll get better, yes. Listen carefully, Ebenholz. This is the last time I'll be able to talk to you. Remember my words. Live on, Ebenholz, and walk through the long night. Fight injustice and treat others with generosity and charity. Only by doing so will I live on in your memory. I'll ask you, how did your day go, Ebenholz? And you'll tell me proudly that you have a good and productive day. You'll tell me about the challenges you faced while doing good, and complain about how fate is a miser. And it'll be okay, because I'll be listening. It's alright to complain a little when you've worked so hard. Only by doing so will you rise above pain and suffering, find peace in your heart. Remember that we fought together against cruel fate and won. When you think of me, laugh, don't cry. Yes, yes. And Ebenholz, I'm sorry. I haven't thought about what token to give you. Anything's fine, just don't die, please. Creed? Creed. Creed. Rip. They'll find themselves shattered someday, but that day is not today. Friendship, dedication, sacrifice. They may be naive, but someone will shed a tear for them. What about you though, Grafenstrollo? You destroyed your friendship with Zerny by your own hand. Killed your own brother and laughed at his incompetence. You want others to sacrifice for you. But what have you done for them? Gertrude lies limp on the ground, with only her lips moving slightly. My curse be upon you. Bigler reads Gertrude's lips. May you die in a dark ditch. May the madness of Ebenholz's bloodline haunt him forever. May the afterglow fall into ruin. May Leithania ever tremble in the shadow of the Witch King. May the Witch King never know the peace of death. Woman, crazy. Pathetic. Maybe I acted out of impulse, but dealing with threats to public safety is also part of my job. I'll be sure to mention you in my report, Reference Rollo. Good night. I hope your dreams don't involve cursing anybody. Not too late for that. Your hand's bleeding. Did you get scratched by originum crystals? Ah, yes. I guess there's a bit of blood. You need treatment immediately. Treatment? Reeds who needs treatment. Eben knows he's... Don't. Don't say it, Hibiscus, I beg you. Alright. He's infected, Eben knows. If you don't want palliative services to get involved, at least find a room that's isolated for his own sake. I know. A lounge at the concert hall. Alright, I'll take him there. I will. Come, Creed, I'll carry you. Lips Creed up. The original crystals inflict more wounds on him, but he pays them no heed. He carries his friend, even as he feels the body cooling, still embracing a short but sweet dream. We're almost there, Creed. Just a little longer. Thank you. You're still alive. I'll take you to Hibiscus. Lay me to rest in this building. If you return to the Afterglow someday, you'll remember that you once had a good friend with whom you've laughed and argued here. And at the last, put on a duet to remember. No, you're not, Creed, you're... Isn't this what you wanted? Shut your mouth. I won't allow you to defile his memory. Creed gave his life to cleanse the voice of Terra, but it's still in my head? I warn you, don't think I'll hesitate to blow my own head off if you dare imitate him one more time. Die. My foolish bloodline. He's still there, goddamn. Freaking Witch King. Everyone else no longer hears the voice. He walks toward the lounge in Afterglow Hall, Creed's body growing heavier in his arms with each step. I mean, that's not all the Witch King's melodies, I guess. We're here. I'll seal the room. Lie down on the sofa. It's soft. It'll feel nice. Sofa soft. Never slept on one at home. Looks like I've been infected. Arts that once took so much effort now feel so simple. Maybe getting infected isn't so bad after all. That should do it. I'll seal the door from the outside. Anything else? A token, yes, a token. I'll take the cello. Look at me, taking back something I bought for it. Eminhol's lips tremble. He stands wordless for a moment before laying his flute at Creed's side. You said you wanted a coin with a hole, but the only thing I have left is this flute. I'm sorry. So sorry. There it is. Hey, that was too bad. I wouldn't be worrying about... maybe I'll worry about a little about the EX. The freaking laser beam fluxes can be weird. I guess as long as it's not auto recovery and it's offensive defensive, it should be fine. From the new world, some have but old friends and no old home. Is that all there is? Where is this? I'm not hiding even a shred of fruit from you. The way to Sosandal is quite a surprise. How should we proceed now? Is this on the spire? How should we proceed? We don't. Never had anything to do with you to begin with. All we're doing now is making adjustments to how the territory in question will be handled. How does that have anything to do with you? You're right about that. But with how things turned out, those infected will get to stay on that city plate. It'll be difficult to keep them from gossiping about this. And would believe infected nonsense. Then what shall we do next? What shall we do next? There's no rush. We still have lots to do. That's all I have to report for this incident. One of the twin empress, I'm assuming? You are definitely from the what do you call that? Flashback of Ebenholz. I've replicated the piece that this Zerny man wrote during the incident. The Empress voice is ready to transcribe it at any moment and can personally play it for you in a few hours. No need, I can listen to the recording. Fan... Weird braids? Hair ornaments? What am I looking at? Not bad. I can even hear him crying from the bottom of his heart as he wrote the piece. He's a talented man. Too bad he's not quite talented enough. Jeez, what are your standards, lady? So, how did it go? Not bad. It didn't get worse. Andante said the infection deterioration caused by the incident was unusual. Most infections went into a continuous stable phase, and I'm no exception. It's not going to get worse again like before, right? Andante said they looked into the phenomena pretty thoroughly. Apparently, nearly all of the originum that got activated during the incident has gone into an extended low activity state. In other words, I get to hang around a little longer. Thank goodness. Right, does Andante know what the Herzog is going to do with the afterglow? Well, it's just what she said she heard. But apparently the Empress' voice has requested the Herzog not lay a finger on the afterglow. Oh, thanks heavens, and thank their majesty's kindness. Keep it down. So what now? Oh, shut up. You don't think things have gotten out of hand enough as it is? What to do from here on out? Live one day at a time, that's what. I want to live more than a day, though. Then you should really keep your mouth shut. True. Hibiscus. Andante, okay. Hibiscus, I finally get it now. There are some things that you're better off not knowing anything about. I guess I'll apply to be transferred somewhere else as soon as I'm done with the follow-up work here. Maybe I'll go to the land ship. That sounds nice. Yep, and that's how I became the reserve operator medic. Caster. No move. Oh, spy v spy. Took a lot of effort just to find you. Do you have anything to say? It was your men who tricked Creed into coming to Weisheim, right? Everything you said was the truth, except for the bit about payment. You knew he was in a hurry to make money for my treatment, and you lured him into this mess with that. But you two had nothing against each other. Why did you do it? If I told you, I'd have to kill you. I don't have much longer to live with, to begin anyway. Alright then, seeing as we're old colleagues, I will tell you. Grafin Strollo was already looking for Creed. She was very close to finding him. So what? Creed was always there by my side. That practically means you had full control of it. You read her research notes. You know full well just how terrifying her work on the Voice of Terror was. Until I got my hands on her notes, all I knew was that she had put a lot of time into researching this subject. And I never knew the true extent of her research. If we'd let her continue working, she might have been able to do something even more appalling with the Voice of Terra. Say, triggering and inducing resonance at much greater ranges. Could have woken up in the morning and found your grandson transformed into a monster. Would you have wanted that? Rather than letting things come to that, it was much better to bring Creed right to her, put the rush on her, and let her put her plan in motion before she could work out the kinks. So, any more questions? What would you have done if Ebenholz hadn't found the amplifiers in the Afterglow Hall? What do you think? However the Afterglow turned out, that's how I would have turned out myself. No further questions. Come with me then. You're going to kill me? I got no reason to kill you, and it would have given me yet another thing to weigh on my conscience. Come, let's head to my shop for a cup of coffee. We'll talk about those stupid honorable young men. Must I? What do you think? You're accosted, buddy. Oh, Rose Islands. Lava? Oh, it is Alter, okay. But you push yourself like that. If anything happened to you, I'd never forgive you. Huh? Oh, you're talking about what happened in Weisheim, right? Look, all fine. And who was it who had to stand up with an angry mob, who didn't evacuate even knowing that she'd be affected by the Voice of Terra, and who fought all these people even though she barely learned any arts? I don't remember telling you any of this. I already talked to Mr. Zerny. He told me everything. If you want to know all the whys and wherefores, why don't you come talk to me directly? I actually visited Mr. Zerny to ask him about my piano teacher in Litania, Mr. Johann. And it was only after we kept talking that I found out you almost. I'm warning you, if something like this happens again, don't you dare push yourself like that. You hear me? You hear me? Alright, don't try anymore. Look, see? I'm alright. But your infection. Yes, it got rather severe thanks to the voice of Terra. But it's under control now. No, that's not enough. You're always on my case about my health, but you don't care about what happens to you at all. If I lost you, Aba, I promise you, I'll look out for myself more, okay? Really? Really? Don't you dare lie to me. Why would I? The doctor gave me quite a long holiday, you know? I'm going to spend this time well and get some quality rest. Alright, now you said you asked him about Mr. Johann. How is he? Mr. Zerny said he saw Mr. Johann at a gathering a year ago, and that he was fine and well. Speaking of, you went all the way to Leithania yourself and even got a flute for your wand. Did you learn how to play while you were there? You mean this? The most I'm doing with this is treating it as a wand. I don't know how to play. Really? Of course, really. You're just being shy, aren't you? Why would I be shy about this? I don't believe you. Play something. Well, alright, here goes. Alright. That sounds horrible. That's the worst sound I've ever heard in my life. Is there any? Yep. Thanks for your concern, Doctor. I'm feeling very well. And I must thank you again for the protection you are offering the Afterglow. If you and Rose Island hadn't intervened, the Empress' voice would never have lifted a finger for my home. Sure. There goes. More than Evan knows. Suppose there must be a reason you summoned me here? You asked to be deployed to the front lines and I have to confirm your intentions. I've already written my thoughts in full on the report. Condition stable, but your infection's serious. Anything can happen in battle. I'm prepared. Truth be told, Doctor, when Hibiscus helped me up and walked me to the concert hall, I was already prepared to die. Even though so much has happened and things turned out nothing like I had imagined, I lived. It really feels quite peculiar, and I cannot describe it very well, whether through words or music. I'm not expecting to find how to express this feeling on the battlefield, but I'm thinking that it might prove beneficial if I try to fight for the infected in an entirely different way. I understand how you feel, but do wait for your evaluation results. I understand. Speaking of which, Ebenholz is here too, isn't he? Why do you ask? I haven't seen him at all since the day after we arrived at Rose Island. Sometimes I can't help but think that the black-clad Graf Ortica might have actually died. According to Lieutenant's official reports, he's indeed gone. You're right. Well then, I'll take my leave now, Doc. Speaking of Eben, it happens the next thing on my agenda has to do with him. You want to see him? Never mind, I don't dare to claim I know much of how much this incident has affected him. I can only imagine. There comes a day when he's willing to see me or Hibiscus will talk. Goodbye, Doc. I look forward to hearing the music ride in the battlefield. Hope it'll be no less impressive than your past work. I actually don't know what he does. Is he Defender? Okay, this has to be Eben. Doctor, I'm surprised you found me here. It's a there who saw you. Who? Don't mind having a chat. Okay, you gotta give the name of the Sancta. The Black Sancta. I digress, I am a messenger today. Here's a letter for you. A letter from who? Like Thania. Hand it over. Is it from Gramps? Or is it from Ursula? I get that a lot. I really can't imagine you in a fight. I always this lighthearted when you're out commanding battles. I wouldn't mind getting serious of a field operation. I'll look forward to it then. I mean, you can't, because I didn't get to pull you, buddy. That goes without saying. This is the passport of a Leithanian citizen, Ebenholz. Creeds and Graf Ortica's death certificates, okay? There's more. A letter. Oh wait, is it from Beagler? It's not signed. An anonymous letter? Just my impression of her. But Sandra braces press the tip of his wand to the letter and sets it ablaze. He just burned it, bro! Not long after, the flame reached the passport, then the Count of Partica's death certificate, and then trees. The smell of burning paper spreads across the deck. Winhouse picks up the cello next to him. He's back to how his dear friend played the cello, closes his eyes, and begins to play a simple, lively melody. When the Twin Emperors first took control, countless pieces of music singing their praises sprung up all over Lithuania. This too is one of those pieces. Today, the second half of the song has long been forgotten. Only the first half is still sung by a small number of people, thanks to its uplifting melody and the lyrics openly express the singer's cheerful mood. The sunset is glaringly bright. Oh, there you go, that's CG. The paper! Bro, the Sancta, god damn it, game. Okay, that was pretty easy and sweet.